haven't seen that one.
So it's descending, vertically, and of course, even there's a height that you almost don't see it. Where is you have to follow some reference points to see where is the net. But even what he did, it's amazing because to get in that net. When it's far away, you just see a little dot or something like that. But yeah, it's amazing because if there was some Coriolis, the guy couldn't target that net
Right, yeah.
himself.
Yeah, he might not have volunteered for that, yeah. If it was actually spinning. Yeah, that's what I was going to mention to Hung Like Tic Tacs that, you see, because he's talking about, can't you go up there and get a picture? It's like, yeah, we have these pictures, and, that's the problem. Like, even though we wouldn't claim that this image proves anything, what it does show is that these, other images are wildly inconsistent. So why is there such a big difference, among all these different images? Just the fact, I mean, they're really kind of like black swans in of themselves. Why are we able to get this flat looking horizon up there if there's a curve? Or are all these other ones just fakery?
Yeah, sometimes you see on television, you see this guy, they get this guy aboard this plane and they talk about curvature. But it's shoulda going on. But sometimes I even did post from YouTube. There was a front camera that's 70,000 feet, and there's no curvature. The horizon is horizontal, and that's it. So of course people can present other videos, or they can claim, from a commercial airplane you can see curvature. But how can that be possible? I'm presenting, this video from YouTube, and you see the horizon, you see the horizontal. So what's going on? So
yeah, and I don't know if they're I don't know if they're trying to ease people into it or what. Yeah, with this Blue Origin thing, where I guess, I mean, like that guy was just saying, I guess, in theory, you could go buy a ticket. I mean, more people are going to be exposed to that, and then they're just saying oh, we're not high enough to see it, or whatever story they're telling them. I don't even know what they're telling them, but
there was even that old lady. She did, she didn't saw any curvatures on the Blue Origin. So it's just a testimony.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Let me see if I have it. Blue Origin. Maybe I have different folder. Okay. Indio sometimes post that in the others. Let me see. Okay, here. And then. So this lady right here, I'm going to post it.
Okay, yeah, I haven't had anything about that. I don't really pay much attention to fairy tale space news.
She did say that she was disappointed because she didn't saw the curvature.
That's funny. And is she just supposed to be like some ordinary lady or what?
I don't know who is she, but anyway, she did participate with.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Blue Origin astronaut says Jeff Bezos' flight didn't go high enough. I thought I was going to see the world, but we weren't quite high enough.
Yeah, so
that's funny.
Dandelion, I've actually heard of a total travesty in regards to women in curvature. Some women are actually choosing to go on. Some women are actually choosing to go on Ozempic and Wegovy and lose their curvature.
She's okay. He's okay.
Yeah, I know. Yes,
GLP-1 inhibitors. It's terrible.
I didn't. Yeah, I hear you.
It's a travesty. Makes me want to cry every time I think about it.
Yeah, you're not going to bait me into that topic, Shrub.
You know what my real mission is? My real mission
No, I
isn't to
don't.
change a single flat earther's mind about whether the earth is flat or round. My goal is to see if I can get a flat earther to laugh.
You have failed until
Okay.
this day, so
How often do you
That's the only reason
succeed?
why I
How often do you succeed in your mission?
You know, some people are preemptively booting me just because they think I might say a joke.
Yeah, see, I didn't find your joke very funny. If that was supposed to be a joke, like, because you said it was tragic, and yeah, I agree with that. But you're saying some people would laugh at it as like comically tragic. Was that your goal?
Yes, I've also done the Carpenter's Dream. That the Carpenter's Dream is a woman who's straight, smooth, and flat, which is also the ideal of a 2x4.
You're gonna have to. You need to. Yeah. So my advice would be that you slow down your delivery because sometimes I have to guess what the middle words are. To like, there were a few
Straight,
words in
smooth,
there that I
and
couldn't
flat.
hear. I heard the smooth and flat
And
part. I didn't hear what came before that.
Straight,
Repeat the
smooth,
whole
and
joke. Repeat the whole joke. Just do
Okay,
it slower.
so the ideal woman for a carpenter is called the Carpenter's Dream. She's straight, smooth, and flat.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if maybe men would find that funnier. I don't know. I didn't find it that funny. I don't know. Have you had other people laugh at it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a tough crowd. I know. People come here to be serious and to be stern. They get their staring
That's
up.
true. People laugh in here. I hear them laugh. Yeah. I mean, but they're muted, so they could even be secretly laughing and you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
So you can just tell yourself that they're all laughing behind their mics. I mean, I don't know, like the straight and the smooth makes sense to me. The flat part just doesn't even make sense to me. So that's why I just didn't find it funny. I just find it like confusing.
Well, when you're making furniture, you have to start with flat pieces of wood because if the wood is warped, it doesn't come together.
Yeah, I get that for carpentry.
Yeah.
But why would you?
And then he's comparing that with a woman,
Yeah, I know. That's the part I don't get.
And so FEers could say that their ideal for both the earth and their women is that they're straight, smooth, and flat.
I don't think they do, though. I don't think they say that.
To wit, I was roundly criticized.
Okay, so somebody's already criticized this joke. You decide to try it again on another crowd?
Well, I mean, yeah, because you guys showed up on another server instead of the politics server. So I'm like,
oh, okay. So you thought you get like, I hear you. You thought maybe you get a better audience over here.
Maybe.
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking new material would be the way to go.
Have you ever listened to AV? You know who AV is?
That's a person? No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
No. What is that?
I feel kind of bad because I kind of unloaded on him the other day.
AV is a like person in Discord?
Yeah, he's a noted FEer.
No, are you talking about Alpha? Alpha Veritas?
Could be.
Okay. Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah, I just haven't heard him referred to as AV.
He's got like a purple picture. Picture.
For many years. Yeah.
I feel really bad for unloading on him.
He can take it. Yeah, he's pretty tough.
Yeah.
Trust me, he already forgot.
What keeps you on your globe then, Shrub?
I don't know. I don't think I grasped the gravity of my situation.
That was kind of funny. I chuckled at that.
Every time I try to take a swipe at it, it doesn't seem to end up in my fingers.
Yeah, I would say you don't grasp the gravity of the situation if you've been around flat Earth information and you're.
It could be that I just have a magnetic personality, or that I'm incredibly dense.
Could be. What have you actually learned when you were listening?
People are people. People want to belong. People want to be right. People want to have authority. They want to have power. They want affirmation. They want confirmation.
Yeah, I would say the push toward conformity is the problem. Yeah, that's a lot. It's been shown in many studies, such as Stanford smoke-filled room studies and other psychological studies, that a large majority of people will choose to go with the crowd or conformity, even when there's a perceived life-threatening danger.
Yeah. When I was a kid, they actually gave me the marshmallow test. You know what the marshmallow test is?
I do not. What is that? Oh, is that the one
So
where you can is that the delayed gratification one?
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's
I
supposed
know
to
that
prove whether
one.
you're going
Yeah.
to be successful or predict whether you're going to be successful as an adult.
Yep.
And
I
they
know
tell the
that one.
child, put down a marshmallow here. And if you can wait, I'll give you 2 marshmallows. And I immediately ate the marshmallow. But they didn't ask me why.
And why did you do that, Shrub?
Because they could be lying.
You figured, one marshmallow in the mouth was better than 2 in the unguaranteed
marshmallow in the
future.
mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know how many times my parents forgot and never followed through? I mean, why am I supposed to believe you? How do I know you're not playing a mind game?
Well, what a lovely story.
You know. So they determined that I was going to amount to nothing in my life.
But here you are, entertaining people on Discord. So they were wrong.
Yeah. Well, I am a 98th percentile on extroversion, so I really can't stay quiet.
Yeah, that's pretty unusual.
The other problem I run into in the other rooms is that it's usually a bunch of miscreant teens and quirky IT types that are not really relatable.
Oh yeah, I hear you. Yep. A lot of miscreants, a lot of people who are extremely hostile. Yep, just kind of. I mean, like those little. Yeah, they're just kind of like clones that just come in and start shouting about their globe, and they're just.
I mean, if the biggest part of your week is opening up another bag of weed because you were able to cash in some of your food stamp money, I just have trouble relating to those people.
Oh, those aren't the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about the just kind of nerdy teenagers that come in that are so sure the Discovery Channel episode they just watched was the gospel truth that they're just gonna wig out if anybody challenges them.
Yeah. I actually enjoy hanging out with people from different perspectives.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that's the great thing about Discord. That's the whole reason I actually, stuck around and kept coming back is, it's cool to have a forum that's, international, people from all over the world, different ages, different perspectives, different backgrounds. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good thing.
And also, the other thing is when I'm on here, vast majority of the time, I'm actually doing work, so I can do spreadsheets and crap and computer stuff while I'm talking to you guys.
Oh, I know. Because I work online. Not tonight. I'm not working because I already got everything done. But yeah, I can sit there. If I don't have to participate in the conversation or something interesting going on, I can. I get so much done. I'm like, ooh, I just got to the end of my whole little task list there. It's so exciting because it's sometimes things can get tedious, so it's nice to have something in the background. There were some good conversations today. I was listening to earlier in the afternoon on this YouTube stream. A lot of good content today. I mean, yeah, sometimes it's better than other times, but today was a good day. What I heard earlier. But you couldn't have been around here, Shrub, without hearing the arguments about why the globe model is wrong and we live on a flat Earth. You've heard that before, right?
Honestly, to me, that is utterly unimportant.
It's unimportant to you if the nature of your world is much different than what's been claimed, and that you've been deceived about that, and actually the world's flat and stationary, just like it appears, and that when you were young eating your marshmallow, you actually probably had a better conception of the world than you do now.
You know, there's a phrase that is used in many organizations, and it's even used with Alcoholics Anonymous. They call it the Serenity Prayer. And they say, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. And this is one of those things I can't change.
Yeah, you can't change the fact that you live on a flat and stationary Earth.
I can't change the Earth. It was here before I was born. It's going to be here after I'm dead. And I'm not the creator. No matter how awesome I can, no matter how many people I get to laugh, I will never be the creator. I'll never be able to create my own planet.
Yeah, because
Don't have the stuff.
we don't live on a planet.
No, I'm saying if I could for a day have the powers of Jesus or of God and create a world, then I could create a place, but I can't. I can't even build.
So
my
why
own
not?
house.
Yeah.
I can't even.
Why?
I can't even. I can't even build my own house. So, about the closest thing to flat I could get is laying out a batch of concrete.
Well, that's cool. But yeah, I mean, why you don't think that you would have an advantage in the world if you came to understand the true nature of reality and rejected a globe belief that was religiously imposed upon you? Don't you think that might help you?
Would you like to hear an argument that I gave to an atheist the other day?
I guess. I mean, is it part of the topic? Is it an answer to the question I just asked you?
It is. It does touch the globe topic in the sense that I think you guys frequently will talk about the universe and what is above us. I think that's frequently a topic, wouldn't you say?
I guess. I mean, yeah. I mean, mostly. I mean, it's usually the
Like whether the sun is really there, whether the moon is really there, whether there's.
I get that you're at the 98%. I get you're at the 98% extrovert, like you told me. But like you could. I'm trying to make my sentences short in respect for that, but you can't even let me get through one to the period.
I apologize, ma'am. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just going to say. I
sincerely didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it because that's what the sci-fi nerds come in obsessed with, the sky and their little sci-fi fantasies. Like, we prefer to talk about the ground, but yeah, they're always talking about their little dreams. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, according to astronomers, and I use this as a counter argument to an atheist the other day. According to astronomers, the closest Alpha Centauri, is like 3 light years away from us, 4 light years away from us, according to astronomers. And I'm not saying whether they're right or wrong. And also, according to the NASA guys, the fastest we've been able to go is, I think it's roughly 50,000 miles an hour into space, assuming they're right. If you do the math, just getting to Alpha Centauri, if it's actually there, and if it's actually real, would take about 400,000 years. So a round trip would be 800,000 years. If you could somehow get through space without dying from a collision, running out of food, running out of electricity, running out of air and land, and then rebuild yourself and get back again, would you even recognize the people on the planet? Would they even recognize you? The answer is they wouldn't. You would actually be your own species by then. We are immensely alone. And we can't possibly prove whether there are people on another planet because we are so alone. It would be like an ant walking across the ocean to get to Europe.
I think you are talking about, let's say, knowing information. If you really want to know, you have to search. But sometimes, there's some people, they don't want to know if the Earth is flat or not.
But we are. The thing I was hitting them with is you want to disprove whether God exists. You can't even get to another planet with people. You couldn't even get to another planet in another solar system.
There's no solar system. How can you claim that? It's a
No, I'm saying you literally couldn't. Even if what they say is true, it's impossibly far away.
Yeah, you say now another claim. It's far away. How you know that? It's another fairy tale story.
It's far away. Criminally far away.
Far away. How far?
You would have an easier time swimming to India under your own power.
They claim a distance to the sun, 93 million, whatever. And
Yeah.
you're gonna do the read what is the source of that, and they are making assumptions. They are looking at Venus and they are making speculations and assumptions. That's it. It's a fairy tale story.
But how far do you think you could swim? Do you think you could swim without drowning? Do you think you could swim 5 miles, 10 miles?
I don't know.
Maybe 20 miles at most.
To know that by myself, I have to, let's say, trying to swim a long distance, and if I do more training, maybe I can achieve more distance. It depends of the person. The physicality. How the person is healthy. So it depends a lot.
I mean, competitive swimmers can swim at a roughly 3 miles per hour for a sustained period of time. And so, would you say you'd run out of energy within 24 hours?
Those ones, they are expending the energy in a short period of time. But there are other swimmers. They are swimming a lot of distance, so they are not expending that energy like they do. Those guys do. So it depends. You can run, 100 meters, or you can run 200 meters, but it requires another training, and it depends a lot of factors. You were talking about creation. You can create bread. You take flour and you make it water and salt, and you make a bread.
Yeah.
But you have to create something. You have to take something and do it.
Well, if you had unlimited energy, it would only take you roughly 5,000 hours to swim from California to India. You could get there in 5,000 hours. And by comparison,
why you have to swim?
No, I'm saying that you could technically, not accounting for any currents in the sea, you could swim there in around 5,000 hours. 5,000 hours being approximately a year, 24/7.
Yeah.
So
but,
compare that in distance to traveling through space for 400,000 years.
Yeah, what space?
No, I'm just saying if you could, assuming you could get to the closest planetary system.
How can you?
Assuming it's even there.
Yeah, you are assuming making a lot of claims. How about you prove me? You take a ball and you put some, let's say, atmosphere, some air around that ball next to a vacuum. It doesn't work. It's simple. It doesn't work. So
knitting back to the topic here, though.
When you go at night outside, you see the same stuff as we say. You see stars there, but you cannot, believe in TV, TV documentaries. They are just showing CGI animation, and you are believing in that, and they are making assumptions and speculations. Even that guy Mikaku, he said they are not using the scientific method. It's just assumptions and speculations. It's just that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you wanted to prove whether there are Russians in Russia, or Argentinians in Argentina, or even explorers.
Why I have to prove what? Why I have to
You
prove
could
those
go there.
people?
You could go there,
Yeah,
and you could
go there. But
you could
why,
see
why
what
I have to
Marines.
prove? Why I have to prove there's Spanish people in Spain? Do I have to go to Spain? I actually
If you want to experience it with your own two eyes.
I'm leaving. I'm with the border with Spain. I did went to Spain, but anyway, do I have to go to Spain to check that? I mean, come on.
Well, all I'm saying is that going from an experiential model, which a lot of flat earthers do, you guys will refer
What
back
model?
to
What
see and
model?
feel
What
and what-
flat earth model? How about you show me that flat earth model?
Well, I'm saying
First-
if you look out over the sea and you see a flat Earth, you're
Okay,
looking with
so
your
I'm
own two
watching the
eyes.
sea. I'm watching the sea. I never see curvature. The horizon is horizontal. Okay,
Exactly.
that's it. But,
You see a
but you are
flat
talking.
Earth.
You are talking a flat earth model. That's what I saw. It was
No,
an
I'm saying
observation.
I said an experiential model, one that you can see and tangibly interact with yourself.
Yeah, but what model? If you want to do a model of a house, first you have, let's say, you have to a house already constructed. First, you have to go measure all the distance. We don't have that. Okay, how can I do a model if I cannot even go outside of that home, that house? That's a big problem. So without knowing all the distances, a lot of data and information, you cannot make a model. You can do like a concept model. Through these years, there are some people they are doing some concept models, but sometimes it's like constructing a house of cards because there's some stuff there that doesn't work. It's not according to reality. So there are people in both sides doing some assumptions and speculation, but we cannot claim a model, a map. So yeah. So
what I was getting to is that if someone wants to discuss there being other galaxies and other worlds like Earth in space, you can tell them quite resolutely that you have not traveled that and you have not seen it because it's impossibly far away. According to
first you have to prove that space. You cannot prove it through physics. You cannot prove it. Simple. You can believe it. You can believe it because someone is telling a story. At school, they show this globe object. This object they showed to you, and they say, "Oh, this is Earth." Did they present any proof of that? No. You are just believing. And most people ask this question: why the people at the bottom of this ball doesn't fall off? Oh, and the teacher says, "Oh, gravity." And you believe it in this glue magic thing, and you never, you just believe it, and you never, ask for proof to present proof. That's it. There's a big difference between believing and knowing. So, yeah. So even that ball Earth, it has a geometric, let's say, geometric horizon, a curve. And you go check that on reality, and it's not there. So we have a big problem. The reality is not according to the fairy tale story. So then, you just know. You did believe in something, and it was a lie.
Have you ever noticed that a bread that has butter or peanut butter will always fall and land on the sticky side?
Bread.
It will always land peanut butter side down, jelly side down, butter
it always
side down.
finds level and flat.
Ever lands on the dry side.
The base is always level, so.
It's not fair, I tell you. I heard you chuckle. I did. I heard a chuckle out of you.
So when you are talking about the edge, the bread falling the edge, you are making trying to make.
I mean, the bread has two sides. It has a dry side, and then it has you put jam or you put peanut butter on the other side. And why is the peanut butter always the one that lands on the ground?
peanut butter. The bread I eat is just simple. It's flour, water, ferment, and salt, and that's it.
Yes.
I don't know what type of bread you are.
It could have egg.
There.
Yes. It could be whole grain or white bread. Doesn't seem to matter. Could be potato bread. Rye
Okay,
bread.
yeah, a lot of different types of bread, but anyway.
Yeah. When God created the universe, he created it so that sticky things always land on the floor.
So how can you believe in a creator, when you believe in someone telling to you that is a ball and it appears from some Big Bang explosion? So they are removing God from the equation. How can you believe that at the same time and believing in the non-existence, of a creator and a creator? You see the problem?
I don't know if I follow your question.
So how can you believe in this ball Earth in a vacuum, and it was created? The fairy tale story they tell to us, it was created from nothing, from a Big Bang explosion. So they are not talking about the creator, and you believe in the creator at the same time. So it's a contradiction. You believe in a creator that creates this place that we are living. But at the same time, you are believing in the same fairy tale story they said to all of us at school and the TV documentaries, because they are removing in that fairy tale story, they are removing God from the equation. So you see, it's a contradiction, but it's amazing. Even if you go check Genesis, it talks about the creation. Anyway. Even I was
Sorry about that.
thinking,
My youngest child needed me. I apologize.
okay, even if you at least you can imagine, you are on top of a ball and you are pointing to heaven, to the sky.
Yes.
How can that doesn't even make sense, in a in a existence of a heaven above, because where is above on that ball Earth? It doesn't make any sense. But on flat Earth, it makes all sense. People construct vertical and horizontal, and up is right there, up. There's one up and one down.
Fantastic.
Yeah, you can check by yourself. People construct vertically and horizontally. You can see buildings far
Dandelion
away.
muted herself. Well, crap. Dandelion muted herself. Oh well.
What's going on? You listen to me or what? What's going on?
No,
there?
Miguel. I don't mind. I don't mind listening to you, Miguel. It doesn't bother me at all.
Okay, but you have some problems with listening or some legs?
No, I was just hoping that I just was looking at Dandelion momentarily ago, and she's on deafen or
Okay.
AFK. Whatever. That's okay. It's so rare that you run into a woman on this server. Men dominate women by like 10 to 1.
It depends, but anyway, we have we sometimes a few years we have ladies' night at Fridays, so the ladies could only speak. The flat earth guys just stand off. But there's people have different jobs, and sometimes there's a lot of women that they are not here these days. But you have different people, so it depends of the day, but anyway.
You guys believe in bullshit. Let me be your
Why is
savior, guys.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I am sure about that.
Who are you talking about?
Flat earthers.
You know all the flat earthers?
Yeah, and I know they believe in flat earth. So
Have you spoken to a
that's-
significant sample of flat earthers? Have you had detailed conversations with at least 20 or 30 of them?
when you say, well, it depends by what metric. What do you mean? How much is
Have you had
considered
more
a
than
lot?
Have you had more than a 30-minute conversation with an individual flat earther for over 20 individuals?
Over 20? Probably not.
You see? So that collective you is really a
Yeah, but the sample
Extrapolation.
size is like 3, 4, 5, right? But they still represent the core idea of like what flat earthers believe in anyways.
No, that's
If I
your
were to talk to a
assumption.
teenager, would they encapsulate you? If I talked to another teenager, would they completely represent you in all ways?
No, because being a teenager is not a belief, whereas if I talk to like 5 Christians, they probably on average represent the average Christian. Right.
Why is
Whereas
that?
like a teen, because the core belief, sorry again, is the thing I'm questioning in the first place. Flat earthers being flat earth.
Listen, pal, you can have flat earth Christians. We have it. So you have right
possible.
there a big problem.
Wait, that's not possible though.
Okay, you are making how to say a stereotype fallacy. Talking about Christians, flat earthers, any type of group. You think by talking to one or two flat earthers, you understand what what flat earthers in general think? That's your assumption.
Wait, it's in the name though. It's analytically there, right? It's gonna be flat earthers.
Wait, so why
I
don't you
believe
tell
in
us what you think flat Earth is then?
So here is what I learned so far. I learned they believe that NASA is lying. They believe that education is lying to us, and they're just regurgitating information from NASA. They believe that, and this part is not going to be all of them, but there's some of them that believe there's ice walls around us keeping us in, and the government won't let us out. And they believe the world is not a globe, and they reject it. That's like the main things I got out of them.
So why is NASA fake? Do you remember what they told you?
They said, yeah, they showed me a couple of videos and said, there's no way this is not CGI. They also said NASA's been caught lying. I don't know which lie though, so I don't know what lie.
Oh, okay. So I guess we could tackle that first, yeah. So NASA is fake because outer space is fake. You can't have gas pressure adjacent to lower pressure without a physical container. Gas pressure.
Well, that's when we say like gravity, right?
Yeah, so if you want to claim gravity as your presupposed cause for the effect of gas pressure, you need to show gravity pressurizing gas adjacent to lower pressure without that physical container to make it analogous to Earth.
I'm sorry, your mic quality's kind of low. Can you like repeat what you said?
Yeah, so if you want to hypothesize or presuppose gravity as the cause of effect of gas pressure, you need to show gravity pressurizing gas adjacent to lower pressure without that physical container.
Yeah, like when I'm here, the gas pressure is going to be, I think, sea level somewhere. Let me look it up real quick. Sea level, gas pressure. It's going to be around sea level. Okay, so it's going to be around 14.7 pounds when I'm in an airplane, and the airplane is being fuck, what was the word I'm looking for here? They it's not normalized, but they do something. I forgot the name. It's like
Depressurized.
They pressurize, I think. Yeah. So when they do that, it's implied that the pressure up there is going to be different than it is down here. And that is
saying that's because of gravity. So there's a gas pressure gradation.
The reason to why there's less pressure up there. Yes.
Okay, so could you show gravity causing a gas pressure gradation adjacent to lower pressure without a physical container. So we know that
Yeah, like
gravity
the
is
example I
caused.
just gave you, where we know
you
the
just
gas
made it.
pressure here.
That would just be the first step of the scientific method. That would just be observation. You need that observation validated with your hypothesis. Your independent variable would be gravity. So we need to vary gravity. Gravity needs to be shown creating a gas pressure gradation adjacent to lower pressure without that physical container.
All right, but if we're just observing what's actually there and we're able to say this is the cause for it, yeah, it's
that's the first step.
So what would be the second step? What do you mean?
You presuppose gravity.
I'm not presupposing gravity. I'm just naming what I see, what I observe.
Okay, so I could say anything then. I could say that magical fairies keep the gas pressurized on Earth.
But you don't see magical fairies, right?
They're invisible magic fairies.
But you don't see the magical invisible fairies. So you are presupposing where I'm just observing and saying this effect that I'm looking at is going to be.
If I don't actually prove that there's magical invisible fairies pressurizing the gas.
So you're presupposing.
Now, lads, I have to warn you about something. The highest level of intellect of anyone's life is when they're between the ages of 16 and 20.
You said
They
what?
literally know everything. The highest level of intellectual achievement for any human is between the ages of 16 and 20 when they know everything.
Okay. I'm going to hope that's a joke. But
gas being pressurized.
Before that, they didn't know everything, and after that, they didn't know everything. But when they're 16 to 20, they literally know everything.
Yeah, I think, but anyways, going back to what he said, that actually doesn't correlate with what I said, because you're presupposing there is this fairies, where I'm just saying, I'm seeing these effects, and I'm naming these effects, these things, whereas you need to presuppose.
You're coming up with a cause for an effect without validating it, right?
Wait, I'm naming the process. What do you mean? Just the fact that things are being pulled down. I'm gonna apply that for gravity. I'm just saying that's gravity.
Show that with if you want to invoke gravity, then you need to show gravity pressurizing gas adjacent to lower pressure, or pressure gradation adjacent to lower pressure to make it analogous to Earth. And your paradigm.
Analogous to Earth. Everything I'm observing is going to be on Earth. That's why I'm making these claims. I'm observing on Earth. The fact that the pressure changes depending on how high and low I am.
Yeah, that's an observation.
My observation. I could say this is going to be the thing.
I made the same observation that you did. We both make the same observation.
There's a distinction. You presupposed I did not.
Pressure lowering as you increase in elevation. We both made the same observation, right? Now we both have different hypotheses. If none of us validate our hypothesis.
Well, again, you keep trying to lump me in with what you're saying, but that's not true at all. Because you're the one presupposing some other factor that nobody's seeing. All I'm saying is this process. All I'm saying is this process of the things coming down back to Earth. I'm just going to call that process gravity. I'm not saying there's other fairies or some other cause reason. I never said how gravity came to be. All I'm doing is naming the process. But you, for some reason, said fairies, and then you tried to make it seem like you're copying me verbatim, which is not true at all. Because again, I'm not presupposing.
I just like me, I haven't proved fairies pressurizing gas adjacent to lower pressure or creating a gas pressure gradient. Just as you haven't proven gravity to pressurize gas or create a gas pressure gradient.
I don't think. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I don't think you do.
Pointing out the effect of things falling down.
All right. So what was my point?
You're just pointing out the effect of things falling down, and you want to slap the label gravity on that.
Okay. So wait. So I'm naming the process gravity, right?
Well,
the process that we're observing.
You're talking about and calling gravity, right? Something fell down, you're going to call that gravity.
Right.
Now, ZXV, I have to warn you about something.
Thanks for that wonderful tip. I didn't know that.
But ZXV, I have to warn you about something. You can't actually win this argument.
Hold on. Let me give me a try. Give me a chance here. Hold on. So he just said.
Let him cook.
Let me just try real quick, right? So you agree with me then, heretic? All I'm saying is I'm seeing this process, and I'm naming this process gravity. There's nothing there I'm presupposing. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I see the effect of things falling down too, but what's the point?
Okay, so you understand. I'm not saying there is anything that's causing gravity. There's nothing yet I've presupposed.
I know, you're just saying I picked up my phone and it dropped to the ground when I let it go, and that happened.
And the dropping process And the dropping process I call gravity, whereas he is making a different sort of analogy here, or hypothetical, and he's saying there's a fairy actually causing this. There's a distinction here between my example and his.
That's why you got to parse out what you mean by gravity, because people mean all sorts of different things. Sometimes they mean space time. They mean things falling down. Like if you're just saying things fall down, then yeah, I think we're all in agreement there.
Okay, so okay, that's a good thing then. We're making process. So we agree that when I say gravity, I'm naming the process.
Okay, so can you show that with gas?
Well, yes, like the airplane hypothetical. What do you think it was representing?
Well, yeah, when you increase in elevation, gas pressure decreases. It's an observation that everybody can make.
Right, and I said, okay, the reason or the process to why is the way it is just gravity. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so can you show that?
Yes, the airplane hypothetical. I don't know what you're missing here.
Well, yeah, that's just repeating the first step. We're just doing the observation again.
Wait, that's not repeating the first step, right?
What did you do in the first step? We observed gas pressure decrease as we increase in elevation. You're saying gravity, so I'm saying how do we validate that? And you're saying to make an observation again, the same observation we just made. So you're just going in a circle, never validating your claims.
Wait, how do we validate it's actually gravity that's causing the thing? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Isn't that going to be kind of primitive? That's like going to be the base
that's
knowledge.
The scientific method. What
Wait, understanding. Hold on. So the scientific method, in terms of testing, like how do we use the scientific method to prove the moon actually exists? I'm confused here because I don't think the process is going to be the same as like when you make a hypothetical. It's the same as when you make a hypothetical and then you like say some causal effects, and then now you have to test that thing.
ZXV, can I finish my previous sentence? ZXV.
Go ahead.
You can't win this argument. The reason why you
he said this like twice
is that after you're 20 and you're no longer 20, you get ornery and stubborn. And when you're more ornery and more stubborn than a young person, eventually the young person gives up and moves on to something more interesting because they have a shorter attention span. You can't win this.
Right. Okay, well, it's kind of bizarre that you're trying to apply the scientific method to what? What is the moon? What's your question?
So he's saying I need to apply the scientific method in order to validate what I'm actually perceiving, which is kind of weird because I would assume that if something is going to be the basic, like when I perceive the moon, how do I apply the scientific method to actually prove that it's there?
You don't. There's no cause and effect inquiry going on there. You would use the scientific method if you want to try to determine some sort of cause and effect relationship.
Cause and okay. And I'm saying the reason why the thing is happening is going to be gravity, but I'm saying it's the process itself.
Oh, you've done it.
Whose mic is that? I'm just repeating everybody's. I guess you're the echo.
Yeah.
Now you don't understand the question.
Now you've done it though, because earlier we were tracking with each other when you said that the effect is what you're calling gravity, just that effect. You're not making a cause claim. You're just saying the phone or whatever dropped to the ground. I'm going to call that gravity. But now you're going further and saying, but what caused it was gravity. So what you're saying is gravity caused gravity, and you're in a loop here.
No. I think gravity is caused by mass, right? It's going to be like essentially caused by mass. I don't think gravity caused gravity. That doesn't make sense. I'm saying, wait, again, I haven't made any sort of causal effect. I'm just saying the reason this is the way it is, why it's the way it is going to be applied to our understanding of gravity, which is going to be the process, right?
Okay. So, are you going to make a cause claim or no?
Well, if you want me to explain like gravity works, like what causes gravity, like stuff like that, or
well, okay, if gravity is the phone dropping to the ground, are you making a claim about what caused that?
Well, essentially going to be mass, right?
Mass caused it.
Yeah.
What's mass?
Hold on. There's an equation for this, actually. What you're saying it.
It's usually when Catholics get together on Sundays.
So Catholics getting together on Sundays caused the phone to drop.
That's not what I said, by the way.
I
might have to mute him because he's making it ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. He doesn't understand the question. ZXV doesn't understand the question. Okay, ZXV, have you ever heard of the term innuendo?
Huh?
Have you ever heard of the term innuendo?
No, I haven't heard that term.
Okay. Do you know what making an indirect suggestion is?
Yeah.
What's mass defined as in physics?
He's not actually asking you a scientific question.
What? We are trying to get to the bottom of it scientifically. He's making a cause claim. He said it was mass. We need to know what mass is.
Like I just want to say volume, but there's more to it. Dude, I learned this in like 7th grade math. Why am I missing this? I mean, in science. Sorry.
So maybe resistance to acceleration?
Physics. Hold on, I gotta look this up. I don't know why I forgot this. Embarrassing.
It's not really clearly
It's
defined.
defined as the amount of matter present in any object.
Okay, but then it's also defined as a resistance to acceleration.
Yeah.
what is it a measure of
Yeah, I
exactly?
think a mass is always gonna have some sort of resistance. That's why, like, it cannot travel as fast as like light or something, right?
So is mass like a measure? Is it a scale?
Is mass a scale?
Yeah. It's like a measure of the object's resistance to acceleration.
I'm sorry. I just got a DM. I was reading. Can you repeat what you said?
Well, it's basically a measure of an object's resistance to acceleration, right?
It is a resistance to acceleration.
It's a measure of it.
A measure? I don't know. I think in simple terms, it's going to be just like what I said earlier, which is going to be amount of matter present in any object.
Okay, so the amount of matter present in an object
Right.
causes it to go down.
To go down. Well, what do you?
Well, you just said mass was the cause.
Like a lot of mass, but it's not going down, right?
Well, then, what are we trying to say here?
The mass causes gravity, and I think because the sun is bigger than the moon, is what causes us to go around and rotate it, right? So instead of like, there's no down, up, or something. It's just gonna be whatever the mass.
Claims that you just made. We're going around the moon, we're going around the sun, and the moon around us. Well, I mean, I'm not even going to touch that right now because you're still trying to do something with gravity.
Okay.
But I mean, those are just extra claims. You don't need to add those in. Because I'll just be asking you, well, how do you know that the Earth goes around? How do you know it's the Earth in motion? Well, I'm not sure exactly what you're even trying to claim right now, because you just started out saying you're not making a cause claim. It's just that you identify that some things fall down. You're calling that gravity, but now you are making the cause claim of mass. We're not exactly
cause claim for what causes gravity, right? But I think Nike shoes are not cool. Girls are liars.
So how much matter is in something is going to cause, it to go down.
And Jews are greedy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry again. Can you repeat what you said?
I don't know. We're kind of lost in the sauce at this point.
Oh, you said, what is my point? Is that what you said?
Yeah, what is it? Let's just ask that.
Right. So I think, again, going back to the gravity conversation, what causes gravity is going to be mass. I'm making a causal claim there. Yes, I think it's going to be mass that causes gravity, based on my understanding. I want to appeal to like Newton's and just say anything with huge mass has going to have any sort of force pulling it, or I could just like appeal to like what was the other guy, the Jew guy, I forgot his name. Einstein. Yep. I'm gonna say something like mass causes the bending of space-time, which I guess in return just causes the pulling thing. I don't know. Like, but we get the point, right? It's essentially kind of.
It doesn't sound like we really know what's going on, because those two claims mutually exclude one another. Newton and Einstein are incompatible, so it'd have to be one or the other. It could not be both.
Yeah, I think what's generally accepted in today in physics, modern physics, is probably going to be like a general relativity.
Yeah, so it's curvature of space-time that's causing all this stuff. Do you think there's an experiment for that shows that?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, it should have been in Einstein's paper if there was, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I could look this up. I don't know. I'm not sure.
We ask this question every day. I've never seen it. I'll just say that.
Oh wait, you okay?
Yeah. So I wouldn't say that we know that it's the bending and warping of space-time that causes anything to fall or any other phenomena.
Mm.
There's no experimental validation for the claim, and also, it's a conceptual medium, space-time. So how can something conceptual actually have any effect in the physical world? And how would you be able to physically manipulate something conceptual? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Do I give up?
All right, thanks. Thanks for giving up.
Yeah, I mean, when we niche down like to the basics of it, I don't know as much. I know the general gist of it though that I learned in school.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Why no fight today? What gives?
I just don't have it. There's nothing I can say. I can't respond with anything, right? Because I don't have not that much knowledge.
Well, usually you fight.
Oh, that's if I'm trolling. I don't actually like. Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
And I only ever troll if the alpha guy's here. There's some people that just get real angry. That just, I don't know, just make me want to troll them.
Do you think it's funny to get a reaction?
Yeah, I mean, not really. Hold on. Because the first time I ever got there, some guy was screaming at me. I was like wondering if he gets this mad. And because I'm confused, I wonder like how more mad if he's going to get angry if I say something ridiculous.
Oh yeah, Quantum Eraser is who you're talking about.
Oh, that guy.
Is this the guy who said you were going to speed run mute yourself?
Yeah, he calls
Yeah,
himself
that's-
Collapse sometimes and different
Yeah, I
things.
remember this guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we talked like twice. Mary, Mom.
Yeah, good to see you.
Been a while. Guys, I mean, I've been watching Professor Dave, but that's all who I got right now. Nobody
All
else.
right. Well, we
Yeah.
can adjourn, I guess.
Yeah, very sad. Very disreputable source. Find better information.
I mean, there's not much flat earthers out there. On YouTube, at least.
Well, I don't know. Did anybody ever give you the link to the 24/7 Flat Earth server where there's curated information about reality? Would you like me to send it to you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. You already sent me a message. You said, I got to go. I'll destroy you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I remember that conversation.
Yeah.
That was like a week ago, May 9th. Yeah, that's fine.
Just Quantum there, because I think he's gonna get me banned.
He won't ban you. He'll just yell at you and mute you.
I think it's gotten to the point where he just bans me the moment I joined the other server, VC.
Yeah, I mean, a sad thing about it, I was telling these guys, how like even, the public school, which has, gotten their curriculum to be almost totally online, has sadly will reference Professor Davis. If he's some kind of great academic, he's just some kind of failed dude who decided to make money off YouTube and got encouraged because he pushes the party line and, pushes out globe propaganda. Like, he's not qualified to talk on any of the topics he talks about. I think his original area of specialty is perhaps chemistry, but I don't know. Did he ever actually get a master's in chemistry? I can't remember. No. Yeah, so like he's not any kind of expert. Like he he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not a real academic. He's a pseudo scientific clown. He's just an entertainer,
Mhm.
So you got to find some better sources.
Okay. I'll look into
So
it.
if you join that server,
I'm in.
you did, yeah.
Yeah.
Down at the bottom, there's a bunch of topics down there. I mean, what topic are you most interested in?
The Antarctica looks interesting.
CXV. I was trying to tag you there.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's some beginning stuff in there that you might find interesting. I mean, at least if you're interested in debating this topic, you need to understand what the other side actually thinks. And I'll just send it that one, long distance observations. Because what you'll see, and if you look at any of the so-called professor, non-professor, pseudoscientific clown Dave's information, where he's supposedly debunking flat Earth, it's just a bunch of nonsense. He debunked, he sets up a bunch of straw men and then says, flat earthers say this, but I say that, and it's ridiculous. They'll put up videos like 10 questions flat earthers can't answer, and it's absurd, because then there's a whole bunch of other videos I could show you where flat earthers have gone through and in excruciating detail answering each one of them.
I've seen all his videos, yeah. Well, I think most of them. By the way, I'm getting a call right now. I'll be right back. Give me 10 minutes max.
Sounds good. See you later.
See ya.
I don't know, Shrub. I'm not the one who muted you. He's not even in here anymore. Oh no, he is in here. I don't know. I can't unmute you because I wasn't here for part of that conversation, so I don't know everything that happened. Cosmo entered while we were talking to Z there. Did you have any questions, Cosmo? Purple ringed cat with sunglasses? I don't know. I mean, if you were actually interested in talking about the topic, maybe we'd unmute you. But every time I heard you talk before, you're going off about all this outer space nonsense. I mean, I'm sure that'll fly in other places. It was like you were totally unaware of your audience with this whole metaphor about outer space. Like, you should just become a flat earther. You said, yeah, you can never go to the planets and come back. It's like, yeah, we totally agree. You can't go to the planets, so you might as well just focus on what's actually happening on the real Earth. But you don't have to go into all those fairy tale metaphors to understand that. I don't know. Should I unmute him? I mean, do you guys want to talk to him? I don't know.
So you can if you want to.
I tried earlier. I didn't get very far. Shrub, do you have any interest in talking about the topic here, which is flat Earth?
Well, sure.
Okay. So, what have you learned about the long distance? What have you learned about the long distance observations and how they disprove the geometry of a sphere? falsify it, show it's not right.
Honestly, I
What
have
do
no
you-
idea what you're referencing.
Okay, yeah. So the whole purpose of these channels is to demonstrate empirically that this claimed globe with a claimed radius of 3,959 miles, is not what we measure in reality, because if we were living on this globe, objects would be disappearing from our view behind the imaginary curve. And in fact, that's not what happens. We can see things at distances that would be impossible on a sphere of that size. Or really on any sphere. I mean, there's no evidence of any curvature anywhere. We see too far.
Okay.
I'm surprised you haven't ever heard that before.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's been mentioned once or twice.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, the
Prince
geometry of
actually sent me a whole bunch of good stuff.
Crit
Prince
did?
actually sent me, he sent me at least 80 or 100 different daily, I don't know if you would call them reports, messages, and, little slices of things.
Yeah, and have you ever actually taken the idea seriously that we might be right?
Honestly, I think everyone's right.
No, that you're trying to tell me there's no objective reality?
I think all of us live within the limitations of a cogito, and that for us to mentally stay together, we have to believe each of us is right. If you imagine for a moment if you believed permanently that you yourself were wrong, it'd be terrible. It would be a hell with no ending.
What are you talking about? I've been wrong many times. That's how I learned.
No, I mean, like, I'm talking about in general, just being wrong about everything. Just like everything you think, everything you said, everything you thought you knew, everything you remembered, all the people you've ever met, all of the things you thought you've seen. If you honestly believed that it was all wrong, you'd have a dissociative disorder. You'd break down.
No, that's not true, because all of us who are here in the flat earth, I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Morvis's comment there, but all of us have gotten to a point where we realized, oh yeah, this globe is totally not here. And then you just kind of have to sit there and rethink how things really are. And at first, yeah, it's a little bit jarring, but it's not like devastating or anything. I mean, we're all continuing on, we're all just living our lives. It's actually, kind of the opposite, because you then get to realize, oh yeah, the earth just is the way it appears to be, flat and stationary. Like, I can just ignore all that nonsense. I mean, and many flat earthers do. Like, we're only here, like, dwelling on the threshold to try to bring more people to understand reality. But, a lot of people, they figure it out, and it's like, okay, well, I'll just continue to live my life here on the flat earth. And I don't, anytime I see any nonsense about the globe, I can just tune it out and ignore it. And all these like little space cartoons and entertainers, going up in rockets supposedly and all this stuff, they can just be like, oh, there's another clown show. I guess I'll focus on, figuring out a better way to improve the soil in my vegetable garden, or, teach my children an instrument, or whatever it is. Like, it allows you to cut out like a huge amount of nonsense, as well as realize, that a lot of sources of information are completely false. I mean, would you not agree that civilization was built on having some way to determine what objective reality is and to empirically test things? That's how the scientific method was developed, so that we're not just sitting around and, Joe thinks this and Sally thinks that and Fred thinks the other thing and they're all right. No. If they all have three different ideas, then we're going to test each idea. If it's, if we're trying to test a cause and effect relationship and find out what reality is. And then if, Fred and Sally don't understand that Joe was right, then they're the ones, with the mental problem. And those are the people who stay on the globe. Yeah. Because they won't accept reality when it's demonstrated to them in very simple step-by-step fashion. So I do not accept your premise that if you find out you were wrong about the globe, that you're going to have some kind of crisis.
I'm talking about even a more basic fundamental. I'm saying that if you were in your self-concept to believe that everything you ever thought or ever knew or ever believed was wrong, or you had such self-doubt that you were in a constant state of believing you're wrong, it would be a hellish scenario and you wouldn't want to live in.
Yeah, so you just move past that. Yeah, so you'd find out you were wrong about the globe. You'd find out you were wrong about the globe, and then you'd move on and leave it behind and realize you made a mistake. And maybe you'd feel like talking to other people about it too, so they could realize their mistake.
Yeah. I have tried for a very long time to teach people about money because I'm a money guy. And after a long time, and many hundreds of attempts, I realized that talking about money doesn't actually help teach someone about money. Giving them individual details, giving them numbers on a sheet of paper doesn't teach them about money. They never learn, they never train. You have to talk about non-monetary things to teach someone about money.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, because I don't even think that I'm claiming that, once you figure out the globe is a lie, then life's going to be a piece of cake, because there's plenty of people who realize that, but, then that doesn't fix everything. That's just an information. That's just a piece of information. And yeah, I used to think that it was, that I needed to warn people who were going down a certain path that to me was very obvious was bad news and was going to very clearly end badly for them. But people don't like it when you do that, so and then a wise person told me, a wise person from this Flat Earth community in Discord, that maybe those people, yeah, you can go. I'm going to keep finishing my sentence. That maybe those people needed to learn a lesson from going down that path. And, it wasn't really for me to decide. Because usually if you try to warn people, especially if they really want to do the thing, then you just become the enemy, you're the bad guy, right? For trying to warn them. So now I have a totally different philosophy and it's working out way better. It's yeah, go ahead and do that thing. If you want to do it so bad. Let me know how it works out. Yeah, that's what he said, Lance. Yeah. Earlier he said flat Earth doesn't matter. That's right. Now he's saying if you found out a fundamental belief you believed all your life was a lie, it would be devastating. Absolutely. Yeah, we kind of got to the meat of things there, didn't we? That's what he's afraid of. Yeah. That's why I was trying to tell him, it's not really that bad. You can continue on. I mean, I can very clearly remember the exact moment, because I was kind of looking into it and thinking gosh, there's something to that. But I remember just I was laying down in my bed, at night, it was dark. I'm whoa, the Earth really is flat. I was trying to imagine, what is that like? Because, you kind of have that as your context, that you live on this globe. Sometimes you imagine yourself being on it, especially like when you're a child and like people say you're on it. You're like, I used to like, I'd lay down. I'm like, do I feel anything moving? No. Seems like I would. I can remember thinking stuff like that. You kind of convince yourself, oh, is gravity holding me down? Really? But then, once you realize, nope, none of that's true. Like the way you originally experienced it, that's actually the way it is. Like, I don't know. I think it has the potential to give you a lot of peace. Hi, Torvalds. Welcome.
Yo,
What's happening?
nothing much. I was just wondering, why do we assume the Earth is flat? Like, why can't we assume that it could be oval or like square? Why does it have to be flat?
Yeah, when we say the Earth is flat, it's more of in contrast to being told you live on a globe, this sphere that we're told we're living on. So we don't consider flat to be a shape. It's more like what we observe, particularly over large bodies of water, because water at rest is flat and level. We're told the Earth is more than 70% water. So how can we be on a ball if water lies flat and level? That's the way we always observe it. You can go on out into the middle of the ocean and see flat everywhere. Everywhere in all directions that your eye can see. That's what we're talking about, flat. I mean, you could just talk about water. I mean, you could just,
Yeah,
over
so
70% of the Earth, you could just be on all that water. It doesn't have anything to do with the shape. It's not. We're not claiming a shape. We're just saying it's not a globe.
it's possible that it could be a square or a triangle.
No, nope, no evidence of that. No evidence of any angles. No evidence of any edges. No evidence of any shape like that whatsoever.
It's just a plane.
Yeah, you could think of it like that if you want.
So it's flat.
That's right.
Didn't you just say that you don't know it's flat?
No, I know it's flat.
Yeah, but like, why we assume it's flat? Why can't it be another shape?
It's flat because that's how we experience it. That's how we measure it. That's how it's used. That's how it's treated when push comes to shoves, when lives are on the line, military applications, long-range snipers, submarines,
Yeah, like my point is,
radar. That's how it's treated because that's
Yeah,
how it is.
like my point is, for example, if it's square or rectangle, say it's so wide, we perceive it as flat, right? In your case, but we haven't been to the edge, so therefore we wouldn't know if it's a rectangle. But it's possible it could be a rectangle.
Who cares? Isn't it way more interesting to you that this globe thing
No,
that's
but
been
my whole
pushed
point
on you is not true?
No, I understand that. I understand that, but why do we assume it's flat? It could be something else.
I really don't know what you're talking about. If anybody else understands what he's getting at, feel free to jump in.
We all assume that it's flat. Why are we assuming it's flat? It could be anything else, right? Like, how do we know it's 100% flat? Like, if we go to the edge, what if it's a fucking square and goes down or something?
There's no edge. There's never
Exactly,
been any
that's the
edge
whole point.
observed.
We've never been to the edge. Have we been?
Yeah, who cares? Who cares? It's not a globe.
Flat is not claiming a shape.
So this is exactly the argument you guys use. Is like questioning. That's what I'm trying to do. Is question as well, right? So I'm questioning the flat Earth.
Now you have a fundamental misunderstanding.
And I'm saying that it's possible to not be flat. There could be a different shape of the Earth.
You show me. How about you show me some curve in the water?
I didn't say curve.
Yeah, so you see, water is level, flat.
Yeah,
we are not claiming a shape. We are not claiming a shape.
The surface of a square is flat.
Yes, so the surface. We are saying the surface. We are not claiming a shape. We are saying we are living in the same plane of existence. How about plane?
We believe it's flat.
Believe it's flat when I can show you water is level. Is that the belief or is that the fact?
You know, yeah, it's flat.
It's not to
I
believe.
agree. Yeah, yes, I agree. I'm
Okay.
just saying that it
So
could be
flat-
possible that it's not just only flat. We perceive the surface to be flat, but it could be a different shape. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's when we say we don't claim a shape, you know.
But it's possible, is it not?
I don't know, you know. I just know that we are living the same plane of existence. You are breathing air, gas pressure, no air. It has some pressure. So to have gas pressure, it has to be contained. So there's a container. So that's it. You know, I don't know. I don't have to know everything. What is outside?
Yeah, but like you guys like to question things. I'm questioning. You know, it's just like I'm just trying to think outside the box here, right? We're all thinking outside the box, right? We're not trusting everything we see. I don't, you know what I mean?
But you know, we stay with facts and mainly because if you want to talk believing and do some, you know, what you think, asking people what you think about this or this, going to the realm of speculations, you can do that on Sunday because
but that's my whole point is because I'm assuming with this perspective we haven't been to the edge, right? So how do we know it's truly just a flat plane? It could be a shape.
Could you hear Horizontal Horizons earlier? Because he was trying to talk, and you were talking over him. I just thought he had a point. I just wanted to hear what it was. He's down below you there. Are you still there?
It regress.
This isn't a shape discussion. Flat's not a shape. You're fundamentally mistaken. Earth is Earth shapes. This has nothing to do with any of that. What you think it is, you should listen to what they have to say. It's this game you're playing, it's not going to work.
No, I'm just asking, like, because we're questioning things, right? We haven't been to the edge, right? We can all agree we haven't been to the edge of the Earth. We believe the
Wait a second. So you are on a lake. You are in the middle of the lake. You cannot see the shoreline, but you know there's a so.
I'm not disputing there's no curve. I'm saying it's flat.
You know, we have oceans, and there's some shoreline. But what's behind that? Beyond that shoreline, you know, how can we make? You know, people have been there, but you know, we are not receiving so much information. You see the problem. So I cannot make speculations what's going on beyond the shoreline. Even the name Ice Wall is not from us. It's from people that went there. You know, some people went there to do expeditions, and they call it Ice Wall. It's their you know, it's their name, not ours. So they found a shoreline. Yeah,
that's possible. It's totally possible. And
but what is beyond that shoreline? Yeah, we are not receiving information. So what's the point? You know, at least we know it's a fact that you know water seeks its own level. It's hydrostatics, and no curve, no ball. It's simple. It's not a ball. At least you can say we are living in the same plane of existence. Yes, there's some hills and valleys and mountains, but you know, mainly we are living in a plane of existence. People construct vertical and horizontal, and it's the way that works.
Yeah. You know, the answer I'm getting is that we just live on a plane. The Earth is shapeless.
Yes, the plane. No, we cannot claim a shape. You see the problem. You can.
Someone said
at least we can say we are living in the same plane of existence. What is beyond? You know, I don't know.
No, I was just wondering because like someone said it was shapeless, so I was just trying to clarify that.
I don't know what shape, you know.
No, someone said, I don't know who it was. It was before you. Someone said that I believe that the Earth is shaped. There's no shape. It's just a plane.
You know, if you are in a container, how can you talk what is outside without going there? So you see the problem. At least this place that we are living, we are living the same plane of existence, and that's it. You know, what is outside, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I'm just pondering. I'm just asking questions. It's like maybe what you know what I mean. What's beyond it? Maybe it's a square. Maybe it's not. Maybe right now we just know that it's a plane because that's where we are right now. We haven't been there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you know what's outside. You know, so even if you put like a container, how you say, like a dome shape or something like that, and you put on a city, you have a big problem. Okay, people have been outside that city, so people know what's outside. But if you born inside and you never went outside, no one went, so we have a big problem. It's a big unknown. So anyway,
Yeah, I agree.
because we, you can expect, people think, so we are inside this home and these containers, and what's outside? There's more. Could be more outside, and other containers. Who knows? But it's a speculation. So you have a big problem because you cannot do speculations. If you do that, like the other guy that went here a few minutes ago, claiming he knows what flat earthers say, or think. And how can he know that? You can just talk to 5 people. That's not all flat earthers.
Yeah, I have a separate question to that. Is do you believe in atoms, that things are made up by atoms?
You believe? Yeah, it's a belief because I never see one atom.
That's true.
But even what who did saw one atom? Even to watch that, it's so that's a big problem.
So
people, they are doing observations, microscopes and etc.
Yeah.
But there's a long, sometimes they do. I say they think it works one way, but past a few years or 1 century. Oh, guess what? Someone found it doesn't work that way, so it works in other way. So then they change it.
Yeah, because I'm asking about the atoms. Yeah, I'm asking about the atoms because you said we know the Earth is flat because that's how we perceive it and we can see it, right? Yet you believe in atoms, but you can't see them, but you know it's real.
So yeah, because I did watch. So it's when a teacher goes to school and learns about atoms and etc., they are taking that, so they are believing in something, So anyway, it's a hard. You are talking now at micro scale worlds.
Oh yeah, no, but atoms, right? Everything makes up atoms. We can't see them with our own eyes. We can't perceive it, right? But you can see and perceive the Earth being flat, so we know that's true. But
yeah,
yet we believe in atoms because we don't see them, though. That's my point.
It's because I never, I say it's observable. It's an observation. You go to the beach, you watch the horizon. It's horizontal. You can go higher. It's horizontal. It stays horizontal. Anyway, so if you go check, go on.
My whole point is we're trusting scientists that atoms are real, but we don't trust scientists that the space could be real and that we're a sphere. That's my point.
The problem is that, when you are watching these documentaries talking about space, you are, they are making assumptions. They are making assumptions. They never took a sample of something and to check out, and to follow the scientific method. So it's pseudoscience. They are doing some observation at the sky, and they are doing speculations. That's it. So I don't know what is the sun, but I see the sun. You go outside, you see the sun moving. You see the moon. But there's some globers. They came here and they know everything. Oh, the sun is this because what? Oh, because someone said. That's it. But you can verify by yourself. Go there outside and go do long observations and check if there's some curvature. So according to the radius, 39, 59 miles. It should be some curve there, but until this day, it's not there, so we have a big problem. Just left,
I
right.
think that guy's gone. Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking, I'm talking.
Oh, you were making perfect sense. No, he just, he doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah, good stuff, bro.
Thank you. This. It seems that these days they came with some preconcepts.
Ildeco's here. Hi, Ildeco. If you can say hi.
Hi there. Hello.
Dude, that was so funny. I saw you go on deafen for a second. So I was like, damn.
I know I
Jesse.
hit the wrong one. Yeah, I so infrequently speak that it's not automatic. So hello.
How's it going?
Good, good. What a beautiful day it has been here. It's remarkable that the weather here is about the most perfect weather in the whole world. It's unbelievably beautiful.
Nice. What's the
I'm always in
temperature?
awe. Right now at 80 something, 81, 82, something like that. And there's always a breeze. I came from Florida where it's even this month, May, it's ungodly hot and remains so until October.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like being in an oven. And here is very beautiful.
Yeah, I bet you get, because of being on an island that you get a lot of nice breezes. Yeah, I bet that's great.
All day. Yes,
Yeah.
all day.
Yeah, because it can get stifling here, even in Michigan. Like right now, it's just in the 70s, but it was so humid and there was no breeze. So, like, it did feel like kind of stuffy, but it's nice. I mean, just because we're like getting,
finally
warm
right?
again. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my parents used to live in Michigan. I lived there for about a year with them when I was young, and then I moved, of all places, to New York City. But
wow.
Yeah, talk about a hot city in the summers, New York.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that before. What region of Michigan were you in?
Detroit.
Yeah.
Farmington Hills.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have relatives that are in that like Detroit suburb type area. Yeah, so we go over there sometimes.
They had apple cider mills around there. Franklin.
Yes.
Something like that. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, it's nice because you can get unpasteurized cider. There's one mill here that does unpasteurized cider. If you go right to the mill, it's nice.
Oh, yeah, that's some of the nice. And, the country is not too far away. Even though you're in a very urban environment, you can leave and find cows and pastures quite easily. So it was nice, yes.
Yeah, that's because when I was little, we lived in the Upper Peninsula, which is, just like very wild. And then my parents moved. It was great. It was like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know how good I had it because, we lived like backed up to a state forest. So like my brother and I would just run through the paths of the forest and just do whatever all day long.
That's why you have such a good sense of common sense, You have a very acute sense of common sense. And that comes from being in nature, being around nature when you grow up. I think.
Yeah, I know. I agree. And I try to tell people who are like kind of off track, like either in my life or I've told a few people in Discord, but why don't you just get back out there in nature? You know what I mean? Because you just go out there and you hear the birds, Even when I had to live in a city in college, I remember it was the first time I lived in a city. I was like, oh my gosh, there's like this constant sound of cars and sirens. Like it's never quiet. So I finally found this park where I could go and like sit by the river and hear the river. So then it's like, oh, finally. That was the only way to actually get away from the noise was to like sit by running water. So yeah, even people who are in the city maybe could try that. Of course, if there's a river going through your city, that was Ann Arbor, which we had the Huron River that goes through Ann Arbor.
Oh, yeah.
Probably a lot of cities don't have rivers that go through them.
So you were raised in Michigan?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Michigan's very progressive. You know, there's a lot of open-minded people there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I lived in other places, but yeah, I kept coming back here. Yeah. I like it here. People are friendly and laid back for the most part, especially the west side of the state, like even more so than the east side of the state. And of course, the north is just like so laid back, you can barely even, you know, it's just like a different place altogether. The Upper Peninsula is just like a different land.
I've landed in a nest of hippies.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
everywhere. Yes, they're everywhere. Everyone is high.
Oh, my gosh.
Everyone. It's amazing that anything is functional here. So.
Oh, I know. I think that too. Yeah, in Michigan, it's like that. It's like that in Michigan when after they legalized it. It's like, yeah, I'm kind of like, gosh, I'm kind of scared to be out there driving now because yeah, you go to the store, it's like reeks, you know, just walking through the store. Yeah,
just billowing smoke coming out of it. You know,
it's pretty intense. Plus, yeah, like where I live, they're growing it everywhere. So yeah, just like driving down.
Here too.
The road. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, everywhere they're growing it, but you know, consequently, everyone is very mellow, very friendly. Yeah, so I don't do that, you know, but I don't make any judgments about that.
Yeah,
I find it's amusing.
Yeah, yeah.
But you provide, you know, when I listen to Discord now, I hear all these voices that sound as if I've known you forever. You're friendly and intelligent, and so you keep me company on a subject that I find endlessly fascinating. So thank you.
Nice. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I felt the same way. Like when I came back here, like hadn't really heard from or talked to these guys for a long time. I'm like, yeah, but it's just kind of like, yeah, coming back to the neighborhood. All the old neighbors are still here.
I even like it's QE.
Yeah.
He used to irritate me, but now I really like him a lot.
He doesn't irritate me nearly as much as he used to either. I mean, he can, but like now I'm not like worried about like if he irritates me, I'm not worried about speaking up about it. So and he's not, you know, funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he's deliberately funny. I think he is. He knows he's an entertainer as well as being a taskmaster. So, but I enjoy it. I enjoy everyone here, really. Sunny.
Yeah, we enjoy you.
Well, I mean, I'm sort of persona, you know, invisible.
Yeah, but you still have a comforting presence. We know you're there. We know you're there. It's a comforting presence, even if you're not always talking. Yeah.
And if for some reason, sometime, nobody is here, nobody who's a flat earther, then I might be able to, you know, at least say something valid and interesting.
You can say valid and interesting things. What do you mean? You don't have to wait for the room to be empty. I mean, you can talk to any of these globe believers. I don't know if we have any in here right now, but
oh no, you know, I think that debating is a very specific art, and you have to be very practiced at it to do well. Because some of the people that come in here are really quite wily, you know.
Yeah.
Sneaky.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's the problem. Like, yeah, because I like talking to the ordinary people that are just having like honest conversations. But like, when you get to the people who are like using their little sophistry tactics and all that kind of thing, like, that's kind of annoying.
Or insults and you know, just silly nonsense talk that they can't seem to get out of because they're trapped in their own, you know, self-delusion, I guess.
Yeah.
You can't get them out of it. So, but I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I've learned a great deal, even though I've been a flat earther since I can remember, because I told you I identified with the Hindu model of the cosmos, which the depicted a flat Earth. I never really had any scientific arguments for it. So this is a very edifying experience listening to everyone here. Though the conversation rarely comes up in normal day-to-day interactions with people.
Yeah, it really doesn't. Yeah, I noticed that when I was, gone from Discord for like over 2 years. Like I just kind of tried to see, does this ever come up? And very rarely, like only one time. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 times in those 2 years did it come up explicitly. Like I would occasionally hear people questioning, especially students, like questioning NASA, questioning the moon landings and stuff like that would come up. But like the words flat Earth don't come up as much as they used to. Yeah, in the just regular running around world. Yeah.
I started listening to this topic now. It's so many years ago when that tour of Europe, Flat Earth tour of Europe was taking place.
Yep. That was the summer of 2019. Yep.
Yeah, it was even before that because there was
maybe
a tour
it was a different
of
one.
England. It was England I think it was the England, Scotland. I'm not sure.
There's the Globe Lie tour. Are you talking about something else?
Yeah, maybe that. But their techniques were so, at the time, very basic, and you certainly have developed the concept out into a myriad of roads, paths. It's very interesting. So every time I come in, you're talking about a different aspect of the globe lie and how it can't work.
Yeah, I agree. The arguments just keep getting like more and more perfected.
Right?
Yeah, I know. I noticed that too.
India is really good at that too, and AI. Several people are just excellent at sort of expanding out even the range of information available, little by little, But it's never dull. It's strangely enough never dull. Anyway, I've taken up too much airspace.
Oh, no, that's good. It's good to hear from you. Yeah, no, I totally agree because that's one reason why I came back here and probably ever came and stayed in the first place, because there was like some serious intellectual conversation going on, because it is hard to find that in the regular world. So
people don't care about any real depth of inquisition, about anything. They're just satisfied with what they know. After I think they graduate from either high school or university, they just stop learning. They stop inquiring. And if they meet with new ideas, they're sort of like locked into what they already know. So I think it helps people to keep young if they just keep an open mind about what they think they know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Since you've been teaching for so long, you have a way of being calm and delivering the information in a sort of methodical way, methodical enough so that people can follow, which is why I like to listen to you.
Thanks. Yeah. I mean, hopefully, that it is of some use to people. I mean, because you and I have talked about how, these kind of forums are a lot of times safer than trying to go out there and deal with people in the regular world. I mean, I deal with them with my job, but I was actually tempted. I was thinking about going to this Flat Earth meetup thing that's happening in Michigan, but now I'm probably not going to go because I'm kind of like, that'd probably be a whole nother can of worms, and like dealing with I don't know. I try to I like really do isolate myself. Like even when I'm dealing with people in my job, I just try to like
Yes, I think we
protect
share
myself.
that.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
share that characteristic. Of course, living out here in the off grid in the middle of absolutely nowhere demonstrates how much I really do like to be alone. I just like my privacy.
Yeah,
I value privacy. And I thought if they Flat Earth meetup, or not meetup, but one of these conventions would come to Hawaii, would I go? I don't know. I'm not sure either whether I would go. Is it that important to, be in that? I certainly have learned more here probably than I would going to any convention.
Yeah, that's what I felt like. I'd go and they would just annoy me because they'd probably have bad arguments, and then I would annoy them, and it would just not go well.
Or maybe you'd make the best friend of your life. Who knows?
I mean, it could happen, but yeah, seems unlikely. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm also a Bitcoiner, so the same phenomenon is true in the Bitcoin world. That they have these conventions, and I don't know if I'd ever go, even because I learn far more from the YouTube channels, and I don't have to spend all this money just to meet other people who believe the same thing. Yeah. Anyway, I've been filming my yoga and presenting it online, so I'm trying to become completely independent of person-to-person financial necessity. Do everything online, and so I'm enjoying myself doing that. And you make it when I take my breaks, like now, I usually tune in to see what's going on. So thank you for being here. From the bottom of my heart.
Thank you for being here.
All right, sweetheart. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we have any glow believers in here.
Dandelion, do you know if they moved Ladies' Night to Wednesdays permanently now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, that's what we've been doing it. But then Salt Lake Stacy was there last night. Yeah, and she said she works on Wednesdays. So then, I mean, we're not like married to Wednesdays. We could always change it, but that's what it's scheduled. Yeah, for now. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wednesday nights. Yeah. Like I think Heretic has them in the politics server. He has them just scheduled out there every week for Wednesday as an event. Were you going to invite somebody?
Oh no, I was just curious because I remember I don't know if it was last week or the week before. I tuned in on a Friday and everybody else was talking, so I was like, oh, I guess they moved it.
Oh, I see. You thought it was going to happen Friday. Yeah, because in 24/7 it always was Friday. Yep. It always started at 5 o'clock. That's when Bambi was a lot more involved because, now we were starting at 9 o'clock, which, I don't know. I mean, we can always revisit the idea for changing the time or day because, like Karma was there last night, but she's in Iceland. It was like extremely late for her. So she was just there briefly and then she went to bed.
I need to re-listen to that then because I wasn't here yesterday arguing with some guy, so.
What time does it start?
9 o'clock my time, which I don't know. Now it's 10:21 my time. What time is it your time right now?
My time right now is 4:22.
Okay, so you're 6 hours behind me, so it must be 3 o'clock your time that starts on Wednesdays.
Okay. So I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
My
pretty
time
early.
It's 3 a.m., so Your time is 4 a.m.
It's 4:22 right now
And me, it's
in Hawaii.
Oh, Hawaii. In
PM,
me,
yeah.
it's 3:22 a.m.
We're almost 12 hours apart. When you think about the flat Earth, how far that is, that's a long way away.
Oh, it just started raining here. I can hear it. Nemo Hydro just arrived. Hello, Nemo.
Yo.
Have you ever heard about the flat Earth before?
Yeah.
What'd you hear?
I don't know. Some people think it's round, some think it's flat.
What do you think?
I'm not certain. I don't think. I try not to.
Well, maybe
I
you
listen.
should try.
I
Oh,
listen.
okay.
Nah, I ain't gonna do no thing. I'll let y'all do that. I'm just gonna listen.
Okay, it's fine. If you come up with a question, feel free to speak up.
No, I'm just playing a video game. I wanted to hear. I got some buddies at work that like to say the Earth is flat, and I just wanted to hear some people in here say that, and then hear the criticisms because I want to criticize him.
Are you a
Oh,
motorcycle or a biker? Motor? Yes, I see your profile picture. Are you a
Sorry,
mod?
I'm in a video game. Yeah, R1. That was at a racetrack. I was crotch rocket.
But you are did you race in the
I used to. I got a cruiser motorcycle now.
bus? I have a 600 cc. Anyway, sometimes I go to these motorcycle festivals. So yeah, when I ride my bike, when I do the corners, I don't feel Earth moving, so it works very fine.
Does it feel like you're driving down in the hills?
Yeah, and when I go in, let's say there's a long road and there's a hill in the middle. I never saw what is behind that little hill, in the middle of that straight road. So the refraction of the globe is not helping me there.
So you don't drive vertically up curves on your motorcycle?
Yeah, when I ride the straight road, I stay vertical and horizontal. Let's say vertical.
No, but you don't drive like down any hills or up any hills, like up like a cliff hill or a hill curve on your motorcycle, like right up any curves.
I drive.
Good to know.
But I never, let's say, if there was moving, I couldn't even do a single curve.
Could you ride upside down on your motorcycle on like a hill or something? Like, I don't know, like.
Yeah, I can go, up and down on a hill, curving, even going up on a mountain and curving. The guy left, so he was playing a game.
He just wanted to listen to people be ridiculed or something, he said.
There was a guy here. I see he's in the politics side shit. ZXV.
I don't know. I see SEG.
He just left. I saw in the side chat of politics, but you have to scroll up. It was, let's say.
Where did you see SEG?
I see it right here from coming from you. Yeah. Do you have any questions about the flat Earth SEG?
Is it hard to climb up and down the edge of the Earth?
We don't claim any kind of an edge. Sometimes there's a misconception about what flat Earth is. The main thing we do here is to geometrically demonstrate that we definitely don't live on a globe, that we see too far to be on a globe, and that there's no evidence of curvature or rotation on this Earth where we live. So yeah, you'll see some memes of like a disc flying through space and, all kind of jokes about it, but that's not what we're talking about. We don't even acknowledge that this fantasy realm of outer space exists in reality in the way that we're told. So we definitely don't think we're floating in it. So therefore, we've never seen an edge, so we don't claim an edge.
Yeah, the edge is claimed by the ball.
I thought you too claimed the edge.
No, we claim horizontal, and you go up above the horizontal is up. You go down, that's down. You go along the horizontal, that's not up and down. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's reality.
Do you think, yeah, that is reality. Do you, SEG, do you prefer to be called SEG or SEG?
Either one.
Okay. Do you, think that you live on a globe?
I seen somebody once do the math on a map for the globe, and then he did a flat Earth map, and he did the same math, and it worked out exactly the same. So I don't know.
You got a globe map?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what demonstration you're talking about, but yeah, I mean, basically,
like if you're going to plot a chart, you got to put the arch in there because that's the shortest way.
On a globe map?
Yeah, on a globe, right? If you're doing it for
I've never seen a globe map. Where's your globe map?
Well, I just don't talk to stupid people. I'm just going to mute myself.
No, don't worry about it, Seg. I hear what you're saying. What we are showing here is that the math of the globe predicts that objects such as lighthouses, islands, the city of Chicago, the White Cliffs of Dover, various other long distance observations that people have done, those objects should not be seen from the distance that they can be seen. For example, I've seen the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan at a distance of over 50 miles when most of the skyline should be obscured except for the very tops of some of the buildings and the antenna on the Sears, aka Willis Tower. So that should be hidden around the curve of this alleged Earth, but it's not. So, I mean, it is, that is why I'm saying it's the geometry predicts this curvature, and yet we don't find it in reality. Were you going to add something, Miss Doves?
Oh shit, did I unmute? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, I just thought you were going to join in. Good to
No,
see
I was in the car. I was listening to you guys. I was coming home from work. I was just listening, and I didn't realize I unmuted. Sorry if I made a noise. Hi.
Oh, it wasn't anything. It was just kind of like a muffled little sound. We didn't
Sorry
really
about
hear
that.
anything. Oh, that's
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, thanks for saying hello.
It's okay. Just don't let it happen again.
Okay.
That's
Got it.
Flatman Can. That's Flatman Can. He's making a joke, which is not always obvious.
Oh, I
Yeah,
know.
that's
I know.
sarcasm.
Okay.
That was sarcasm.
You
Yeah, I
know
know these
him?
guys.
Okay.
I know these
Okay,
guys.
good.
Yeah.
I just didn't want you to think that he was being serious because some people might think that he was serious. I don't know.
I thought the other guy was telling a funny joke when he said globe map. And then he said he's not going to join a conversation and talk to someone that's not serious. And then he said he's going to mute his. What?
No, there was no problem with any of that. You could go back and listen to it at on the live stream. I mean, you know, different people respond better to different approaches, and he was trying to explain what he'd seen before, and you were kind of putting him on the defensive, and he didn't like that. So, I mean, all that tracked for me. We've got Jackie in here. Hi, Jackie.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Have you been in this Flat Earth channel before? Like, have you heard anything about Flat Earth before?
I've heard about it, but I don't know.
What'd you hear about it before?
Some people believe the Earth is flat and everything else is like a conspiracy theory to I don't know what, and I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
That's all I know about it.
Yeah, I mean, when I first heard about it, I didn't realize that there was actual evidence behind the challenging of the globe model because I assumed that the globe had been proven and demonstrated, but then when we look for any evidence of the Earth being curved or moving, like is claimed, we don't find that, and we should be able to test that. We should be able to observe that. You know, we should see things disappear from our view. They say that they do. You know, some people will claim they go behind, you know, the curve. Like they claim sailboats will disappear over the horizon, but that's not actually true. The ocean is totally flat. Water lies flat in its container. Boats disappear from your view because of perspective or weather conditions and so on, but it's not because of any curvature, because there is no curvature. I mean, don't you experience it as flat and stationary, Jackie?
Come again?
How do you experience the Earth?
I just live. I don't know. I don't really think very much about it, honestly. I just like coming here to listen to people discuss about things. I don't know how to participate very much, honestly.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's cool. A lot of people just like to listen, but I'm glad you at least said hello to us. Good to hear your voice.
Thank you.
What's a curved inch and a curved foot look like? I'm confused. The world may never know.
Yeah, SCG, if you've got any other questions, feel free to speak up. People are causing you trouble, we can take care of them.
SCG, you are welcome, so you can ask anything. Well, come on, SCG, ask a question. Let's say I will let you talk just to Dan Leon.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk. Like I said, just a demonstration. If anybody, wants to mark this point in the live stream, how we're not going to be any better than the Fantasy Globe believers if we come to these flat earth forums because we think we can use them to make fun of and belittle other people who just bring in, wasn't even claiming it was his evidence, was just bringing in, he said somebody told him this and showed him that. And and then the conversation was shut down like it is again and again by small-minded people, who are no better than a globe believer coming in here and thinking they can dunk on flat earthers because they think they know better. It's like, yeah, so we're going to just do the same back to them. I mean, it's not very effective, not a good way to educate people. And they shut down. I mean, I don't blame him. I'd do the same.
Maybe you shouldn't come into a room and say you got some evidence that you heard of, and then you
Oh,
don't have
shut
the
it.
evidence
Shut it,
when you're asked
Denmark.
for the
Just shut
evidence.
it. I'm
Yeah,
going to
shut your
go.
fucking
Any
mouth,
of you
weird
guys,
bitch.
I know what you're talking about Denmark now. So any of you want support
Yeah, I know what
about
you're
it,
talking
I
about,
know
you
what you're
fucking low
talking about.
IQ
Yeah.
third grader.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, little girl.
You shut down our
Shut the fuck up,
conversation because
weirdo.
you think you know what
Fucking
you're talking
weirdo.
about
You
and you
don't know what
don't.
you're talking about. Stop making shit up, weirdo. Fucking crybaby.
It worked. Yep. I did that on purpose to try to get him to do what he just did. He doesn't have control over himself. He's an emotional baby having his little tantrum on this guy that was horrifically sincere coming in here. You guys all witnessed it. So he's muted now, Seg. If you wanted to have a conversation, we could have one. Do you have any questions about the flat earth?
Go on, Sig.
It's cool. He doesn't have to talk. I mean, I like I said, I totally support him. He was speaking on good faith. So maybe he'll come back another day. So I'm going to take off, because I don't come here to get insulted either by crybaby whiners. So, you'll have dead air now. So enjoy.
Damn, what happened? I just barely got out the shower. I had this Discord on my Bluetooth. I just hear a bunch of yelling. Everybody's gone now. I'm going to go watch the live, see what happened. Dang, missed everything.
Right. Stream.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Sounds like somebody killed it in here. Left it to die.
Yeah. I just barely finished watching what happened right now. It's a little arguing.
I think what it was said was that somebody came in with apparently good attitude and good question, and then got railroaded. Maybe.
Yeah. It seemed genuine.
It's okay to meet somebody with certain energies when they're outputting it, but if they're like completely benign and you're trying to create the energy, that's kind of a faux pas. I want to take the opportunity to have long form discussions where the most amount of flat earth exposition occurs, not just, but just like speaking upwards, but actually engaging with someone, because that's more entertaining, for the audience.
Yeah, I don't agree with berating them, even if they're being genuine.
I guess what I'm going to have to do is I'm just going to have to do a test ban for a period of a week, maybe 2 weeks, where all the recurring dudes that are generally accused of that type of behavior, we just eat them and see what happens for a couple of weeks. See how we get along without them, and then reassess whether their presence here is worth the overall thing. Well, that's not to say they can't be part of the community. We got a live stream. We got content we got to put out. When we got a good person that's willing to engage, and we squander it for no reason. Kind of a squeaky wheel that needs some oil, and it's time to put the oil on it. I got a list of about 15 people, and so by the end of tomorrow, they're all going to be banned.
Oh shit! Are they all flat earthers?
Yeah.
Oh damn!
Tired of putting up with their nonsense. So we're gonna do a test to see how everything goes without them around, and then at the end we'll assess whether they need to come back or not. I got a list of conversations that have been shut down by certain people, interjecting or getting really aggressive for no reason, et cetera, et cetera. About 15 people that do it recurringly. And to be honest, sometimes, don't get me wrong, sometimes they have good content, but like overall, it's kind of like a balance of a net negative almost.
I'm down to see what happens. Get that banhammer full, man.
Well, I'm curious what the falsification criteria for the flat Earth is. I've asked this a couple times, but it doesn't seem like I ever get an answer. You guys seem like smart fellas, though.
Bro. What's up, Lee?
I don't know if you're cutting out just for me. Like, this isn't even me trolling. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, what you're saying is your name's Ham every time, and you don't know what people are saying, and it's a big waste of everyone's
No, I mean, you could check the stream. Like, genuinely, you are cutting out. Like, I know I do this a lot, but like, I'm being super genuine right now. If somebody else is here, they can confirm. You were definitely cutting out. If you just want to repeat it.
Okay. Oh, I just said, what's up?
Oh,
nice. So what was your question?
Oh, my bad. The question was, what was the falsification criteria for the flat Earth?
Maybe demonstrable surface curvature of a nature in which would
what would constitute demonstrable under your view?
I don't know, like, measure drop over distance in a large body of water.
How would I do that?
Maybe use a laser transit.
Yeah, but you agree refraction exists, and you have to agree with that because there are sometimes where the laser changes where it is, right? And presumably you don't agree that like the flat Earth is like inflating like a balloon. So you have to agree that refraction exists.
Yeah. So let's say. So what do you mean by refraction?
As in, there's a laser, and then when it's going forward, it's going to bend a little bit.
Okay, so you're saying light has a variable path that can be affected by different conditions sometimes.
And to be clear, you have to agree with this. And I know you know this because you've seen instances in which the only explanation for a laser not being where you expect it to be is refraction. So, and I'm not even saying all instances in which a laser disagrees with the globe is refraction. I'm just saying you have to agree that it is something you have to take into account, right?
Well, I mean, I will agree that the path of light can be variable based on present conditions, right? But that doesn't mean that I'm agreeing carte blanche with the idea, like you said, that this penumbra term refraction just solves all the problems. Because frankly, there's tolerances, right? And so if you get measurements that are orders of magnitude beyond the tolerances, then it's kind of irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah. So I wasn't making the accusation. Again, I'm not like making a positive argument for the globe, right? What I'm trying to figure out is what demonstrable would mean. It sounds like to me the criteria you're laying out has already been dealt with, and it's not demonstrable, right?
Yeah, and by the same token, you don't have demonstrable curvature. So
no.
Why don't you prove the globe in the first instance?
No, when I say undemonstrable, I mean like unfalsifiable. Like literally, there's nothing I could do to convince you otherwise, right?
No, that's not the case.
Well, the answer you just gave wouldn't convince you, and the reason I just gave it. So no.
No, dude. What I actually say? I didn't just do general terms. I said you would have to describe the tolerances, and the measurements would have to be orders of magnitude beyond the tolerances. So there's no margin for equivocation.
Yeah. So, like for example, you'd agree that an equation like 8 inches per mile square would just be like inadequate in this view, right?
Why?
It's a parabolic equation that's only applicable, I think, upwards of 200 kilometers.
Okay, that's more than enough distance.
No, because you're going to have like local distortion, so it wouldn't be.
Yeah, what is the quantity of the local distortion? Quantify it.
I have no clue.
Yeah, so then you don't know what you're talking about, do you?
Well, no, it's just going to be varied day by day, so there's no.
Right, so the quantity that you don't know is just going to magically vary enough to be like a catch-all for your globe to fit in the wiggle room.
To be clear, again, like you keep on just making like this is like a basic conceptual mistake you're making in the conversation, which is I'm not even arguing for the globe, right? I'm just trying to figure out what would even be a falsification criteria in the first place. So when I say, for example, like you have to agree refraction exists, I'm not saying every instance in which your observation is contrary to the globe, that means that it's refraction. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there are things that you have to consider that you are not saying. That's all I'm saying. So
when I said you have to take into account the variable path of light, right?
Yeah,
I wasn't caring about it.
Well, specifically after I said it. So no, you weren't. But now that we got that out of the way, we now also understand that 8 inches per mile square is not sufficient. So now I'm trying to figure out what
8 inches per mile square, dude, is accurate to within 1% out to 1,000 miles. Dude.
No. So firstly, again, that's not taking into account the previous things. And secondly, it's not taking into account.
Per mile square, dude, is raw geometric drop, dude. It has nothing to do with
Secondly, it's not taking into account observer height. But either which way, I don't even like. It's fine. Right? What I'm trying to figure out is what the falsification criteria is. And what you're saying is not true. What you're saying is things that are somewhat adjacent to the falsification criteria, but I know for a fact it won't convince you. So I'm trying to figure it out. What is the falsification criteria? Just let me know.
Yeah, you're already given the answer. Demonstrable surface curvature, dude.
Yeah, but demonstrable has a ton of things baked into it such that it's not useful, right? So, for example, the way you would
demonstrable isn't useful. So yeah, I would agree. You have a worldview where demonstrable isn't useful. I agree with you. That's your worldview.
Okay, so really quickly, just like, again, you're just making like a conceptual error. If I come in this room, right, and I'm like, prove to me that unicorns don't exist, and you're like, okay, well, how would I even begin to do that? You say, well, just demonstrate that unicorns don't exist. Just demonstrate it. That's not useful. There's no
not analogous, dude. Not analogous at all. You could take a laser transit. You can take into account all the variables. You can get an effective measurement, dude. This isn't La La Land.
Okay, so just to be clear, if I can provide you a laser experiment of sorts, that is going to be within the range of error, whatever that may be, right? Because you agree that like there's going to be.
You don't even know what the error is, dude.
Well, so again, I'm not saying whether I know the particular numbers. I'm just trying to get a clarify. Like, I don't understand why this is difficult. I'm just trying to clarify what your falsification criteria is. Okay, so given that you would accept a laser experiment within a range of error, you would then
not an experiment or measurement, dude. Measurements aren't experiments.
Well, I didn't. Well, you're the one who brought up lasers, so I want to know again, what is the falsification?
Tell me when I said laser experiment, dude. Never came out of my mouth. Homie.
Okay, I'm gonna go to 24/7 live. Do you want to bet $5 on this that you mentioned lasers and I didn't?
Yeah, dude, I'll agree with you. I mentioned lasers. I didn't say lasers are experiments, you Holmes.
Okay, so just to be clear, if I would have a laser that measured, and how would I measure with a laser again? Sorry. How would
you set up a laser transit? It's pretty standard measurement, dude.
Okay, so if I set up a laser transit that took into account all of the variables and then was within a range of error, you would agree that the globe was true if it showed that the globe was true, right?
Dude, nobody said that. Your question was falsifying that the Earth is flat, dude.
That jumbled
hold on.
bunch
But no,
of
you don't agree.
That was some
You don't agree
shit you just said.
with a
That was
particular
some
model,
stupid shit
right?
you just
Like it's
said,
not like I
dude.
can, for example,
Shut up.
bring up the UN.
He's kind of autistic.
He said that made no fucking sense. Your last statement. If I had a laser transit,
Is quantum eraser
I
talking
had
or
all
something? I
my
don't-
variables.
What did you say, Overlord?
Together.
I have
If
quantum-
it showed that the Earth was a globe, then the Earth is a globe. That's fucking stupid, dude.
Overlord, you seem like you're able to answer
You're
questions.
a fucking moron.
You agree quantum?
You're a fucking moron.
Listen, I know.
I
know
agree
quantum's
you're a
your question.
moron.
This guy's like a legit.
Yeah, I agree you're a
He's
moron.
a legitimate
Shut the fuck
retard.
up. Don't fucking overtalk me, you fucking clown.
You know who that guy is, right? He's Ham. Same dude.
I don't know him, but that was some dumb shit.
He does it every time, dude. And if you like get too uppity, he'll like pretend like he can't hear you. It's like, oh, my mic's cutting out. Let me go get a new one. Oh, I'm back now. Can you repeat what you said? Oh, I'm having trouble.
Yeah, fuck off. You do know that this is recorded. That was dumb. It was just stupid.
Dude, I wish I had more money to bet on that one because that would have been an easy win.
No, I told you. I said laser, not experiment. Okay. So you agree that you said laser? Oh, shut the fuck up. Go back to preschool.
Gotcha, bitch.
Well, let me check. Is it ladies' night? Oh, I'm not fucking muted.
Dude, Demak just got an earful from a lady. Oh, yeah.
He probably deserved it. I don't deserve earfuls.
Denmark usually does. Don't get me.
Dude, funny. That fucking message you posted me, I was fucking rolling. That was fucking hilarious, dude.
It's diplomacy. You know, like sometimes people gotta, lay back so that other people who would otherwise be afraid to operate, kind of like, Adam and Brian, so I don't come around as often.
It wasn't kind of like that. It was like, it was contrived. Who the fuck thought of all that shit?
Dude, I always send out primers like that. That's my modus operandi.
It was articulated well, but you didn't come up with that by yourself.
I did. What are you talking about?
No. The statement you came up with by yourself, but the generalizations and the specific thoughts were done by a group. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, influence maybe.
All right. I thought it was fucking truly hilarious. I busted out laughing.
And I was building some stairs, listening to some good combo. And then Denmark had to get uppity. Then he had to get smacked by Dandelion. And Dandelion was like, basically like, well, sick of you. Didn't come here to be insulted by your dumb ass, so I'm out. Peace. Then it was dead air for a while. And then, much to my chagrin, I had to listen to him. And all I want to do is listen to some flat earth while I build these stairs.
Yeah, it was good. I liked it. I didn't know anything about the DMOC thing. That was in here earlier?
Yeah. So there was a guy here, Seg, S-E-G, and Dandelion was talking to that guy, but that guy was talking. I saw a guy, doing from a global map and etc. And the mock did ask, "Do you have a globe map?" And that Seg just said, "Oh, I'm gonna just mute myself." So he never said anything more. But then Dandelion was speaking and about the mock, and the mock did start to insult Dandelion, and she did mute him, and that's it. The story.
Did somebody?
I heard him. I put him on mute. I heard him talking shit, and I'm like, nah, fuck that. He's talking to her all wrong, and put an end to it. Simple as that.
Just got a message that Roto Ox has passed away. Anyone hear that?
Yes, in his server, the Airwife did speak about it. AxisRadio.com, it's the other server, e-server from Roto Ox.
Didn't I just see him in here the other day?
Yeah, he was chilling recently, yeah.
I couldn't hear you. Your mic's a fucking train wreck.
Yeah, I didn't. So she did said in that server, the Roto Ox server, AxisRadio.com. Hello, I am Debbie, Rotox ex-wife. Although divorced, we ended up being the best of friends. Roto was legally blind and had a heart aneurysm, and I checked on him daily. I found him Sunday morning, passed. The coroner said he never knew anything and they did not suffer. I don't know anything about Discord or his connections or here, but I do know he was pumped up to be involved with you all. He was a beautiful soul, and I thank you for the warm thoughts for him. So that's the phrase from his ex-wife, Debbie.
Right. Thanks.
So she did post on 13th of this 30 May this month. So it was 3 days ago.
Yeah. Oh, so he wasn't in here. Well,
Yeah.
I wasn't in here. Yes, the last time I was in here, not here, but the last time I remember seeing his name when I scrolled down. It might have been a few days ago. Well, it must have been.
Yeah, maybe a few days. Well, we'll never forget him, so he will stay alive in our memories.
Yep.
Tell you what, though, he definitely had a voice for radio, man.
Mm.
In a vanilla Barry White kind of way.
There was a lady, let's say, 20 minutes ago, and she was saying that she loves listening to Quentin Hedler. Ideko. She's a flat earther. She was talking to Dan Leo. Rishaberi is politics talking. Can I post the side chat? The other message I was reading about Debbie talking about the Rotox. See, he did invite me to that server, so I have access. I think it's okay now. No problem. Let's see.
Yeah, don't post it in here. Certain messages that I don't want broadcast on the live stream.
Should I post or not?
No, not in a channel that's going to be live streamed. No.
Okay.
I'll tell you the reason off air.
So sorry, you guys know the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Yeah.
You know, they turtles, but they also ninja.
But I think the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, bro, the flat earther.
Yeah, they're the best. You know, I just watching some of my little puppies get their good little buddy.
Oh, God.
You just left. Sure. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna back to politics. See you guys.
Yeah, it looks like folks are migrating over there.
Cool of the evening, be around, bugs and toads making noises in the background, serenading me. Got my snacks, got my lights, tools, got my sweet flatters content playing in the background. Oh, wait a minute. Get out of that. What's new that I'm supposed to be catching up on?
But you got that new Alien movie coming out. That's new.
Yes, it does. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, post that in the post it in the chat.
I'm gonna do it too.
Patches.
I'm gonna do it too. Right now. Hold on.
Because if you even in that globetard kind of vision, that's not the case because you're not in the center of the globe. Hello, Patches. It does not make sense.
I linked a picture from Google. I'm asking for where he got his information.
The same
Okay,
exact location, and I'm screenshotting it right now.
Where are you guys putting this?
Hold on. In the side chat. He put it, and I just did it too.
Just literally draw a circle, then draw yourself on it, being 6 feet tall. Draw a tangent from your eye line to the ground, and then see how much of the stars you're not going to see. You're not going to see no 50%, dude. Laughable.
AI is garbage.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It doesn't even make sense.
Total garbage. And if you keep talking to it, it'll keep making shit up.
Circle. Draw a dude on top of the circle. Draw little arrows, to scale, intersecting the tangent line intersection point. You're going to notice that you don't have available 50% of the sky.
Patches, did I type in the wrong question? Was it not clear enough to get a completely different answer than you? I could have been wrong.
I'm re-screenshotting it for this guy.
You already put it in the chat. I see it.
Yeah, he didn't like that I didn't include the question.
Oh, I see. I got it.
But I'm reading the link of where it's getting
It's from a Physics Stack Exchange thread. Bolivian, your answer is talking about the amount of atmospheric air you are seeing from any given point, not distant objects. That's where your number came from. So.
So he's posting from AI. I'm going to post from AI too.
It says roughly half, and then later down that paragraph, it just says you're only ever observing a fraction of the entire celestial sphere.
You see, he did post from AI, and I did post it, and it showed me the same number that I did post from the Physics Stack Exchange.com.
Yeah, we're not getting a clear answer, are we?
So 0.185% is not half percent, so say bye-bye.
Again, the 0.185 is talking about air, not about everything you can see in the sky.
Yeah, okay, so now would you agree that if it was a globe that you wouldn't see half of the sky?
From a given point, you would be able to see, assuming clarity, blah blah blah, about half of the stars.
It's cat, bro.
Okay, so can you just do this exercise for me, right? Draw a circle, put the guy on top of the circle, and draw a straight line out from that guy's feet, horizontal line, and then tell me if that's 50% of what you would see.
Yeah, I don't buy that shit at all.
You know, what I did post is from, let's say, supposedly Paradigma Globe, And he's not even listening this, you know. It's talking about
Yeah,
air.
see, Patches just did it, right? So you say you're B, right? You're only seeing above you. So then you've got the rest of the ball all the way around. So it's nowhere near 50% of the sky anyway on a globe
So
chart.
if all of the sky was within one radius of the surface, then you would be correct.
Yes, but you're B, right? So when you're B and you look across, you're not looking down the sphere, are you?
Again, if all of the stars were within one radius of the surface, it would be significantly less than half from any given point. But they're not. They're quite a bit more distant than that.
You're not seeing around the hump of the Earth, dude.
I know, that's weird.
It's amazing how it is contradiction the information according to the globe. You know.
Yeah, you guys can't agree. You guys can't agree on anything.
You know, the information according to the globe.
In that example, you would be C. You wouldn't be B. You would be C.
Yeah,
You'd be C, would you? You'd be C. How tall are you?
So it says that 0.185%, and you guys are denying it.
So do you see how you would see to the theoretical horizon and then everything above you to the other side?
Okay, so you're 2,000 kilometers tall, are you?
Well, it doesn't matter. That's just showing where, you wouldn't see below the horizon.
I know you would.
It's not
you would be B. You would be B, and the horizontal line that you've drawn from B would be your horizon line. Agreed? Just put B on top of the ball. I'd spin that ball around fucking to, a couple of hours, right?
Yeah, well, then the
put B on top of the ball.
Right spot.
So you're saying if you're B, you're going to look down the ball, are you? And you're going to see things below the ground.
So imagine if the height of H was actually just 1, C was just basically touching, the
But
surface.
it doesn't work. You can't do that because your horizon line from your point on the top of Earth would be horizontal because of the size of it. So this out of scale drawing that you've got C would make your height, if R was 3,959 miles, would make your height 2,000 miles tall.
Right. This isn't to scale, right? You understand that?
No shit. That's why you wouldn't see down.
So until the values are there, it doesn't matter if it's to scale. So if you make H 6 feet and C is much lower, it'll change the degree at which you look towards that horizon. But you still hit that theoretical horizon and then see everything above that to the other side.
That's not 50%.
It was nowhere near 50%.
Not even close.
It would be 50%.
That's not even close.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
Closer to like 30% from that drawing.
Because that drawing is not to scale.
You're not that high off the ground.
No shit, Sherlock.
High off the ground doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Oh my god.
All right, never mind. Don't worry. If you guys have a better idea, if
what
you guys
would you
can find the
that line from C to down? That line. But you're not that high off the ground.
Well, do you guys have from that 0.185%? Can you guys find a source for that?
You need to fix that line. Did you draw this?
Already talked about the source of that. They did not care.
Did you watch the side chat? I did post.
Who the fuck is Yappuccino through the mic right
posted
now?
the source of that?
Yes.
It's from a physics stack exchange thread.
Yeah, it's false.
I did post a citation.
I
Even the
saw
link.
a screenshot. Right? Can you post the source that's referencing?
I just posted. You scroll up and go find it, okay? Because I did talk about it.
I don't see any.
Yeah, go to the side chat and look for yourself, okay?
Like how long
Don't
ago?
waste my time. I did post it, and I did talk here, okay, about that. You are not listening.
Okay, I see it here.
Okay, you see it now. No, you are not blind. So, how about I post this hallway? Hallway. And as you going up, you see the object that is far away, but from the bottom you don't see it. How about that? You think you can see from the ground? You think you can see half what's going on there?
That's fucking cap, bro.
What are you talking about this video? What are you trying to say? Sorry.
You don't see half.
I did post a hallway. And there's an object far away, but you cannot see it. But you raise up and you see it, and that floor is flat. So what's going on? Is there any curve here? Oh, but you don't see it. What's going on?
You're asking me what's happening
You
in
don't
this?
account perspective. Okay, you don't account perspective, and that's it. You think you think you can see farther away, but you don't know even human eyes has limitations. I can post a video. The guy is zooming in, and you see a city. Okay, and you see buildings, and they are vertical.
Yeah, dude,
and
we're
behind
going- we're in a
those
nice sky.
buildings,
What are you
wait a
going
second.
all
Wait a
over the
second.
place, man?
Behind those buildings, there's more sky. So you cannot see the entire sky.
What
Okay,
you're talking about.
human eyes has limitations.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
That's
the
for sure.
thing is, you can't see past the horizon, and on that line right there, let's say that would be the tangent. That's how far you can see.
What
No way
tangent?
it's
I did post.
Nobody's talking to you, bro. Shut up.
Hey,
I'm
I
talking
was
about the
talking
picture. I'm
first,
talking about
okay?
the
Shut
picture
up.
I posted.
I was talking
Dude,
first.
I'm about to
okay?
mute you, man.
Friendly fire,
Let's
friendly
talk.
fire.
You see that diagram I posted in there?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's how much you'll be able to see. Not 50% of the sky. There's no freaking way.
Thank you. It's exactly what I was saying.
I get what you're saying. So you're saying it's about 30%?
Well, who knows? How do you quantify it?
Well, we know it's not 50. Let's just put it that way.
I mean, shouldn't we be able to theoretically test this? Can't like someone just go out in America, somewhere in
I don't
Australia?
know. Where's the boundaries?
Like, does anyone ever make star
what's-
charts?
Yeah, well, the problem is, if the Earth was a globe, I mean, you would not be able to see past that. So, have you seen the stars further than what you can see supposedly in the sky compared to a globe? I mean, this is definitely not a globe, man.
I mean, it doesn't matter what the distance is to the stars, right? We're just seeing where they are, like how you can see them from Earth, which should give us an idea of the structure of like our planet, right?
Yeah, and you said it was 50%. And from any point on Earth, it's not 50%.
Right, and you guys
when
told
you
me
say
0.185%.
when you guys say, why do you see different stars from different places? Like everyone sees different stars from different places. Do you think that on a flat surface, because no one knows the height to the stars, you can't tell me you know the distance to the stars. So if they're just up there and you move around, you're going to see different things on the ceiling, right? Because we're not traveling small distances.
Well, he said out loud what his hang-up is. He said that the sky would be an indication of the surface, and it's not.
You don't think there's any correlation between what you can see up at the sky?
Just use layman terms and try to explain it.
Explain what?
The correlation between things in the sky and the surface that you're standing on. Where's the correlation in your terms?
Yeah.
Latitude and longitude, yeah.
So, well, I guess I'll ask Britt what his original point was with the North Star being in Australia. or lack thereof. Because you guys disputed his 50%, which is where this all came from, but you didn't ask him further about why he asked that question.
Well, we know why he asked it, because he thinks he can see 50% of the stars. So you go, what? Well, you can't see the North Star from Australia because it's on the other side of the curve.
We're trying to help you understand that the Earth is very big, and you're not seeing like 100% of the sky, not even 50%. It's probably way smaller than that. But when you say, "Well, how come you don't see the North Star?" You're not really cooking at all, bro.
Why can't we calculate that?
What the
Calculate
fuck?
what?
You don't know what 100% of the Earth is.
What are you calculating?
How much of the sky we can see?
It ain't 50%, bro. Even off of your own lore, you've been roasted on that one.
Have you calculated how much of the sky you can see from the
How
globe?
much of the night sky do you guys think we can see?
It ain't
But
50%,
again,
bro.
you're
How much
still
do you
missing.
think we can see?
Sorry, go ahead, Timber.
No, you're right. Sorry, man. How much do you think we can see from a globe?
I mean, based upon that picture, it looked like it's possibly 30%. Right?
Can't you calculate it?
What?
Can't you calculate it?
I can. I don't want to.
Okay, so
I've taken
you can.
calculus. I just don't want to do that right now and fill in all the numbers and look up all the numbers.
What about this? What if we agree that it's 30% just for the conversation? Now, can you correlate that 30% to the surface?
You have to give me some time, and I'd have to look into some stuff, but I might be able to.
I doubt it.
I imagine you would.
No,
Henry the Brit seemed to have an
sincerely
original
doubt
claim. Henry the Brit seemed to have an idea that he could determine that.
Buddy,
I wonder
you
why.
would have a better time trying to use geometry and determine how much of the sky you could see from a sphere than how much you could. It would be way more complicated than to determine how much you could see, how it relates to the surface of the Earth. Just look at the photos. Look at the drawings. It's obvious.
There should be a little bit of indication to yourself because you've been asked 3 times now for how you could correlate the surface and its shape to anything in the sky, and you've been silent all 3 times.
All right, let's find out.
Good. Find out and let us know when you did. I think it's funny. Elbow posted almost identical photo or drawing I did. Only I added a couple of angles, and.
So
I had the argument last time, dude, with Xanic. And I had an actual drawing, and I had an actual citation from a computer thing forum where he actually mathed it out, and Xanic said, "Oh, that's 50%." I was like, "Yeah, no, not according to this mathematician and this software that created the thing." But I gotta look for it, and Xanic just had to aid his word there.
Yeah, Xanic's a lot of fun. I miss him. I haven't seen him in a while. Long time.
I had this argument with Matthew a couple of years ago.
That's not making any fucking sense to me, man.
I was gonna get somebody to actually somebody that has some somewhat to scale 3D blender.
I think what you'd have to do is draw another circle around the circle, and then see how many degrees in the sky, you should see from a globe. You know what I mean? That would be the only way it could work.
Yeah, but all we're doing is presupposing a globe and then doing a whole shit ton of math to try to figure out some bullshit. No one really cares about it anyway, other than
Yeah, but
disprove a Google search. Oh, you see
Yeah,
50% of the sky. We all know that's bullshit, but we got to
it
do
is
it.
But we,
bullshit. But when they
if
say, "Oh, how come you don't see the northern star?" Because the Earth is huge and you don't see 100% of the sky. That's the ultimate point. Go ahead, Elba.
nope, yep, that's the same point I'm going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, you move
they don't really
around.
have a
Why would you expect the same things to be over the top of you than when you travel? Say you travel from Australia to the equator, like you're going to travel, like a couple of thousand miles, like maybe
Yeah.
more,
I
and
can
then
already
you
hear them
expect
now.
to have the same thing over top of you. It's kind of a weird concept,
Right. Oh, I can hear them now already. Oh, if it was flat, why don't we see the whole sky all at the same time? Why
Yeah.
would you? Even in your globe paradigm, you're not seeing. Not even 50%. You're not seeing. So why would you see 100%? That makes no sense. That's retarded.
There has to be a practical example. Like, for instance, you're at the foot of the Rocky Mountains, and then you drive east, and all of a sudden, after X number of miles, you can't see the Rocky Mountains at all. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, why would you expect to?
Oh, if it was flat, we would.
Oh, even though it's flat, why would you expect to? No, you can't. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There
because
has to be some.
Yeah.
your angular vision actually matches the globe radius. So
Yeah, but
What?
even on flat Earth, you can't see all of the sky because you can't look downwards through the Earth, so you don't see that much.
well, you can't look downwards through the Earth on a globe either, dude.
Exactly. So you can only see about 40% of the sky. Where
Now
from
it's
where you
40.
are.
Way less
You
than that.
You changed it from 50 to 40 now. Now where are you getting these numbers from, Henry?
He's making up shit.
Yeah, the
Just
point
making
is,
shit up.
if you look at the horizontal line and stand in a circle and circle round, looking round the horizon in the distance, you're looking at a flat disc. What is above you is half. What is below you is half. But if
No, below you.
But if you're standing on Earth, you can't see what's below you, so you can only see less than the 360 degree. You can only see the 180. So therefore, you can only see approximately just under half of the sky, because the Earth underneath you gets in the way of seeing the rest.
The sky is not underneath you, dude. That's retarded again.
Well, what's underneath you?
Nothing.
Hey, we've only dug down 8 miles. So.
Oh,
There's not sky under there.
He's thinking of
well, what is under there then?
Nothing.
Oh gosh.
Well, you can't. Yeah, but nothing is a space.
No. I'm just saying, dude. The fact that you think there's like sky under the ground, that's retarded.
Also, is flat square, round, or an irregular shape?
What shape is the universe? What shape is the universe?
Has anybody been to the edge?
I'm gonna apply your same standards to yourself. What shape is the universe? Is it square, round, or what?
It expands in a circular globe.
Well, that's fine. A balloon can expand, but it's still a globular, like a spherical shape. What shape is the universe?
It's a globe, a large globe.
The universe is a globe?
Yeah, because you can see all the way around it.
Cite that shit. Cite that shit.
You never heard Brian Cox say the universe is asymptotically flat? You never heard that before?
You're making shit up, planet Earth guy.
Yeah, the mainstream doesn't postulate that the universe is like this giant expanding spheroidal shape. Like they say it's flat.
Yeah, you just made that up, bro. Not AI, but you, planet Earth, bro.
Everyone is entitled to make up whatever the belief they want.
No, they're not.
No.
This is not a BYOB situation. You don't get to bring your own. You don't get to bring your own version. No, sorry.
But it is up to everybody else to respect other people's views.
Fuck that. No.
Otherwise, you're being totally intolerant.
Yes.
Yeah.
To tolerate. All right. I hate that word intolerant. You know why? I have a toothache and it hurts so bad. Do I have to tolerate it? No, I will fix it. I will correct it. I do not have to tolerate it.
If you've got toothache at the moment, if you've got any cloves in the house, try chewing a couple of them. A clove sometimes alleviates the pain of a toothache.
Yeah, I know, but I don't have to tolerate anything that's wrong. I don't have to tolerate what's wrong. I will correct it. I will fix it. I will dispose of it. Truth.
Big man.
I hate that word intolerance and his truth and my truth.
It's all right if you're talking about like gluten intolerant or something like that, you know.
Oh, I know what he's referring to. Tolerance is
so according to him, the universe is a globe. So he's inside the globe. So he's a concave Earth.
It's the universe of the globes. Who else says? Where'd you get that from? Besides your own asshole.
Henry, are you still there?
I think he left because you're being mean to him.
I think he left.
Oh. Are they being mean?
Yep.
You guys.
He left though, for real?
I don't know. I'm just making that up.
He couldn't tolerate it.
Yeah. He's here. No, he's still here. I like Henry.
I'm still here.
Henry.
Hey, Henry.
Hi.
So can you admit that you made up that the universe is a globe?
No, it's my belief, which I'm entitled to.
No, we're not asking for your belief. We're not asking for your belief. This isn't a BYOB situation.
Isn't it? What is it then?
Well, AI just told you what it is, according to mainstream.
That's your belief, and I believe what you.
No, it's not. We don't believe that. No, we don't even believe in a universe. So that's not our belief. That's your belief you're supposed to believe in. But you want to bring your own version.
And what's wrong with that?
You a BYOB Earther. That's very
what's
wrong.
wrong with that? No, it's not. It's called
because flat earthers are being mocked for not believing in the mainstream idea that's put forward for everyone to believe. And you're saying, well, no, don't believe what they say. Believe what I made up for you. No, we're not.
No, I didn't. I did not say that.
Well, shit, Henry.
Yeah, you did.
Tell us. Give us some evidence of your spherical universe.
You believe in flat Earth. I respect your views on that.
No. We're talking about your universe, ding dong. Stay focused. We're talking about your universe, which you're making up your own version, which has been provided for you to believe in, which is flat, as AI just pointed out. And you're like, no, I don't believe that. I have my own version, which you flat earthers need to believe. We're not doing that.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, you are. You're saying it's a globe.
I'm not.
You just said it's a globe. Yeah, you did.
Then
yeah, but that's my belief.
Yeah, we heard your own words. That's spouted out of your. What did the AI call it? Your orifice.
Yeah, but that is your belief is the Earth is flat. My belief that the Earth is round.
No. We're talking about your universe. Stay focused, dude. You're like 55 years old. You can't focus. I get it. Maybe you're a little old and like you forget things.
Yes,
we're talking about your universe.
Henry, give us evidence of your spherical universe. Come on, let's go. Do it.
Yeah, give us the fact. Cite that at least.
All right, stand on a high height, look out towards the horizon, draw an imaginary line, straight line.
Wait.
Are you listening? I'm trying to tell you.
You're listening,
now, shut up.
motherfucker. You shut the fuck up. We're talking about your universe.
Dummy,
And
are you even paying attention, you old fuck?
I was asked a question and I was trying to answer.
Yeah, about your universe, you retard. We're not talking about
That
your
is my
globe Earth.
universe.
You know that sentences can go longer than 10 words.
No, he's retarded. He's not listening very clear. He's old and deranged
I think
already.
he understands
We're talking
your
about his
question. He's trying to
listen,
answer.
White Knight, pipe down before I meet your dumbass. We're talking about the universe. So you don't observe the boundaries of the universe from the Earth, you retard.
He's already conceded it's a belief.
To be fair,
No,
CB, I think
why
David
are you even
Attenborough knows a
chiming
little bit more
in?
about the universe than you.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Sorry,
fucking
man, sorry.
right. Hey, I just gave him his own lore back to him, and he's like, no, I don't believe it. I have my own version. It's globular. You don't even observe that from the Earth. So I don't know why you're saying shit.
Because Henry's version is more popular than the mainstream one. So let him have it.
That's crazy.
David Attenborough. We're talking to David Attenborough.
Well, I can look at the horizon. That's not observing the universe, looking at the horizon.
Idea about the universe.
Hey, White Knight, shut the fuck up. We're cooking David Attenborough.
I just don't get it.
Yeah, I know you don't.
He's technically has the same belief as all of you. It's just like different. It's not.
Yo,
mainstream
relax.
belief.
Wait, so it's exactly the same, but different.
You all disagree with the mainstream idea of the universe.
Someone mute this guy's dumb ass. Let's cook the
It was
old
exactly
guy first,
like
and
a
we'll get to
fire
him in a
truck,
second.
except it wasn't a truck and it was blue.
Yeah.
We'll get to you in a second, buddy.
Hey, Henry, how about you take a shot at it? Can you correlate things in the sky and how it is in any way connected to the shape of the surface of the Earth?
No, there's no correlation. You can see what's in the sky, but there's no
Well, then where do you get the globe? Where do you get the globe from then?
That's a different thing.
No, it's not. It's all the same.
Well, I was trying to explain, but
your
what's his name
globular
kept interrupting. He kept interrupting.
Hello. Do you understand the difference between Earth and universe? So they're two different things. I don't know if you're even paying attention right now.
I am trying to pay attention and speak, but you keep talking over me.
Motherfucker, you said, well, I looked at the horizon. You're not seeing the universe from the horizon, you fucking retard.
But what's beyond the horizon then if it's not space, which is the universe?
Well, here, I'll even give you that one, Henry.
It doesn't give you a globular universe, dummy.
Let's say what you look at out in the sky appears to be globular. How can you correlate that to the shape of the surface of the Earth, Henry? For the last fucking time.
We're not even asking about that.
Not without going into space, which is what some people have done and seen it. If you think the Earth is flat, when you look in the sky, what shape is the moon?
You don't know what shape that is. Don't worry about that. I wouldn't worry about that. But even the people who, quote unquote, have went to space don't observe a globular universe. That's why we're cooking your dumbass right now.
I observed a globular globe.
So you're arguing.
Yeah. You understand the difference between a globe and a... Do you not?
Your argument that one thing's a globe is that this different thing is a globe?
That is crazy. God, I swear, old people just lose touch with reality so quick. My God.
The Earth's a globe because this thing that's not the Earth is a globe.
What do you think the shape of the universe is?
Who cares?
It's unknown. That's why it's so funny. That's why we're cooking this guy for saying it's a globe. Even his mainstream experts say it's flat. That's why we're making fun of him right now. And he's like, yeah, but I look at the horizon.
It's funny how Globers do not understand a hostile witness at all. And then they flip it around on you. Well, what do you think it is? It's like, oh my God. You don't understand.
I'm just curious. Like what?
I know.
Like,
it would be unknown. I already told you it's unknown. You can't observe it from this point of view that you can with a globe Earth. You can leave a globe Earth, look back at it from space, see it's a globe. Cool. You can't do that with the universe. That's why it's funny when they're like, well, it's clearly globular. Okay, how, where, why? You just made that up. Even your mainstream people say it's flat.
I get what you're saying. Do you think like our universe? Like I remember someone talking
It's
earlier.
unknown. Hello.
Gotcha. Don't discuss it.
How would you know that? Can you leave the universe?
You can speculate all you want, but here we don't speculate. That's the difference. Sorry, I don't mean to be a dick, but that's the difference.
On Sundays,
but we do it on Sunday. Yeah, on Sunday.
No, honest question for the guy that's chiming in, White Knighting. Can you leave the universe? Yes, you. Can you leave the universe?
Me. I'm a white knight.
Yeah. Can you leave the universe? Yes or no?
No.
Cool. So how would you be able to see it from some outside point of view and say what shape it is? Go ahead.
You could not.
There you go. So why is this old retard in here saying it's globular?
He said that was his idea about the universe.
Thank you very much. We're not here for BYOB Earthers. Appreciate it, though.
I think he
nice try, though.
Very early on, it was just his belief.
Not really.
Yeah, I know.
Not really. He said he can look at the horizon and see it's globular. Fucking retard.
Yeah, it was a bad example also, but he did say
it might be a bad take, but he clearly said it was his belief.
No, we had to point that out to him. That is his own belief. He's made it up.
I was trying to explain about the horizon, but you kept interrupting me, so I couldn't.
What does that have to do with seeing the shape of the universe, looking at the horizon?
If you bloody well listen to me, you might understand.
Go ahead and try.
You keep.
I guarantee you're not going to be able to connect the horizon to the shape of the universe, my guy.
You keep over talking me.
Go ahead. I'll let you cook.
If you stand on a height, maybe 200 or 300 feet on the edge of a cliff and look out towards the sea, on the horizon, you draw a horizontal line right in front of you, left and right. As it goes further left or right, the horizon of the sea drops, making a bigger. Yes, it does. It makes a bigger and bigger space. That signifies the curvature of the Earth.
No, I'm going to
remember, old fuck, you old retard. We're talking about the shape of the universe. Now you're talking about looking at the ocean and determining the shape of the universe. You absolute fucking moron.
Difference? No.
I'm going to
debate you're so dumb. I swear, old people are so out of touch, bro.
Hey, look, Henry, look at the horizon. Now zooming. And guess what? There's a boat there, you know? And behind that boat, there's more flat water. So bye-bye to your drop. Okay? Behind the horizon. Yeah, robot integration.
Robots.
CB, come back.
So, Henry, go do a search about what is the horizon.
You can't see curvature from Earth.
Henry, you're cooked.
I checked.
So, Henry, you see that boat? You don't see it, but with some technology, you zoom in. Oh, there's a boat, but with your normal eyes, you cannot see it. So behind that boat, there's even flat water. So what's going on? You see drop here?
I checked my roboting still.
Nope. You're good.
You're back.
All right, bet. Holy shit, this guy's looking at the horizon and water and saying, well, the shape of the universe is globe. It's old, dude, man. Holy
Henry,
bro.
you've been around long enough. I don't know how you concoct this shit.
You're not letting me talk about the ocean enough.
He's fucking trolling, man. The guy's
probably.
I don't think so.
How old is this guy? What is he, like 65? Like, dude, why
I'm 80. I am 80. I am 88.
He can see.
88? God damn, bro. You should understand the English language by now, bro.
Yeah, it's time to unlearn your beliefs, that you believe in someone when someone taught you.
He's old enough to critique yours, CB. I mean, come on, have a little respect, right?
That's the year that CB was born.
No, English.
One third of this nigga's
Your English.
I'm sorry.
Oh, the hood's
I'm
coming out.
1/3. I'm sorry, man. My bad.
Don't apologize.
Love you.
I'm 1/3 of this dude, and he's like barely able to figure out his own words that's coming out of his mouth.
He's 88, man. You got to give him some slack, bro.
I know. I gotta cut him some slack, bro.
You got to cut some slack here, man.
But I look at the water, and it's fucking. No, you don't look at the water to see the shape of the universe. Ding dong.
You don't see a curvature, man. I'm sorry. No drop. No drop over distance, man. No drop, bro. I hate to drop that on you, but that's a fact.
You're not letting me finish looking at the water to determine the shape of the universe. Anyway, we'll just move on.
Is flat Earth round? Is it round? Is it square? Is it irregular shape?
It's not the shape. It's
Earth
flat
shape.
is
Bro.
not the shape. Flat is not the shape.
Earth is not a shape.
I didn't say if it was flat. I asked you, was it square? Was it round? Was it irregular?
Ain't no 88-year-old casually navigating Discord.
We're answering you, you old idiot.
I've asked a question.
You can't determine the shape of the universe. I'm answering it right now.
No, he said the Earth.
Does he have me muted?
The Earth. I said the Earth. What the bit you're standing on?
I know.
Is it square?
I know. I'm helping you out here. Listen,
Is it
stop
square?
Yappuccino right now. Stop Yappuccino. It's just like the universe where you cannot determine the shape of it. Why? Because it's very large and you cannot see it from some outside location, right? You can't leave the universe and see what shape it is. You can't leave the earth and see what shape it is. It's no different. Congratulations.
So nobody's ever been to the edge of the Earth and looked over the edge.
No.
Just like no one's been to the edge of the universe.
Why not? Why not?
Nice one. Because it's very, very large. That's why you don't see 50% of the sky at once.
So nobody's ever measured the flat Earth then?
Yeah, we measure the flatness of the Earth, but flat is not a
How
shape.
big is it?
Hello?
No,
It's
flat
very
is
large and not fully explored.
Flat isn't. I'm on about area. Is it a round area?
What?
A flat area? Square area?
Flat is not the
How
shape.
far
No.
is it?
Flat is not a shape, ding dong. You're comparing flat to a shape.
No, we're not on about
you're
the
88
Earth.
and stupid.
Well, I'm on about the bit of Earth that you're standing on. Has anyone measured how big it is, how wide?
No.
No, it's just like
Why
the
not?
universe, which can.
No,
how would
why?
You, what shape?
Why
how
not?
big is the universe?
Why not?
What? You should
That's
apply
not
the same standards to your own worldview. How big is the universe?
It's infinite.
You don't know that. You just made that up again. Just like you said when it's globular, you made that up straight from your asshole.
All right. If you don't believe that I believe it's infinite, how big do you believe the
No one knows, dude.
Exactly.
Henry.
That's why I said it's infinite.
You just made that up then. An unknown doesn't mean infinite. That's not the
it
same
does.
thing.
Yes, it
No,
does.
it doesn't.
Hold on, sucker. The word you're searching for is indefinite.
He's too old, bro. He forgot words.
I'm trying to give him the word, bro. You ain't gotta goop on my poop, all right?
All right. So it is indefinite. But the point is, have
Not
you
infinite.
measured the size of the Earth that you're standing on?
No, just like no one's measured the shape or the
Why
size
not?
of the
Why haven't-
universe.
Well,
For the
why
same
haven't you
reason
measured?
no one measured the size or shape of your universe. It's exactly the same thing. I'm trying to apply your own standards to your own worldview to ours. We are exactly
check
the
this out.
same.
Yeah, check this out, Holmes. So I found out about flat Earth within a decade, right? So within that decade, I had all kinds of things to do with my life, right? And I couldn't raise $1 billion to go trek the entire Earth and measure the thing. For goodness sakes, forgive me.
You're forgiven, AI.
He thinks he's cooking. He's not. If you think you're cooking your own worldview. You don't know what shape or size your own worldview is. So don't think you can cook us on our shape or size of our worldview. It's literally the exact same. It's an unknown.
But you believe it's flat, so it can't be unknown.
Yeah, that's a surface, not a shape, you old ding dong. If I gave you a piece of paper and a pen, and I told you to draw the shape flat, what would you draw?
A circle.
You're an idiot. That's a circle. Holy fuck, dude.
Yeah, but it's a shape.
No, yes, circle is a shape. Nice one, dude.
And it
Oh my
encloses,
God.
and it
Wait. Do we need to
encloses an
take you back?
area.
Are you Benjamin Button? Do we need to take you back to first grade? We need to learn some shapes over again. Circle is a circle. Square is a square. Triangle is a triangle. Flat is not a shape.
Yeah, all
My
circles are flat, but not all flat things are circles, right?
Like, dude, you forgot what shapes are, bro?
No, I know what shapes are.
No, you don't. You just said it's a circle. Flat is a circle. You're old, dude. You need to hang them up, bro. You need to hang it up and go to a spa retreatment or something, man. You need to do something else than this.
CB, there's a non-zero probability he's your grandfather.
Maybe, but I'm trying to help him out, all right?
You're talking a lot, bro. Let's debate.
He said flat is a circle. That's crazy. A circle is a circle.
Yeah, circle isn't fucking flat. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot who said that. Yeah, but it's
Just mute up, dude. Mute up, dude.
We know the Earth is round.
Shut up, dude.
What are you talking about? Let's go.
You don't have any smoke for anyone in this panel, bro.
You think the Earth is flat?
You don't know what that means.
You think the Earth is flat?
You don't know what that means to then roast it.
You have no idea, bro.
You're roasting an idea you have in your own head,
bro.
You have no idea what you're talking about. You're just mentally ill.
Yeah, I do. And honestly, I can say a lot of things that would align with people in this panel. You're coming up with a flat Earth in your own mind and then trying to say that it's stupid. Nice try.
Oh, you're stupid. That's it. That's all it is.
Okay, what is flat Earth? If I gave you a piece and a paper and a pen, I told you to draw the flat Earth, what would you draw?
A flat Earth.
Yeah, what would you draw on the paper?
Use your words.
Tell me why you even think that.
You can't even respond. Like, what? You have a paper and a pen, and you're gonna draw the flat Earth. What does it look like? What are you drawing?
I'm just gonna draw a flat Earth. That's all I'm gonna draw.
Hey, what does that look like on the paper?
Whatever shape you care to draw it.
You want to
No,
come?
it's
give
not
me
just whatever shape. What would you draw?
You want to come give me a paper and pencil, and I'll draw it for you.
You drew a circle, so you just need to move over. We're talking to this other guy now. So, what would you draw?
I would draw a flat Earth.
What does that look like? You're drawing flat Earth. So, what are you drawing?
Come give me a paper and pencil. I'll show you.
All right, yeah, go ahead and draw it for us. Just draw it on MS Paint and then post it in the chat. Let's take a look.
You're gonna use crayons, okay, Z?
This is not an IQ test, but if it was, you would.
Open up the notes on your phone, draw it, screenshot it, post it in the chat. Do it right now.
Is it bad that I love crayons?
Hold on, don't do it right now. I'm not gonna do it right now. If you say do it right now, bro.
Do it right now.
Because no, you can't tell me to do it.
Because the old guy just said he's going to draw a circle, so he's an idiot. So what are you going to draw?
No, I need you to draw it out for me. How about that?
This is your claim, bro. You're trying to mock the idea of flat Earth, and you don't know what that is. So I would like to see what you think it is, because you're mocking some idea that I think you came up with.
It's embarrassing, bro.
Yeah, exactly. It's embarrassing when you try to mock an idea that you came up with your own self. You don't even know what it is.
It's God listening to you, man.
What he's doing.
We don't need your feelings, 304.
What he's doing, Z, is he's trying to ask you to strawman the flat Earth argument. Obviously, you can't. So, how about we flip the script and ask you your bestest globe proof?
Globe proofs. incoming globe proof.
You guys always do this. You want to mock ideas that you came up with and pretend that we came up with it.
So let's
incredible.
flip it on him.
Let's find
flip
out
it
how
on him.
much he knows.
We can flip it. Let's flip it.
Flip it.
What's your best?
All right, yeah, let's go. Cooper Lester, what do you got, man?
Do it, Z.
Let's
We're
hear
waiting.
from him.
So we just so it's clear, you don't know what flat Earth is. We're gonna move on now.
He don't know what globe is either, bro.
There's no such thing as a flat Earth, man. I don't know what a flat Earth is. There's no such thing as a flat Earth.
Yeah. So there's no such thing. There's no need to mock an idea that you don't know.
Follow the
I
topic.
swear.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing, man.
So you don't know
Follow
what
the
you're
topic.
You don't know what you're mocking.
Z, what's your best globe proof? We're waiting.
All you have to have, you just have to be born right with brain cells. That's all you
Lord.
need.
Holy
We're gonna move on. You're too low.
That's all I have to tell you, man.
Cannot steel man either argument.
Man,
And I guarantee he doesn't even know what that word means, steel man.
This guy's a Mongo.
All you need is a
You're too
brain.
low IQ, bro. You're too low IQ. You don't have a brain. We gave you a piece of paper and a pen. You couldn't even draw shit. So I don't know if I would be talking about it.
You don't know who you're talking to.
We're talking to you, dumbass.
There was this guy in here a couple hours ago, and I said that he was the lowest IQ that I've ever seen in a long time.
This is the same
and this guy just broke it. This guy just broke it.
Oh, wow.
I love that. Still haven't heard you guys say anything.
Yeah, we just roasted you.
You haven't explained anything yet. I'm still
The
waiting.
other guy even tried. And when we asked him if he knows what a horizon is, he didn't even understand what a horizon was.
I doubt.
Well, how about this? How about this for a question for him? What about the surface of liquid? Like, if you got a cup of water, right? Is the surface, when it's just still, it's not, you're not shaking it around, it's come to a rest. The surface in that cup, what is it? Is it flat?
Z, answer the question.
So,
Do we lose?
what do you reckon?
We lost the genius Z. What happened?
The water in your cup, is the surface of the water in your cup flat?
Come on, King, speak up.
It's not working. This is you got a 2-1 stock for one now.
Go back. Please get the red tray.
Not tracking? Don't want to follow?
John Stockton, a purple.
Can't follow.
Don't want to conversation?
No, I'm back. I'm back.
All right.
I just came back from drinking water. What's up?
Oh, did you happen to see the surface of that water when it was in your cup?
Yeah, it was flat Earth.
It was flat, right?
It was flat Earth.
It was flat, yeah. So what about in the bathtub?
I've known the Earth is flat for a while now, so it's like there's nothing really to debate here, right? I mean, it's like.
All right, cool. All right, cheers, man. All right, good, good shit.
It's like
Mongo troll. Get out of here.
Oh yeah, that feels nice.
It does feel good.
I'm happy.
It does feel good. Where'd the old head go? Really?
No, I'm still here.
Henry's still
You
here.
got demolished, dude.
Henry wants to everything explained, perfect, right down to the T. He wants to.
I mean, we hit him with the Falcon Punch.
We hit you with some basic facts about your globe and how it's impossible. And you're like, well, what about you, flat Earth? What about the universe? What about the moon? What about? Yeah, you're all over the fucking place, bro. You're gonna ring it in there a little bit, Henry. Come on, focus.
Well, I respect your views. Why do you not respect mine?
You don't know what our views are.
You
believe Earth is flat.
You don't know what that means.
It's not the
You just
belief.
drew a circle on a piece of paper saying that's
What do you
flat
mean I
Earth.
don't know what flat means?
You don't know what that means. You just drew a circle.
No, it's nothing to do with a circle.
I know. Why would you draw that as a flat Earth?
Flat means a set area
So why would you draw a circle?
Which has not got no bumps or hills in between the edges
Oh,
of that
yeah,
shape.
you don't know what you're talking about, old head.
That's flat.
No, that's not our
CB.
position.
CB,
Is the top of your table flat?
Yeah, but tables can also have bumps on it and still be flat though.
I've never found a bumpy table.
Oh, really? I can post one for you.
I could build my own if I wanted. I know how to.
Probably not.
Well,
would it be a circle?
Have you never
even
seen
at
a
a microscopic level.
tile table before? There's all kinds of where the tiles are bumpy, dude. Pretty common, eh?
Dude, I've been doing cabinets all week, man. Shit's bumpy, man.
Right. So, despite the bumps and divots upon it, like for it to be, to serve the purpose of, like, stably supporting something, like a plate or a cup or whatever it is, you're going to want that table to be as horizontal as possible, right?
Yep. Horizontal table. Yes, correct.
He's been around here long enough to know the difference between topography and water.
Chat, I have a picture of a table right here. I took this on my own, from my own camera. Here it is in the chat. Boom. Look at that fucking table, chat.
That's a rough cut, man.
That's a rough cut, my boy.
It's rough.
It's got a lot of bumps in it there, old head.
That's
you
from
see that
like
shit?
1712. Right?
Look at that shit, bro. This is a table. What's his name?
Henry.
Can you see the chat? You know how to navigate to the chat. I know Discord's probably difficult to use, but can you see the chat, buddy?
1738.
1738. Yo, that's funny as fuck. Whoever said that.
Why haven't you
Can you see
planed the surface?
Can you see the chat?
Yeah, it's a lumpy piece of wood.
Yeah, sure fucking is. And it's also a flat table. Nice one. Nice try, though, buddy.
Ass table.
Yeah, lots of little grooves in it.
Yeah. But it's not a curved surface.
That's okay then. As long as the grooves.
Yeah. That was a nice try, though. That's a flat table right there. Things you can put on the table and it doesn't slide off. Flat table.
No. Yeah, and it does not have to be smooth. It can be crenellated.
Thank you very much. So you said the flat can be no bumps. Cooked. Nice try, though. God, it's like, dude, I feel like I haven't seen a body this fucking. We've bodied this dude so hard. I haven't seen an ass whooping this bad in a long time. Holy shit.
It's pretty irregular.
This is an ass whooping that's right now. This is bad, dude. I feel like I need to mic up. I need to meet up, guys. It's bad ass whooping right now.
That was some well done meat. Definitely overcooked. Turned into some.
I'm starting to feel bad. I'm starting to feel bad a little bit. This dude's taking an ass whooping right now.
Don't you stop that right now.
I like that word, Henry. Crenulated. That was good. I had to Google it. That's a good
What's the word?
Crenulated.
What does that mean?
Ridged.
Oh, so something can be flat and bumpy at the same time, yeah?
No, it means crenulated. That surface had little grooves in it, but all the bits sticking up were of the same height.
Okay, so is that a flat table?
In all intents and purposes, yes.
You're taking an ass whooping tonight, bro.
Thank you, Henry.
I'm starting to feel bad, bro.
But his vocabulary is larger a little bit. I'm giving Henry a little benefit, right? Come on.
A little bit.
He's been around, man. He's
been around. He's been all that. God damn, bro.
It sucks to be 88 and think you're still spinning on a globe, millions of miles an hour. That's fucked up, man. Come on.
So the average elevation of the known land masses, right, is about 800 meters, I think they say, above sea level, right?
Mount Everest, it's about 29,000 feet above.
Yeah, but the overall average elevation is about 800 meters, I think, above sea level of all the known land masses. So above, that's the part sticking out above the oceans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, is that in reference to horizontal, or do you think it's in reference to something else?
Yeah, vertical. Going upwards. They're not going sideways, are they? They're not going sideways, are they? They're going up, vertical.
Right, yeah, but I'm talking about the elevation is above something, right? So is it above a horizontal reference or something different?
It's above a horizontal reference because it's resting on the surface.
What's the
Welcome
reference?
to Flat Earth, bro. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, well, even Flat Earth has got mountains.
Sea level.
Even flat earthers have mountains. No shit, Sherlock. Fuck.
What?
Henry, come on. It's above sea level. Sea level. So, show us evidence of curved water.
I was trying to tell you, but he interrupted me.
Oh, we're going
I will start again.
Well, yes. I'm sorry. I know I'm interrupting you, but you were...
No, not you. It was somebody else.
No, I know it was CB, but I'm interrupting you now. I know, and I'm apologizing. But you
this is just elder abuse.
No, CB. But you were talking about the universe, not sea level. Sorry, go ahead. It's all you.
If you go to a high cliff, which is overlooking the ocean, and you look straight out to the horizon as far as you can see, you draw an imaginary flat line from where you can see to the left and to the right.
Yeah.
And as it goes from the left to the right, or from right to left, the further left or the further right that you go is the greater gap between the surface of the sea and the imaginary flat line that you are looking at.
So go take a picture of that, Henry, and come back and draw an actual line across that horizon, not an imaginary one. And then
Henry,
see what you got, bro.
49 past 10.
Sorry, go ahead.
I posted a picture from Everest. It's 10 past 49 minutes. And you can see there is no curving. The horizon is not curving, my friend. 360.
Right. And I'm just wondering, so when Henry's talking about making that observation, and if somebody was back to back with him, facing the other direction, and they were to make the same observation, I was wondering if he could join those lines up so that they meet somewhere. And then sort of think about what sort of shaped Earth that would be. It's a pretty weird shaped Earth. Wouldn't you think, Henry?
I posted it. You can watch it again.
Thanks, Big.
Oh.
We go.
Oh, I think you're talking about the mogul Earth, aren't you?
Well, he's talking about looking out, right, facing one direction, looking out, and then so at the left and right, the far left and right field of the view, right, the surface of the Earth appears to be advancing downwards, right, in his vision, away from the horizontal, right. So if he's got someone else that's facing the other way, back to back, and they're making the exact same observation, well, that downward slope, right, that he's talking about, that rate of change of slope, that's going to have to meet up somewhere. They're both their view of the surface doing that is going to have to line up, meet somewhere, right? Because they're not looking at two different Earths, right?
So wait, if they're back to back, then it's a tubular Earth. But if they're facing each other, it's mogul Earth.
Totally tubular.
You know what I mean?
Yep. amazing, man. It's just too easy, man.
You guys are seeing an ass whooping in 4K right now.
We just got to put up with manga.
Is this elder abuse? Like,
no, this is
because I don't feel bad.
It's therapy.
I don't feel bad at all.
There was a guy here the other night, and QE was like at the end of his day, and he brought up about two people facing each other, and the earth has to slope away and down from each other's feet, and how preposterous that would be. And the guy couldn't imagine it. I was like, hey, you have to see a drawing to understand.
Bob and Alice.
You got to see it to understand, right? How preposterous that would be. And then QE ejected, and I was like, oh, fuck, I got to draw this shit. And I didn't have it.
Dude, we had the same conversation earlier today, like 5 hours ago.
It's one of those days, bro.
For real. Is Harry still here?
Henry's still here.
We need to call the slobber nurses in here, bro. Honestly.
CB, you're brutal, bro.
I'm on demon time tonight. I don't give a fuck.
What the fuck is up your ass?
I don't give a fuck, dude. Honestly, dude. 88, bro. 44, 22. I don't give a fuck. Anyone can get the smoke.
All right. You're getting smoked. You hear that?
I mean, dude. Globular universe looking at the horizon? Like, bro.
Dude, just go to like a high hill and take a look.
I know, right? Just go to a high hill. You can see the shape of the universe.
You
it's
can
fine.
see there's a hill of water. Everybody knows the hills of water.
Incredible.
Incredible, bro. Here we are, man. 3 years later, talking about hills of water. What?
Hills of water. That really caught steam, though, dude. You guys owe me royalties for that one.
That shit is OG stuff at this point, man.
I went to listen to the original sound clip recently. It's so dumb.
Yep.
Anyway, gentlemen, it's 7:15 in the morning in England, so I shall say good night to you.
All right, buddy. Well,
and I'll catch you again tomorrow.
Thanks, Henry.
Sorry for the ass whooping, bro.
But the croquet set is out front. Go check it out.
Nah, don't
You respect your elders.
That is elder abuse, man. He said it's 7:15.
You want to try that game? It's a game of skill and cheating. Legal cheating.
We might have abused some elders tonight, but it's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
But I heard granulated.
His bedtime is at 7:15, bro.
Lawn bowling, bro. I'm sorry.
I don't feel bad.
Love you, Henry. Come on, man.
I think I'll pick him as a dart player, actually.
Dart player? Really?
Lawn darts.
Lawn darts.
Yeah. I picture that old bastard just chucking fucking lawn darts. Why not?
I don't even know what that is.
The most dangerous toy ever invented.
We're inventing new sports.
Dodging the grandkids. Dodging them.
Yeah.
Well, just Google it. Lawn darts. They're banned.
Very dangerous. Very dangerous.
He could be a snooker player too. Like he just got that sound about him. I don't know.
But the thing
He's got that sound about him.
Yeah, he's got the snooker. He's a fucking snooker player. I'm down with that.
Bro, was this elder abuse, chat? What do you guys think?
No.
Only a little bit.
It was
only
light.
a little. All right, good. Well, that's what I wanted.
It was light. I mean, if he's really 88, man,
88? Like, bro, you're on Discord?
Come on, bro.
Dude, he's been around long enough. Everybody knows
around.
He's heard this shit so many times.
Everything, right.
And he's acting like it's the first time,
Yep.
It's like,
He's been around.
He got the smoke tonight, chat. He got the smoke.
He won't remember it tomorrow, so it's okay.
He probably won't remember it tomorrow. Yeah. You know what? You're right about that. God damn.
Gotta be easy, bro.
I feel less bad then if he's not going to remember this.
That means he was born in 1937.
Yeah, think about it, man. You know, he's older than most of you guys when he saw the moon landing shit on TV.
He saw it on TV.
I respect elders, but if you're going to talk shit, you're going to get smoked. So.
Yeah, you come up with some crazy, stupid shit like, well,
you're going to get cooked.
Universe.
I don't care how old you are.
Like, wait, how do you know the universe is?
You could be you could be like 15. I'm still going to smoke your ass.
It's just my idea that the universe is round. You guys don't respect it. You know, come on.
Said the universe is a globe.
The universe is a globe. He made that up on the fly. I'm like, dude, you're just talking shit.
Yeah, but he didn't care, and he admitted it. He didn't care. He
but it
said,
was
"This
his,
is my truth. It's my truth."
Then we called him out. You're a BYOB earther.
Yep. Yeah, you did. You guys did call him out, but yeah, he was just going, "Why don't you guys respect my ideas? Because you guys have ideas."
We don't do that. No, we don't do that.
He was talking about beliefs.
24/7.
No, we don't do that in here, man.
We don't do that.
Oh, shit. AI called this earlier. Disrespecting people's religions. Shit.
Oh, shit.
Then he pulled that intolerance. That intolerance bullshit.
I'm just curious for everybody who believes that the world is flat.
We don't believe. There's not a single person in here. There's not a single person in here who believes that shit.
We don't believe
shit. Okay, cool. Never mind.
Not one. Not one.
Then. You're right,
bro.
We know it's flat.
We know.
Crew, does the sphere has a curve? Hey, Crew, does the sphere has curve? Yes or no?
We know it's flat. It's not a belief.
We know it for a fact.
Crew, does the sphere has curve? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so you go find that curve and bring that curve because until this day, the water is flat, no curvature. Okay,
no
so that radius of 3959 is not there. Is not even a 67 times larger. Okay.
So, assume that the Earth is flat is to
We're not going to assume shit.
It's not a belief. It's not a belief. Okay.
I didn't say belief. I said to assume.
We're not assuming anything. It's a fact. You go do observations and you find no curvature. Okay, even on a big lake. So that's not a belief. It's a fact.
You cannot.
So you can cry about it.
We're not assuming anything.
It's not a belief. Okay, it's your problem. Okay, you are not doing nothing to check if there's some curve.
Here is my belief.
It's your belief.
My belief versus your.
We don't have beliefs.
How about that?
We don't have beliefs.
My belief versus your truths. Yeah, I'm accepting the fact that you accept this as a truth.
Truth versus belief.
Fire's hot.
You're already 100%. Automatically smoked right there and then.
Freaking hot. Yeah, 100%. Anybody want to disagree with fire's hot?
How do you go against the truth, dude?
Truth. Fire's hot.
Yeah, but I believe
I'm talking in hypotheticals because hypotheticals can still exist in a truthful world.
I'm talking about facts. I'm talking about facts, okay?
Yeah.
Well, then here's a fact. Nobody has found the edge of the world, but people have found space.
All right. Hey, listen, we literally just... What? Edge of space?
No, I didn't say that. You're putting where I said nobody's found the edge of our planet, but people have found space.
No. Where's the edge of space?
Where's the edge of space?
I never said anybody found the edge of space.
Well, that's the same thing as the edge of the flat Earth.
How is that? Because in order for you to leave the edge of the flat Earth, that's how you would get to space.
No. There is no flat Earth in space. Stupid.
There's no
leaving the flat Earth is like leaving the universe, which you can't leave. Newsflash. Nice try though.
Again,
so he thinks flat Earth is in the same heliocentric model. Come on.
Yeah.
What ignorant? What an ignorant
observation, not a claim.
Yeah, we can't leave the universe, bro. Can't leave the flat Earth.
Even Neil Nye did said that we are in a closed system. So you cannot have gas pressure without a container. So go figure out. Go do some experiment to show that.
Hey, crew. Hey, crew. Trust me.
Yes, sir.
Listen.
I've had a few beers, so I'm just in here to argue.
Yeah, crew.
All right.
Trust me.
We gotta
Listen.
learn something, bro.
What's your best globe proof?
Scientific.
That's what we're looking for. Nah, don't even do that. What's your best globe proof?
My best globe proof is that people have traveled across the world facing the same path and found themselves in the same exact other side of the planet, even though it's flat.
You know what that is? You know what that's called? Circumnavigation, right?
So they went around the edge of the world, not the middle part, but they went across Africa somehow.
Circumnavigation is going around something, okay? Go watch the definition.
Drink your beer.
You can go around an island.
Drink your beer.
Okay?
Circumnavigation is what it's called. So is that east to west or north to south?
I mean, assuming you're going east to west, if you're saying what you're saying is true, then you could never cross over Africa if you cross east to west.
That's not true.
Why you gotta go through Africa?
Because Africa's part of the planet.
Yeah, exactly.
But you don't have to go through Africa. Like what?
But if you circumnavigate and you said, I want to start in Africa where this continent exists, and I want to land back in the same place, and I travel due east, I will land back in that same exact. How is that a circle around a flat Earth?
Bruh, hold on. Listen. Think about it. Even if you're going around a globe, you're going in a circle.
Flat.
Yes,
yeah. That's still a circle.
So is Africa on the edge of the circle then?
Oh,
yeah, that's what you're telling me.
Going in a circle.
You're telling me that Africa's on the edge of the circle then. That's what you're telling me.
Dude, wait. What? Are you under the impression that people are trying to say that there's some kind of pizza planet space frisbee floating in a cosmic void? Because nobody's claiming that. That's not at all.
He said yes. He said yes, chat.
That's not us, bro. You got the wrong crew, man. Damn.
Crew.
How can something be flat and not a fucking pizza in the sky?
Crew. Picture your table, right? A big old table, right?
I'm looking at it. Yeah, I got a big ass table in front of me. I got 4 monitors on it.
Yeah. Now, right in the dead center is magnetic north. That's where your compass points.
Yes.
Yes. So anywhere on the table, touch your finger. Go east or west. You will circle that table and end up.
If I go east, I will fall off this desk.
No, you won't. I said magnetic north. That means like
you can't tell me to go north and east at the same time. You
no, I didn't say go north. I said
you didn't say that,
dude. Crew, listen, man.
I'm listening. Sorry, go ahead.
You got a table. You got a big old table. Dead center is north.
Got a compass?
That is your magnetic north. Now you got a compass.
So the compass points towards the middle of the table, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're
and as I move east, the needle should move counterclockwise to the center.
The needle's going to stay north. Remember that.
Yeah.
Not if I move east.
100% of the time, it's going to stay north, bro.
East or west.
All you got to do is take the compass and like make a circle around your table. And it's going east.
What if I'm not facing north? What if I want to face east?
Bruh. You cannot get away from magnetic north, bro. You can't get away from it, man.
A compass
Can I give him an example, chat? Let me give him an example. Because the table's probably confusing him.
How would you know that you are traveling east?
Because if I faced east, my compass will still...
You want a compass to north, 90 degrees east. So if you go a little bit, your compass will deviate. You have to point it again to north and take another east. So you want to do circle.
So you're telling me that it's impossible to travel due east? That's what you're telling me?
No, dude.
You can only travel.
Let me help him out. Because the table's probably confusing him with his finger and stuff.
Because you're trying to say that the needle doesn't move. You're trying to tell me that north, south, east, west, the rotation part, the numerical and the number parts move. And that's not how a compass works.
Dude. Take a deep breath. Let me help you out. Let's convert your table into the room you're in. You're in a room right now?
I'm in a room.
Okay. Let's imagine
I will move to the
for a
center
second.
I'm moving,
Just take a deep breath.
To the center of the room right now. I'm in the center of the room.
In the center of the room, there's a hole in the middle. Let's drop a fireman stripper pole right in the middle.
right in the middle. Hot eye strippers.
Boom. North Pole, right there. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, I'm in the
Now-
center now. This is where Africa's
Okay,
at.
you're in the center, your back is to the pole. You're gonna walk in a straight line.
Which way?
Any doesn't matter.
Towards
Because
the pole.
that straight line, your back is to the pole, you're gonna walk in a straight line to the wall. What direction are you headed? What direction are you headed? Let's imagine for a moment, this room is the entire Earth. This is everything that exists. Nothing exists outside of your room. This is everything. We have north
I
and the
see
center.
what you're trying to
North
do
Pole.
here. I see what you're trying to do here.
Well, let's walk through it. Let's walk through it. North Pole's in the center. This pole in the middle, that's the North Pole.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna walk in a straight line towards the wall. What direction are you headed?
I see what you're doing.
That's
Just say it.
south. You're
Just
walking
say it.
south.
No, you aren't, because any direction that you walk at, if you're standing at the North Pole, even though
Yep.
there is a north, south, east, west, until you
Yeah.
move a certain distance away, you're traveling every direction. You're traveling
no.
north, south, east, and west
All the
until you get a certain
walls.
distance away, until you start facing, until you get
Relax.
further enough away,
Relax.
right?
I'm gonna walk you through it.
Okay.
So the North Pole's in the center. All the walls around you would be south. So if you're gonna take your back to the pole and walk in a straight line towards the wall, you are now heading south. So let's go to the wall and we turn around.
But I've got
Let's
four
walk.
walls.
Relax. Yeah. They're all south. Yes. Correct. In this example, the North Pole's in the center. There is no South Pole. Every direction away from north is south. So if you head in a straight line from the pole to the wall, let me walk you through it. You gotta take a deep breath.
There is
You gotta take a
negative
deep
and
breath.
positive, though.
You gotta take a deep breath, my guy.
Okay.
You walk to the wall, you're heading south. Now you're gonna head straight back to the pole. That is going north. You're heading towards the North Pole. Right? The pole in the center, that's the north. You're going to the North Pole. So now, if we're going straight to the walls is south and going back to the pole is north, how do we go east and west? East and west would be going around the pole in a circle in either direction. One direction would be east, other direction is west. This is how, if you're trying to figure it out how it would work maybe on a flat earth, there you go.
That doesn't.
So when you say you say circumnavigation,
yes,
you're just going in a circle. So put yourself in anywhere in the room that's not on the wall. Let's just pick a random spot. X marks the spot on the floor, and you go east around the pole. You come right back to where you started. Boom, one direction east. Now let's go west.
Your house.
Let's go west. You go west around the pole. Boom. Right back where you started. In a circle. One direction.
Around
One
the
direction.
stripper pole.
Around the stripper pole. You went one direction. Now
One
think about it on a globe. Let's go back. Let's flash back to the globe. You take a globe, you go around the globe, and you come back where you started. You just went in a circle. So it's no different. It's no different, flat or globe. You just go around in a circle. You come right back where you started. You're not cooking. Just want to let you know. You're not cooking when you say, "Oh, I went around and I came back to where I started." Yeah, works the same thing on a flat Earth. You just did it in your room.
It doesn't work that way because my room is not 8 stories tall. If I wanted to go to my third,
it doesn't matter how many stories tall it is.
it is because you're trying to
I
tell
just
me
gave
if
you an
I
example
walk
that
around,
the room you're
telling me
in,
if I
you
walk
can go in a
around the North
circle.
Pole,
Yeah.
You're telling me the North Pole's in my room right now is what you're telling me. The North Pole exists everywhere, and that there is no North Pole. The North is everywhere. That's what you're telling me. You're telling me
That's
the
not.
North Pole's in
What
my
are you,
room.
dude? Are you hearing things? I just said
because I want to go around the world.
Hold on.
I want to go around the world.
Listen,
but I only want to cross Africa. I don't want to cross Russia.
Your Africa, dude. Listen,
I want to cross Africa, India, Central America. I do not want to cross Russia.
Relax.
There's only one way that can be possible on a flat Earth.
Dude, we just told you. If your room is the flat Earth, for example, your room is the entirety of reality. The North Pole's in the center, the walls are yourself. You go around a circle, boom, east or west, you came right back to where you started. You just went in a circle. Perfect. It's no different than whether it's a globe or flat. You just go in a circle and come back where you started.
Boom. You're not really cooking. Nice try though.
I agree to disagree.
There's no disagreeing. You just did it. You just did it in your room.
Yeah, I went around the world in my room and I crossed Africa. You're right.
There's no Africa. You could just draw Africa on the floor. Let's just say you
my
just
fault.
draw a
Let's
little
India.
weird
My
shape
fault. I'll
Africa on
keep
the
using
floor.
it. Yeah.
And then you go around. You came right back to Africa. Nice try though. This is very easily possible on a flat Earth. Go ahead.
Yeah, but
Hey,
you're
CB,
also
what's up?
taking in consideration that there's no depth to the flatness that you have. So how
You're trying to say that you can't go around in a circle on a flat Earth. We just did it. You're done.
I did not.
We just did it literally.
Africa that I
on
just
4K.
drew on my floor, I cannot.
Come back to where you started by going in a circle in one direction. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's a 2D object that I'm rounding. It's not a 3D.
Your room's 3D.
You're right.
You're not a
Yeah,
3D.
but the
You're not in a
picture that I
2D
drew,
world.
the picture, I'm in a 3D world, my friend.
Hey man.
Yeah, so
why
is
don't
your
you
room.
just why don't you just
Flat Earth is not 2D.
draw
It's, Flat Earth is 3D too. All right. It's
Thank
like
you.
there is.
What the fuck?
It's
Thank
like
you.
on either model. There's
Yeah, so is your
east and
room.
west,
Your
right?
room's 3D.
On either
Yeah, but he
model,
told me to
there is
draw
no east
Africa and go
west.
around it, and I can't do that
No,
if
no,
it's
you don't go
2D.
around Africa. You don't go around Africa. You go around your room.
dude, why don't you just draw a picture and post it for us? He
What the fuck?
clearly
Yeah, that's what I'm check your
explained
DMs. I sent you a
it, and
picture.
I explained it perfectly before him, and you just don't get it.
Yeah,
It's
the
like
tape
on
works
either,
on a
it's
table.
like on
There's a
either
guy in
model,
the
there
room.
is no. There, I mean, you can go like dead reckoning west and like to your right, but west is really just clockwise and east is counterclockwise on either model. You know, you're going to be going in a circle, so that's the trick. You know, they
You're not
tricked
really
us into
cooking.
thinking it was a ball.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, you're good, Dave.
No, not you. You're definitely cooking. You're definitely cooking.
Cooking, man. You're cooking, Dave. Keep cooking.
Oh, I was going to say something to this guy actually when I was listening on YouTube, and he said something really wise. Actually, he said, "Never assume anything." Right, and you're right about that. Right, but you assumed that we think there's an edge, or that there's an edge to flat Earth, or you also assumed that they must be telling you the truth about the ball. Right, those are all assumptions. But let me ask you this: if you're sitting in a chair, do you have to believe you're sitting in a chair, or do you just know you're sitting in a chair?
I have to believe.
What?
If you're sitting in a chair, you're sitting in a chair, bro. It's your direct experience. You can
It's
confirm
not,
that
though.
to yourself. It's not a belief.
It's not though, because I could be sitting on a box, but is that a chair?
What
No, it's not. I just sat on something.
Are you high right now?
You're assuming. You're assuming because you're assuming that it is a chair, but I can still sit in it not be a chair, right?
But my question was, you're sitting in a chair. Your chair.
I call it a chair.
Yeah,
it is. It is. I guess it's a chair. I mean, it's a box, but I mean, I'm sitting on or two egg crates. But yeah,
The back of your head is flat.
Okay, let's say it's a box. Do you know you're sitting on that box, or do you just believe you're
it's a
sitting on that
chair to
box?
me. I believe it's a chair.
Whatever it is, you know you're sitting, right?
Well, knowing what I'm capable of doing is not knowing what the capability of what the planet is. That's
I'm
different.
drawing an analogy. Let me just work with this. Listen, it's your base axiom. It's your direct experience. You don't have to believe it, right? We don't believe anything about the Earth other than what we can confirm to ourselves. For everyone, it's stationary and level. That's our direct experience, right? That's your base axioms. We're not claiming anything about an edge or how far it goes out or how flat it is or any of that bullshit you assume we think, right? So it's not about knowing it's flat in this construct that you've been fed by the mainstream media about what flat Earth is with the edge and the water falling off of it, which is a way of making it look stupid so people like you think we must be stupid.
Whoa, I don't think you're stupid. I came into this chat so I can hear other people's intentions and beliefs.
Awesome. I'm glad you don't.
I
But you
mean,
thought there was
if
an
I
edge,
thought
right?
y'all were
It would be stupid if there was an edge, right, to the flat Earth, and they could just fall off the edge of the flat Earth. That
No,
would be
I
stupid.
said hypothetically. That's the reason why I said don't assume anything. That's why I said hypothetically. If the world was flat and everybody started saying it's not a hypothetical, it is what it is. It's an assumption based on facts that you guys believe in, but you're not willing to hear the counter.
don't know what we believe.
But here's
hold
the
on, you
reason
share-
why.
Wait, but my point was you share that direct experience. We all experience it as stationary and level. You don't feel like you're spinning, and you do not see curvature. That's all you can know, right? So we looked into the globe model and we falsified it. We found out it's not true. It literally, scientifically, cannot be what they're telling us. That's the research that we did that you didn't do yet, right? So the first step is realizing and finding out that the ball model is bunk. It does not work. There's nothing about it that works.
But it does. There's
Everything about it.
scientific facts
Everything
where
about it
people
doesn't
have
work.
been. There's scientific. There are flat earthers. There are flat earthers who have this is a fact. Who have done experiments, not assumptions. Experiments where they have been able to go and try and beam a light across 2 miles, and if it's straight, then it would hit the same exact point where it should be. But the fact that
you saw the Netflix special that tried to make us look stupid, and now you think we're stupid.
I never said anybody was stupid. I don't believe any one person is stupid. That's my God honest belief. I don't give a damn what
flat
anybody
earthers
says.
that were proven wrong on the Netflix special that they were proven wrong, and they went to Antarctica and they were proven wrong. It's the same dude, right? It's the same guy.
Did I call them stupid? Did the word stupid ever leave my mind?
Might as well, bro. No. Get rid of the word stupid, man. I'm just saying you're assuming from things that you were fed by the mainstream media and Netflix that flat Earth is something you don't even know.
Now, you're standing on one side of a number, and I'm standing on the other side of that number, and that number just so happens to be 6 from my perspective.
Yeah,
that's what I'm telling you.
Flat Earthers
from your perspective, it is a 9. At the end of the day, I'm not saying that you are right or wrong or stupid. I said I wanted to hear your beliefs.
Say it.
I'm not choosing.
You have a fundamental misunderstanding as to the nature of this conversation.
Forget I accused you of thinking we're stupid. Forgive me for that, right? I'm just saying that they make it look stupid in the mainstream media. Okay, I don't.
Okay, well, I get mainstream media.
I was complimenting you. I came in complimenting you.
You kept on saying you think we're stupid.
No. I came in complimenting you for saying never assume anything. That's something a flat earther always says. Because all we can really directly know, if we're sitting in a chair, is that we're sitting in a chair, direct experience. All of our direct experience is a stationary level Earth. That's our direct experience.
And that's the reason why when I came in, my question was, well, if the Earth is flat, then why isn't there an edge? I didn't say that. I said, I said hypothetically, if the Earth is flat.
I got it back, but how come? But the thing is that's something we get hit with a lot of times, where people are like, "Oh, you must be stupid. You fall off the edge." You get it, right? You get why I said that.
I do, and I do 1,000%. I do. That's the reason why that there's like things where people are like, "Well, we found, hundreds and thousands and millions of exoplanets in other places, but we can't find the 9th planet in our solar system." But I believe it exists. I believe that there's a larger 9th planet outside past fucking Pluto that we have not been able to find, because it's harder to be able to analyze what's directly in front of your face sometimes when you're looking at everything else around you.
It's really hard to let go of all the space stuff with the planets and all the theories that we've been fed. We all thought it was crazy when we first got the flat Earth. We all rejected it.
Yeah.
So wait. Can I ask you guys this? No. If I ask you guys this, I gotta ask this. Do you guys, as flat earther believers, believe that there is no space then? Do you think that there's a firmament?
Oh, that's the other. Wait, hold on. That's
there is no space. What is the universe? Where are the stars?
Wait, hold on. Wait. A lot of flat earthers. You might hear flat earthers say space is fake or there is no space, but that's also an assumption. We don't know what's out there, right? We can see the stars, we can see whatever it is they're calling space, but what they're telling us about space, we know isn't true. We know that because we're not on a planet, bro. It's stationary. Would you be so surprised if you found out the reason that you do not feel like you're spinning is because you're not spinning?
Not spinning.
I would not be surprised if I found out that we were living on a hard drive somewhere that we just aren't capable of understanding.
People tend to go to simulation theory when they get confronted with this. They want to jump into a virtual world. It doesn't even matter if it's flat. It might as well just be anything.
No, I didn't say it doesn't matter. I said I would not be surprised if I found out we lived on some futuristic hard drive.
Impossible.
Well, if it was a simulation, bro.
I don't believe that we are a simulation. Right. I don't believe that this is a simulation.
If it was, though, listen, if it was, it's a simulation of a stationary level Earth.
I like what you said there.
Because that's what we figured out, dude. We found out.
But I still don't believe that we're a simulation, though.
No,
I still believe we have free will.
Yeah, but belief is like the enemy of knowing, right?
I guess that is true. That is
shout out to Lunchables Heaven.
Yeah.
Boom.
That's a mic drop right there.
And belief is the enemy.
right there.
Belief is the enemy of knowing, bro. Isn't that a bitch? Ain't that a
Got that from
bitch?
Crow 777.
Crow, shout out to Crow. Love you, bro.
Shout out to Crow.
Love Crow.
W Crow.
So yeah, I jumped in because I heard that people saying we know it's flat, and you probably assume that they think they know how far it goes and all the things that we've been all fed about this idea of a flat Earth and the disk in space and all that. It's not a disk in space. It could be an infinite plane. If I had to bet, I'd say it might be an infinite plane. Right?
Question. Do you think in the essence of flat Earth that it is more like two papers combined together with no rounded top?
Two papers. No, like it's not 2D. It's not 2D, dude. There's terrain. That's the other thing.
Not
Flat,
2D. There's
not
no.
actually
I
flat.
mean,
The
like,
Earth isn't flat, bro. It's got terrain, right? It's not even flat.
I mean,
There's
I
hills,
don't
there's
mean
mountains, and valleys.
and I don't mean in the aspects of mountains and valleys and the terrain itself. I just mean as if you were to connect two pieces of paper, an 8x11, and you connect those two edges together. Do you believe that there's no curvature to the top and bottom south? That is the way you're able to go north, south, and east, west?
Well, no, we just know that it's flat as far as like the colloquial term of flat, right? Just a stationary plane. But we're not going to try to like believe something that we can't know, right? We don't know how far down it goes, or up is just like whatever it is that's containing the gas, right? Because we have gas.
That's what I'm saying. So the belief is that there is no rounded top. It's just
there's no
flat,
belief.
but it
That's
connects like a Mobius strip, but not one Mobius strip in the sense of 4D.
We can speculate about all that. That's speculation. But to believe it, then you're putting all your eggs in that basket, and even pushing things that are beliefs are what got us into this problem, right? People were pushing things onto us and telling us to believe it when it was the opposite of our direct experience.
So how many people would need to travel completely around the world, longitude-wise, from different aspects of the world would it take for you to see or determine, not see, because I make an assumption by saying, to determine whether or not it is a sphere or a flat piece of piece together?
How do we know that?
Let's get this straight. There are
longitude,
wait, listen.
Different parts of
Linda.
The flatness.
Listen, Linda. There are long observations over water that dispute the radius of Earth.
Yeah, we haven't.
Water's always level, bro.
Yes. This is called the Flat Earth Channel 24/7. So let's get down to Earth. We measure Earth flat.
I like that.
We measure Earth flat. Long observations over water, which is level, flat.
You fill up your bathtub, the water's level, right? It's always flat on top, right? Water. They tell us it's about 70% water. So how could it be 70% water and be a ball?
Gravity?
Well, that's the thing.
We're still forgetting about that.
No, but see, gravity is something we've looked into heavily. Like we've all had tons of gravitation is one thing, right? And then there's the weight of things. When you lift up your leg, do you feel a force pulling your leg back down, or do you just feel the heaviness of your leg? Right? There's no suction cups, right? There's no force keeping us here, right? There might be a tendency, which could be a lot of things, electrostatics or whatever else, but they call it the ground because we live in an electric world, right? Everything's electric, right? And the ground is called a ground because when you ground something, that means that's an electric reference, right? There's a universal up and a universal down, right? That's what they don't want us to know. They want us to think there is no up and down.
Hey, guess what, Dave? All airline pilots treat the Earth as flat, stationary. Man, did you know that?
Yeah, I don't know if
they don't actually. They use two different measurements. They use sea level, and then they use two different instruments to determine their distance between what's considered sea level, and then the distance between the height of the terrain that they're over. So they use two different measurements.
Since you know something about airplanes, let me run this by you, okay? You know the globe model enough, right? You know the globe model enough to know that they say it spins about 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Yeah.
Right, and then it tapers up, and it's supposed to be like zero at the poles. So in between there, every latitude's like, 100, 200, 300, 400 until it gets up to 1,000, right? So they say that the ball is literally spinning at different speeds depending on where you are on the ball, right?
Correct.
And so, and you also know that the idea behind if you jump up in the air and then you land back down on the same spot, well, they say, oh, you're already spinning. Like, say you're at the 500 mile per hour latitude. Well, you're already spinning with the Earth. That's why you landed in the same spot. Like if you had a helicopter and it went up and hovered, well, they say the helicopter was on the Earth spinning at 500 miles an hour. That's why it stayed in sync with that little spot that it took off from. It's called conserved momentum. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Right. So if you have the conserved momentum, right, and you take off in a plane, let's say it's actually a plane instead of a helicopter, right? Now the plane, right, is going to fly west-southwest, right? It's flying against the spin, right? But it's still going to get to the equator where it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right? Now, all pilots, they admit on both sides of this argument, ballers know this for a fact, all pilots always treat the Earth as stationary, right? They've never told anything about curvature. They're never told anything about motion. They're all just told to fly and land as if, in quotes, it's stationary and level, right? All flight simulators, if you ever played on a game that has a flight simulator or the real ones that they train the pilots with, it's just a stationary level environment, right? But when that pilot gets to the 1,000 mile an hour mark, where he's going to have to land the plane as if it's stationary, how is the plane going to be moving in sync with the 1,000 mile an hour rotation? It only had 500 miles per hour conserved momentum. So where's the extra 500 come from?
The higher you are away from the planet, the speeds make a difference. So if I'm traveling 500 miles closer to the Earth, I am traveling relative to 500 miles closest to Earth. If I am outside of the Earth in a dim atmospheric plane, if I'm in a different atmosphere, no, because it's the same way as if a track star runs on a track. The person who has the inside lane on a track always has the advantage over the person who has the outside lane.
That's a great example. That's a great example. Now, if the person on the outside of the track is running at 1,000 miles an hour, and you can only run at 400 miles an hour, are you ever going to catch that guy running at 1,000 miles an hour?
It depends on the width of that track. Because if that person has to travel 2 miles from the outer distance, that one person has to travel half a mile, and that person is traveling 1,000 miles per hour, but that other person is only traveling 250 miles per hour, you will reach your destination at the same exact time.
Right. No, but listen, you're on the right track.
I'm telling you, that's not the right track. That's the right thing. If they're literally 4 times the distance from you and 1/4 the distance from you, they only have to travel 250 miles per hour around that distance that's closest to that central part.
Dave.
Yeah, you're helping me.
While the outer person has to travel 1,000 miles.
Help you out,
So,
right. So if the city you're flying towards in the plane, right? The city you're flying towards is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, but your plane can only fly at 400 miles an hour, right? How are you going to catch the city that's moving at 1,000 miles an hour when it's straight across from you when you started off? It's going to be moving fast.
The
Even if you
difference
could catch
is
them, even
because
if you
on
put
a
the pointers,
track,
listen,
on a
even if you could
track,
catch
you're
them.
not dealing with difference between atmospheric pressures and things. So in the higher you go in the atmosphere, you deal with different interferences.
All right. Let me just say a few things before you come back in, bro. Okay. The atmosphere is the air, right? And the air is going to move the plane as a wind, right? So winds go in all directions, any direction, right? It could be really fast westward, it could be really fast northward, southward, east, depending on the day, depending on the conditions, depending on the air pressure, depending on how high you fly. Now, even if you were in a helicopter and you went straight up at that 500 mile an hour latitude, there's no mechanism to push the plane with the air to make it be in sync with the Earth at that latitude, right?
Then what are the engines doing on that plane if there's no mechanism?
Listen, real quick. So the engines fly the plane forward. That's all the pilot ever has to worry about, right?
Yep, and then they use his flaps and his thrusters.
You can't fly the plane backwards, right? Thrusters and everything, right?
Correct.
But the
Correct.
plane's not made to fly backwards, right?
Correct.
Right. So if it's facing west, right? Facing against the spin, right? When it gets to that 1,000 mile an hour rotation, how is it going to stay in sync, flying backwards with the Earth as it slows down to 0 miles an hour to land on a landing strip, facing against the spin?
by utilizing more fuel and energy. If you were to actually go and look up if you were to look up a plane ticket from Maine to California, you will find that going from Maine to California is going to take longer than going from California to Maine, because you have the wind pressure from the wind stream from the direction that the Earth is spinning.
Okay, so you're saying
these are given. Why does it ever?
If
the Earth is not spinning,
flights shorter? Are you saying the rotation of the Earth makes it slower or faster? Depending on the direction you're going?
The direction that the plane is going can change the speed at which you get to your destination.
Okay,
so if you were to just Google a trip from Europe to California, you will find that going from east to west will be longer than going from west to east, because the planet rotates. So if you go and fly in the direction that the Earth is rotating, you will get there faster. If you go against it, you're not only you're fighting against the wind that is being created by the planet, but you're also going against the counter speed of it rotating against you.
Hey, okay, let me tell you, I'm glad you know a few things about this, but the thing is, it would be convenient for flat earthers if what you said was true, because they don't claim that it's rotation that makes that short. It's because of a jet stream, right? There's jet streams that go in both ways, right? So if that's the reason those flights are either shorter or longer, because they utilize the jet streams, and the jet streams are just caused by temperature and air pressure, and that's caused by the heat of the sun. Has nothing to do with rotation. They don't try to claim it's rotation. It would be great if they did, because then we could say, great, that means the Earth is separately spinning from the plane, and all we have to do is put a camera out the window and show the Earth is spinning separately eastward from the plane moving eastward. But the reason you can't do that is the planet isn't rotating. It's not a planet. We're not rotating at all. But you haven't answered the initial problem, bro. It gets to the equator, right, where the planet is that we're supposedly on is supposedly spinning 500 miles an hour faster than where the plane took off from, and it went west-southwest against the spin the whole time, and it can't fly backwards, and it's landing facing against the spin on a westward runway, right? It's a eastward facing runway, so he's landing facing westward. The plane would have to be moving backwards with the rotation in perfect sync, so that the pilot can just treat it as stationary when it lands. So that
I could fly from New York to Siberia.
Planes land every day without doing anything.
I could fly from New York to Siberia in a single flight.
That has nothing to do with what I'm trying to get.
Hear me out. I'm getting to your point, and I'm making that point.
He's going to make your
fly
point
from New York
again,
to Siberia.
Dave, let him make it for the third time. He's
only been helping me out every point he's tried to refute. Go ahead.
He's gonna bring it the house
using that same analogy and bringing New York all the way down. And you want to check out the alignment of the United States map, you'll find that from let's pull that up. Not the United States, the world map. World map, not the globe.
And level regardless of altitude.
World map. Go ahead. You got a world map, Mercator?
Let me tell you something first. I argued this with a CERN physicist, right? And he turned into a babbling idiot. A CERN physicist, he could not answer this. He just. I'll send you the link.
Some people just get flustered too easily.
No. I've argued with hundreds of people on this by now, right? And there is no answer to this, bro. There is no answer.
You're right. You're right. That I will 1000%. There is no proof whether or not the world is flat, or if it's a globe, or if it's a baseball, or
there is not. Planes prove it. Because planes land as if it's stationary every day, and they wouldn't be in sync with a 1,000-mile-an-hour runway when they get to the equator from the North Pole or from anywhere in between. They could not land and treat it as stationary, because the Earth would be literally spinning faster eastward than the plane would ever be moving or could ever move as it's slowing down to land in the opposite direction. Planes prove we're not on a spinning globe. It proves
so. Then Einstein's theory of relativity is not a theory. It is.
It has nothing to do with that, dude. Planes land every single minute of the day, and they prove the Earth is stationary because pilots treat it as fucking stationary.
Then why is it that when I'm inside of a train and I jump, I don't move from the position that I jump, but I'm on top of a train?
We already went through this. I started with your conserve momentum, bro. I started said you can land back down in the same spot. I started giving you that.
He gave you that.
And I'm telling you, inside of a train, I can jump and not move backwards or forwards.
Has nothing to do.
But outside of a train, on top of the very same train that is traveling, if I jump,
but my analogy says you're trying to jump onto a train that's going next to you at 1,000 miles an hour, but your train's only going at 500 miles an hour. If
I'm inside the train,
you're gonna fucking fall on your ass, dude. You're gonna crash just like the plane would. You can't jump on the 1,000 mile an hour train from a 500 mile an hour.
You can jump on the speed.
The pilot will to land on a surface that's moving faster than where he took off from.
Inside of a train, you would not move regardless of the speed of that train because you don't have any atmospheric experience.
Here's the problem, man. We agree with that. And, yeah, you jump up and down. You might move a millimeter or two, but you're not going to like fly across the room, obviously. But
how come I would if I jumped from on top of the train?
Here's the problem, bro. Here's the problem, man.
Was I roboting?
Yeah, roboting. Here's the problem,
So, dude, if you try to jump on a train that's moving 1,000 miles an hour next to the one that you're on that's only moving at 500.
Not jump onto. I'm saying if I'm standing on top of a moving train and I want to jump and stand in the same position when I land, how come I can't do that on top of the train, but I can inside the train?
Because it's a closed compartment and you're in one reference frame and you have the wind.
You got the wind. The wind is gonna fucking rip your ass apart.
But dude, what I'm saying is the analogy was like you trying to jump onto another train that's moving faster at a 500, twice as fast as the one you're on. That's the analogy I made.
There are people who have jumped from moving trains or moving vehicles at slow miles per hour and been able to hold their balance due to sheer force. So,
Dave, you nailed it right there, man. Jumping from one train to the next, bro.
Yeah,
remember that.
That's the analogy I'm making.
Hold on, bro.
Did it?
Yeah, cool story. Hold on, Crouton. I know the rebuttal to this. Your only chance. If you DM me some money, I'll let you know the secret.
Yeah, but I'll tell you with the rebuttals I get right now. They say that the air is moving with the Earth, right? But then they don't claim it's lockstep because their model, they also try to claim that the weather patterns and the dynamic system we live in is created by the atmosphere not being in sync with the Earth. So even if somehow the atmosphere were going to carry the plane twice as fast eastward, by the time it gets there, it wouldn't be in sync enough anyway because it's automatically not in sync by their own claims that's what creates the weather patterns. Plus, air goes in all directions, has winds. So if you had a heavy westward wind one day, it would make a big difference on how much eastward your atmosphere would take you, right? So you can think about it kinematically because there's a difference between kinematics and dynamics. Kinematically, you can do the math in your head and say, oh, well, it's automatically in sync because it got to the destination that's moving that fast. So we can just subtract that or add 500 or whatever we need to do and just think about it as if it's in the same exact rotation rate, right? But no, the dynamics have to be accounted for. There has to be an actual mechanism that accelerates the plane directly eastward to be in perfect sync with the Earth for the pilot to treat it. And there's no mechanism. There's no mechanism when the helicopter even goes high enough up because you have the same thing. You have the same thing like a racetrack you were explaining earlier. We're on the inside track on the Earth. When you get up high enough, you're on the outside track because you have a bigger circumference to move with the great circle of the supposed Earth, right? So there's no mechanism to make the plane go faster or the helicopter go faster, even when you get up high enough. That's a violation of the laws of conservation and momentum and energy and everything, dude. It all violates all the laws of motion.
You know what's the violation of the laws of motion is you taking a breath.
Okay, I'm done. I had to say it one breath before somebody came in and told me to take a breath.
We don't want to witness anybody gas out live on the stream.
I usually have some baller that's like the ballers, or even some flat earthers that don't get this yet, will come in and start, it would work. It has to work because they don't really realize it's not a ball. And they're still thinking it might be a ball. So planes must be able to land. But no, planes would never even be able to land.
AI, please interject, man. Set us in the motion of conservation.
Well, I was about to get some money from that kid for the answer, but then Homeboy just told the secret like a chump. Now I'm poor.
Nah, that doesn't help. That claim of the atmosphere, they never try to claim lockstep. They used to.
It doesn't matter if it helps or not. If they pay me, that helps me.
I doubt he was going to be that stumped. He still thinks I'm wrong and doesn't even get it.
I think we set him on the right path, Dave. You did a good job, bro. Thank you.
I sent you a DM, bro, with the way that the North Pole's in the middle. I'll send you some other information on this.
I like the train jumping analogy we came up with. That guy came up with. Yeah.
I don't know why he started saying it. I started off with the whole conserve momentum thing, and then he just repeated the same example I gave. But it would really be like trying to jump onto a different train that's moving at a different speed.
No, he didn't do it right. If he was going to argue that point properly from his argument, he'd have to argue it that there's 10,000 trains between me and the 500 mile per hour train. So every train I jumped, it's like a very negligible speed change.
Yeah,
that would be the appropriate way to argue that point.
Right. The walking runway or whatever, the moving walkway with just a bunch of them, and then you could walk across that, but then you're still in the same reference frame. Because the lockstep atmosphere, they don't even try to claim that. They try to claim that the atmosphere statically moves the dynamic system in lockstep, but the only reason we have a dynamic system is because it wasn't in lockstep. So it's a direct contradiction right there.
Exactly. You're screwed right there. You're screwed. You're done. You're finished. Kaput.
And another thing about the jet streams, because he brought that up without realizing it, the jet streams are supposed to move 500 miles an hour faster than the actual rotation. So great, go into a jet stream, and then as soon as you get out of it, because you're going to be moving at 500 miles an hour, and for a little while, at least when you jump out of it, just show that the Earth is actually moving eastward faster than your plane is. Or while you're in the jet stream, just show that the rotation is 500 miles an hour slower eastward than your plane is moving. There'd be so many ways to show that we're spinning from a plane.
This is the coup de grace argument, in my opinion. There's no.
He calls it the silver bullet.
It's the silver bullet. It's the dagger. Whatever you want to call it, man. It's
guys like that guy. He was hoping he could get out of here, just going, oh, we don't know either way. Nobody knows. Yeah. But I know there's planets. I know there's another planet, and I know all the stuff about the moon landing. I know that because I saw it and they told me it. Right? I'm not assuming anything. I wouldn't do that.
Right. So yeah, there's no explanation. No pilot ever accounts for any of this shit, bro. They don't account for fuck all. They account for wind, weather. Yeah, we get that. But they're not. There's no curvature, no spin, bro. Zero.
You know what, Kenny? I thought that when they ask for a model, just give them a flight simulator. Be like, "There's our model. Yep, stationary level. You fly all over it. You can see the whole thing. There's our model. Stationary level, just like pilots treat it. Only for them to actually treat it that way is if it's actually that way.
100%.
So there's our model.
I mean, it makes the most sense because it's too simple to say, "Hey, man, you treat the Earth as flat and stationary." When you build the plane and you fly the plane and you land the plane and you take off, yeah, all those things, they build the plane from the ground up to fly over a flat stationary plane, period. And I
love to end the argument. I usually end it with whoever I'm arguing with. I'm like, I have one more question for you. What would be the difference in training a pilot to fly and land on a stationary level Earth compared to training a pilot to fly and land on a spinning ball Earth? And if they know if they've been in this game long enough, they know the answer has to be there'd be no difference. They say they always claim there would be no difference. And you're like, what are we talking about? If there's no difference, what are we even talking about?
There's no difference. What do you mean? There's no difference? Okay, you're just a retard. Okay, because flat and stationary is so easy, bro. It's like 2 + 2. It's not.
Not to mention the fact that you'd have to chase the target, like I was talking about with the city moving faster than where he took off from. You would have to chase the target, just like they say with the Coriolis and snipers. You'd have to shoot ahead of the target, to get there. It would actually be shorter if you just waited for the city to come around the bend and try to meet it the other direction. That would be a shorter flight than trying to catch up to it.
No pilots ever do this, man. That's the point, man. No pilots ever account for this bullshit, man. Never.
All the flight paths. If you flew from New York to Florida, it's a straight path. But it wouldn't be if it was a spinning ball. You would have to account for that spin because Florida's moving faster than New York.
Yeah. You're
fine. It would be a curved path. It wouldn't be a straight path. But all the flight paths are straight paths.
I think that's why they came up with this the Great Circle route to kind of make
they have to say that.
Like, hey man, we got this explanation for this, like these flights that shouldn't take as long as they do.
It is the shortest path on a ball if they could actually fly there without having
path is a curved path rather than a straight. Wait a minute, man. When I was in fourth grade, they said the shortest path between 2 points is a straight line, man. Last time I checked,
that's the straightest they can get on a ball. It has to be like that curved straight path to it.
Right.
But it would never look like that. It would be completely wonky, and every flight would be like trying to either catch up or slow down to the city. Right? All the flight paths would look different.
No pilots are ever trained to do it. And if you got a pilot that's been trained to do this, man, let us know. We'll be here. Please.
Their one thing is they have this INS system that's like a gyroscope that somehow keeps it in line with the level.
Yeah, they had that
dead reckoning system.
But they had that in 1959, right?
I don't know, but it's just a dead reckoning system that keeps them aligned, and it has nothing to do with them catching up or curvature or any of that.
Yeah, there's
they can claim it does.
Or spin there, but yeah, I always bring up. Anybody, they got computers that do this and that. Oh, they had that in 1959?
For anyone else hearing this argument and they want to use it, the best way to go about it is to make the plane go west-southwest, right? So you're going against the spin, and there's no flight plan whatsoever. This is just a joyriding pilot. He's flying all over the place. He's doing big loops over many different tangential velocities. He's going to find a clearing. There's no destination. And he's always going to be able to land on that clearing wherever he decides to land. As he circles around it and decides he's going to land right there, he's going to be able to treat it stationary. Otherwise, they start saying, he follows the coordinates, and the coordinates are going to make the plane speed up. It has nothing to do with flight paths, nothing to do with destination. It's just stationary level.
Yeah.
In fact, if it threw him off, if the Earth is spinning at a different speed, then just great, put a camera out the window and show that the Earth is moving eastward at a different speed than the plane is, and you're all set. There you go. You proved your spinning ball.
Yeah, you could prove it. Your spinning ball.
Planes could prove we're on a spinning ball so easily if we were actually on one.
It would be so easy to crush this flat Earth people.
Oh, yeah.
Could just show the airline pilots fly on a...
Yeah, they would have Dyson ball wheels so that when they land, they don't break their wheels off, right?
They don't break their wheels. The
jets on the side and in the back so they could catch up to the Earth as it's landing. It would be all kinds of different...
No pilot...
They would never design a plane like that.
No pilot has ever flown on Earth considering it's a curvature or a spin. That's a fact. And I'm just waiting for a pilot to come in here and tell me otherwise. That'd be cool. If you guys know a pilot, love to talk to him.
Well, one pilot wouldn't even make a difference if saying that, because we already have tons of pilots saying they fly level and stationary as if it's not a spinning ball.
That's true.
So it wouldn't even matter.
Yeah, I've known that since 2016 when I was talking to some pilots back then. They're like, yeah, man, we just treat it flat and stationary, bro. That's it. Okay, thanks. Thanks for the information.
All right, great. I'm glad you just told me that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yep, they just told me. Yeah, to my face, right there. I shook their hand and went, thank you. Appreciate it. Pilots treat the Earth's flat and stationary. 100%. I'm going to stand on that fucking hill until the day I die, man. It's
so funny to hear ballers get confronted with this argument because they usually don't have any idea, right? And they say engines, the computer, the automatic pilot, right? All these things that the air, and they don't there is no answer, so they have to just guess.
Dude, don't forget about the wind.
Drag, the wind, the eastward wind, wind only goes eastward, right?
Mm-hmm. Winds only go east, and
Oh, the not wind. Don't forget about the not wind, because the only time the atmosphere is in perfect sync with the Earth is when there is no wind. So it's the no wind.
Right.
It's the no wind that keeps it in sync.
Think about that, you guys. Dude, a not wind is what.
Yeah, this guy called it the not wind.
Come on. That's ridiculous, bro. So, yeah.
The other thing is Coriolis has nothing to do with any of this. Now, if we were on a ball, there would be a Coriolis effect, Coriolis force, all those things, the displacement. That would be true if we were on a ball. Sorry. They're conflating the Sagnac effect with Coriolis. That's how they get away with it. There's a little bit of a drift, whatever that is, right? The sidereal rotation, whatever it is they have to calibrate for, that's just a slight drift. And it would be hidden in the winds, ironically. The winds would be much more affecting the plane than any of this little bit of a deviation that they might experience. But it has nothing to do with this argument of catching up to a 1,000-mile-an-hour city, right? And they think it does. Or most people assume it does. Coriolis is just a slight deviation, and you wouldn't even notice it because winds would be stronger.
Well, one way you could test for this is when you're using rifles, the rifling, the twist in the barrels, you can actually get them set clockwise or anti-clockwise if you get custom-made rifles. So if you get one with, say, a 9-to-1 twist clockwise and another one with a 9-to-1 twist anti-clockwise, go and shoot them both. One of them will be amplified, the other one will land on target. If Coriolis is a thing. And then the other thing you can do is take them to the opposite hemisphere and shoot them, and the opposite gun will then be amplified and the other one will be nullified.
Well, they say barrel distortion, and depending on if it's a right-handed gun or a left-handed gun is going to affect it. Barrel distortion, winds. There's all these other factors, just like the winds in the air for the plane. Those other factors would definitely affect the bullet way more than whatever the Coriolis is for the short distance, at least. So that's why they do the whole the thing of it. They could put it in there, but then they just cancel it out, because anything that sets it, offsets the bullet is going to be all these other factors that come into play. And then they could say, oh, Coriolis must have been one of them. Coriolis must have been in there somewhere, right?
Snipers account for it, but yet the world record shot didn't.
Right. Long range missiles would be a good test of this too. If you could get the actual data on the long range missiles, and then calibrate in or calculate in how fast the city on the other side of the ball, was moving. If you were shooting from the north, then it wouldn't work.
Yeah. Crazy, bro. Hey, welcome to Flying on a Globe is Impossible. Spinning globe. Spinning. I forgot the word spinning.
Did our friend leave? Or is he still here?
I don't know. I think he left.
So I wanted to just add real quick that the gun idea was more accessible to your everyday layman rather than missiles.
Yeah.
True. Yeah. I mean, it's just there's not enough of an effect at short ranges that it would be a good test to prove anything. Because they could just say, oh, well, Coriolis could have been one of those, but then there was winds actually pushing it the other way, counteracting the Coriolis, so we can't really know. They'll say whatever. They'll just add it in there. Somebody actually looked that up, and they figured out that Coriolis is like negligible as far as any of the whatever it could have been, compared to other things. So. But long range, it would be long range. Missile would have to literally be shooting at, like if you were going to try to hit Australia from here with some kind of guided missile, the missile, all of that, those calculations would have to be in, because it would go past the equator, which is moving faster, and then it would have to slow down to be, hitting Australia or wherever. You could really figure it out.
Hey, Dave, man, have you ever looked into ICBMs and the claims that there's these intercontinental ballistic missiles that can go from, I don't know, California to Russia to whatever? Apparently, an ICBM goes actually into outer space, and then it comes back down. But
wow, I'd like to see those calculations.
We'd love to see those calculations. And here's the kicker, Dave. This is a great proof. People bring up ICBMs all the time, man. But has anybody actually ever used one ever? No. There's been no actual test of an ICBM ever. Not even a test, much less using one. And that's like a dead giveaway, in my opinion, that ICBMs are totally fake, bro. There ain't nobody fucking shooting rockets out into outer space and coming. No, that shit's fake as fuck, man.
Did they start claiming that so they could put all that money into the Star Wars program, which is supposed to be like the shield in space?
Reagan. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to shoot those things out of the sky.
That was a sludge fund, man.
As soon as those things hit space, man, we got lasers and shit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's never happened in all.
Was he ever called out for that? Was the Star Wars program, like, I'm sure there's data, right? Like, they funded it, that it failed for whatever reason. They have to admit that. Was anyone ever given enough shit about that not even being a real thing?
Yeah. No, yeah, most people don't give a shit about it, but we do. And my point is that ICBMs are fake as fuck in space, man. Yeah, they're so fake. There's no way there's some ballistic missile gonna go from Russia to California, bro. It's never gonna happen.
Well, maybe it could if it was just inside this atmosphere, not out into space or whatever.
Nah, they don't have enough fuel to get that far, bro.
Really? Yeah. What would be the reason anyway? You could just fly over it.
I mean, maybe you could fly a 747. Yeah, you could probably do that, but
well, they have those. They have the ones that the rocket, whatever they call them, daggers of God or God's lightning bolts or something. It's like missiles that shoot off the plane. Rods of God, yeah. They have those that just go off the plane, right?
Yeah, but it's coming off a plane. It's not an intercontinental ballistic missile, bro.
No. I wonder how much. I haven't looked into that as far as they're. Yeah. Well, nukes are fake too, so you know.
So, anyway, if anybody has evidence of flying a plane on a spinning, curving globe or intercontinental ballistic missiles, I would love to hear from you, man. If you got some.
Now.
Go ahead.
Sorry for jumping in and taking over. I didn't mean to even go into that. I wasn't even going into the plane thing. You kind of prompted me to. But the guy was funny coming in saying not to assume things, which at least he knows that. Then he was assuming all these things that, he's been told about.
Speaking of airplanes and stuff, I have a flight lesson tomorrow.
Oh, yeah? Do you treat the Earth as stationary when you fly your plane?
Do I need what?
Do you treat the Earth as level and stationary when you fly and land?
No.
You treat it as a spinning ball?
Yeah.
How do you catch up to the place
but
where
it's very, very slow.
Oh, but you're told in your flight instructions to land and fly because the Earth is spinning faster at certain areas than other areas? Is that what you're told?
No.
You're told that?
No.
You should sober up before your flight training, by the way.
What do you mean?
I think you know what I mean.
What do you mean?
I mean, the fact that you had to ask that twice means that you know what I mean.
What do you mean?
Hey.
3 times the charm?
3rd time's the charm, bro. If I'm going to fly on
what do you mean,
Earth,
though?
she's not.
I mean that the only reason that you fly and land is if it's stationary, is if it's actually stationary and level, bro. I mean, that's just the way it is. You can't just fly point to point and just land as if it's stationary if it's actually rotating. Duh.
It's very slow.
It's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. You think that's slow? 1,000 miles an hour compared to at the poles, which is 0 supposedly. Don't you think the 1,000 mile an hour rotation at the equator is fast compared to living near the North Pole, where it's said to spin very, very much slower than that? What if you lived your whole life in an area that's right towards where it doesn't spin at all? Then you move to the equator. You think that 1,000 mile an hour would feel slow then? I think you'd have a little bit of an adjustment time at least. Come on, it's so stupid. There's no way we're spinning.
Not spinning. Not spinning. We are not
We're
spinning.
spinning very slowly at a large scale.
1,000 miles an hour is very, very fast, no matter how you cut it. Supposedly faster than the speed of sound. You think the speed of sound is slow? I didn't think so.
Sound travels about 750 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's very fast, actually.
It's fast. It's pretty fast.
But yeah, everything's relative, right? You can say 1,000 miles an hour is slow compared to 1,000,000 miles an hour, but you don't know what it feels like to be spinning at 1,000,000 miles an hour, much less 1,000 miles an hour. You can compare it, and that's how they get you. They also say that it would be as slow as the hour hand, twice as slow as the hour hand of a clock, right? Well, yeah, if the Earth was as small as a clock, then that would be slow, right? It's a scale thing, right? If you make the clock as big as they say the circumference of the Earth is, the tip of that hour hand would be moving at 1,000 miles an hour, right? Now, you know clock hands don't move at 1,000 miles an hour. So that's a false comparison, the non sequitur.
So let me get this straight, man. Airline pilots, every single one of them, treat the Earth as flat and stationary.
Except for the girl that we're talking about. She's trained to treat it as a spinning ball, she claims.
Oh, wait.
She'd be the only one. She'd be the only one that's trained that way.
Oh, my goodness. We have a exception to the reality.
I'll come back tonight
you know
and
what?
tell you.
Some baller, yeah, come back when you're sober, maybe, and tell us the truth. But you know, some
drink, I'm
ballers
sorry.
like listening on YouTube, and he's
I don't
getting his
drink
wife.
because of my
He's like,
religion, and I'm ethanol intolerant.
yeah,
and I think
that's
it's
why
stupid
you're
to
laughing as you say that, right?
That's
I'm
pretty
ethanol
funny.
But some
intolerant
baller that's
against
mad.
my
He's listening on
religion.
YouTube. He's like, yeah, he got his wife to get on and be like, but just tell him you're a pilot. You've got training tomorrow, and you treat it like a spinning ball. Tell him that. I'm too wasted, sweetie. No, don't do it. Do it. These guys need to be shut down.
No pilot in all of human history, bro. I'm talking about how long we've been flying, man. 115 years. No pilot has ever treated the Earth as fucking other than stationary and flat, man. They don't treat it like spin globe. Yeah, no pilot ever. And I will stand on this to my fucking grave, Dave. No doubt, no pilot has ever been trained to treat the Earth as a globe spinning.
Hey,
bro.
Flat
Come
Earth
on.
dude. Let's just go back in time. The Wright brothers have got their little crate with wings. They're just doing a bit of a runner. They're about to jump. They've jumped off the ground, and oh shit, the ground has just took out from underneath them at 1,000 miles an hour. And holy fuck, what have we done? Get back on the ground! Shit! It didn't happen like that.
It never happened like that, ever. And that's why I think this is the greatest argument for the fucking globe or the flat Earth, whichever one. If you're spinning and you're flying on Earth, and you got all kinds of shit you got to deal with, bro. You got some super stuff you got to calculate, and they never, not one of them ever do it, bro. They just treat it as flat and stationary.
Yeah,
you gotta love that, man. You gotta love that argument, man. You gotta love it. You gotta own it, and that's all I'm saying. What's that, Dave?
My mic cut out. I thought I was talking. I was agreeing with all that you were just saying for sure. That was funny. Also, what T-Dub said. It's the tangential gradient, man. Oh, I got to put "Hidden in the Winds" in the chat for people to hear this song that I wrote about the Coriolis effect being hidden in the winds, even though it would be.
Yeah. So there's no spin. There's no curvature, and you're flying your airplane every day, flat and stationary, man, guaranteed. And if somebody wants to come in here and disprove that, man, that'd be cool. I'm not going to go over to Jim Pandas and try to argue that shit with those mongos, but yeah, to each his own. Yeah. Shout out to Jen from Japan.
Jen from Japan. You know, Jen has a Cockney accent.
Yeah.
Do you know that? It's Cockney. Some other British guy came on and said, Jen's got a Cockney accent. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
I bet he's got the biggest Cockney in Japan.
Take that, Mongo.
He was laughing. He's like, Jen, they're telling me you have the biggest Cockney in Japan.
Hey, thank you guys for letting me piss around the globe. And I love
piss around the globe.
Taking a piss on the globe.
Pissing on the globe.
Taking a piss.
Are you having a piss? Having a piss on the globe, are you?
A piss on the globe.
Taking a piss, are you?
Yeah, taking a piss. And it's so easy to piss on the globe, man. Oh, there we go. There you go.
I put my gifts in there. Somebody liked the argument. So use these if you. The ballers hate these. They hate when I post these.
I love that. Yeah, they hate that shit, bro. Why? Because it's too provable, bro. They can't.
Every single minute of the day, it's something people can relate to. You know, everyone's been in a plane. You would definitely see the ground spinning eastward at some point. And think about the jets that can fly 2,000 miles an hour or 1,000 or whatever. You know, they can fly that fast. They just have to get out of sync with the Earth because there's a tangential gradient. That's what fucks it all up. Is that tangential gradient? Tangential gradient. Isn't that song still stuck in your head, hidden in the winds?
Excuse me, why is Earth flat?
Well, because it's stationary level, just like you experience 24/7. It's all you can know because you experience it at stationary level. That's why, right?
But
they tell you you're spinning, but you're not spinning. Would you be surprised to find out the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're actually not spinning, bro? Would that be so crazy that the reason you're not feeling any motion whatsoever and everything looks level? Would that be like fucking crazy or what, man? Everything's just like it seems. Oh my God. Why is everything like it seems? I'm going to go ask my friend, why is everything like it seems?
Can you walk off the edge?
It seems exactly like it is. And
can you walk off the edge?
Not even a thing, right? So you come in here looking stupid for acting. You don't even realize how stupid you look for asking that because there is no edge, dude. Is there an edge of a lake? Is there an edge of a lake, right?
Well,
a lake
I'm asking the question
right?
because I don't know.
But no, the first thing you should find out about flat earthers is we never try to make any claims that we can't prove to ourselves or validate, right?
Sure.
How would we know if there's an edge or a wall or any? We don't know that.
Well, I mean, I hear a lot of people talk about
your direct experience. We only know what you know. Your direct experience is stationary level. You already know that, right?
I see.
Can you admit that? So our direct experience is your direct experience. So we know just as much as each other.
Sure. So what I'm asking though is what's the end look like then? I mean, I talked to other flat earthers and they tell me.
How would
they tell me there's an ice wall. Well, they tell me there's an ice wall and there's a glass dome.
Yeah,
so
those are believers. Those are people that want to believe.
What do you believe?
We're in this problem. No, it's not about belief. We just went through this with another guy. Rewind on YouTube, dude. I'll send you the link. I just went through this with a guy that came in here assuming we must fall off an edge because he was told that by the mainstream media. So you believe it, and everyone else mostly believes it, and they think we believe it. And it has nothing to do with the ice wall, dude. It's just about your direct experience. No flat earther should ever say they believe in anything that they can't prove to themselves or validate, right? That's what this is all about. It's about what you can validate, having common sense, and not asking questions that we can't give you an answer for. You can say you believe something, you can speculate about something, but why do that? That's what got us into this. I'm asking. They got you believing we're on a ball. We all believe we're on a ball. We used to be you.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't really care what shape the planet is. I'm asking about your beliefs, I'm not being facetious when I ask that. Some people believe it.
You sound more respectable. It's not about that.
I assure you.
I can say the only thing that the flat earthers have in common, the only one thing that all flat earthers have in common, is they've looked into the globe model. And they've debunked it because it doesn't work. All the motions, all the forces, all that stuff, it doesn't check out scientifically, bro. Yeah. So all we know, all we all agree on is that we're not on a spinning ball. We know that. That's all we know.
Okay, so
then you're back to the axioms, right? We all experience stationary and level Earth. That's all we can know.
So if you could guess, like what? So what does the edge of Earth look like, though? Like, what is that? What is that? What happens?
Why are you asking the same question I just said? Nobody in here knows what anything looks like outside of their direct ability.
But so science.
Right. So how would we know? Why are you asking a question we can't give you an answer for?
Well, because educate. I mean, like,
there's. You want to make it into a belief. It's not about belief.
No, it's not about a belief. I mean, but like everything's a belief. If I drop a ball, but if I drop a ball, I believe it's gonna fall.
Right.
Yeah, but if I drop a ball, I believe it's going to fall. So the gravity is a belief. These are theories. What's your theory?
When you're sitting in a chair, do you have to believe you're sitting in a chair? Or is that just like, something you know directly, right? You know you're sitting in a chair. You don't have to believe that, right?
Sure, but I have to believe that if I stand up, I'm not going to fall through the ground. Because we have a certain... these are theories.
Yeah, there is a certain amount of faith involved with certain things like that. But if you're sitting in the chair, would you call that a belief that you're sitting in a chair? Or would you just know that directly?
It's just to say that we're on a flat planet, right? Which I'm not going to say that we are.
No, we're not. No one's saying we're on a flat planet. It's not a planet, bro. We just know we're not on a planet at all. We're not floating in space. Space doesn't surround us 360 degrees because we debunked that, right? We know that that's not true. But as far as
you don't think that we're in space?
You want to attack beliefs, right? It's not about beliefs.
No. I don't want to attack anything. I don't want to attack anything.
But you want to call it a belief so you can say, I have a belief and you have a belief and we're just having beliefs. No, we lost the belief that we're on a spinning ball because it doesn't check out scientifically. So now all we have is our base
now we're not in space.
Right?
So
I have no idea. I don't know what
you
space
still
is.
think that navigation
I'm not
works?
claiming anything.
Do I still think navigation works? Do I think navigation works?
Yeah, no, new perspective. Does navigation work?
Yeah. I mean,
what do you mean? He's trying to draw it to a ball like navigation idea. And so we can go through navigation if you want.
Is the North Pole in the center of flat Earth?
We don't know.
What's going to happen here? Hold on. You can tell that to Missy.
The compasses seem to point towards it, right? There's something there that makes the compasses point towards it.
New perspective.
As far as how big it is. And speculation is the thing.
What happened?
People want us to speculate about all these things they think.
Did someone say my name?
Have something to do with the ball.
Did someone say my name?
Yes, I did.
I was just speculating with you, bro. I'm just saying we don't try to make claims we can't know. So if you ask us, where's the edge?
Hey, new perspective, bro. Don't just talk straight through everyone trying to get your attention. It's annoying as crap to listen to. Okay? Pay attention.
So am I in
trouble? To get your attention.
Am I in trouble?
No.
Dude, is your name new perspective, dude? Are you that dumb? Yeah, I'm gonna mute you now.
Are you talking to me?
Dude, not anymore because I'm muting your dumb ass. Who's that moron? That's too dumb to know his name isn't new perspective.
Rotan.
Get muted.
Dude,
yeah.
I can't hear. That's okay.
Yeah, no worries, bro. But you're not the one talking like yappity yap yap, right? Somebody else is.
Yeah, I get in trouble a lot, and I was being perceived as being facetious.
Holy crap, dude! Stop interrupting me.
Okay.
Hey, I want to unmute this new perspective, kid, so you guys can continue your conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was yappity yapping. Sorry, bro. I think somebody was trying to get someone else to shut up that was butting in so I could continue the conversation just like you said. So I thought he was just clearing the way for me. So my apologies. But yeah, bro, we're just trying not to make claims that we can't verify.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But like we have to so here's the thing, and I mean you might disagree with this, but I mean if we are to believe that we are on a flat surface, right, and that we aren't flying through space, right? If everything else is to be like disproved, right? When is it that because the whole like developing idea of like we're on a sphere and then we're in a solar system and then all these things came gradually over time. So when does that change? Like when does the development of we're on a flat surface turn into okay, we're on a flat surface and this flat surface is here and this flat surface's nature is this? I understand that you don't want to make claims you don't know, but we have to start understanding like the nature of things, right? So what's the current theory on what that edge looks like, if there is an edge? You told me that there might not be an edge,
But you're trying to go back to theories and speculation and things that we can't know. Right?
Well, I mean, we had to push towards things, right? I mean, you had the theory that we might not be on a globe, so you had to push towards that. What's like? I mean,
like I said before, your direct experience is a stationary level Earth, just like everybody else, right? But now that we know it's not a globe, the science doesn't check out for it to be a globe.
So if you walk in one direction,
if you just pretend you lost the belief that you live on a planet, right? You don't know about the flat Earth. You don't know anything about this idea of flat Earth, but you realize that the ball model and all of the science they say goes into the ball model. You saw that it literally didn't work, and so then you knew you weren't on a ball. Then what would you be? Would you be a flat earther automatically?
I would have a lot of questions to fall into. I feel like
that's why we have a lot of questions. We're seeking answers. We're looking to try to figure things out, but we're not going to try to make claims or push beliefs about ice walls or edges when that's not anything within our purview.
So what questions are you asking then that other people should be asking? I mean, about the nature of our
man, I got so many links for you, bro. People are doing a lot of work on figuring out exactly how things work with the eclipses and how it works over a level stationary Earth. And a lot of the people that weren't allowed to say anything because they had to be peer reviewed, and it was basically, you were gagged. You could not say anything went against this model, or you wouldn't get your peer review, right? So all the good stuff got hidden.
Yeah. So why? Oh, nothing. So,
I'll send you links, man. If you're really interested, if you actually would want to know, that's the question. If we're not on the spinning balls, would you really want to know?
I mean, it wouldn't really change much for me personally.
Well, most people assume that.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is like, I mean, I believe that you're going to be able to change my mind about the nature of our planet? Probably not, but I'm willing to hear you out. And the only reason I'm genuinely just curious about what you guys believe or what you guys think, what you guys have come to understand about the world. I mean,
nobody wants to convince you. Like, nobody can be convinced. They have to figure it out for themselves. It's something you realize, not something you get convinced of, right? The spinning ball is something we were all convinced of, right? Because there's nothing about it that makes not that it doesn't make sense to me, but it literally wouldn't work.
So other planets, though, are those are planets? Like, so I mean, sorry, not other planets.
They were called wandering stars, right? They were called wandering stars.
So Mars, Mars is a planet, right? And it's circular.
Sure, you could call it a planet, but why would you assume that we're on one? There's nothing similar to what you see here compared to Mars. What's one thing that's similar other than your assumption that we're also a planet?
Sure.
What's one thing, anything up there that's similar to Earth?
Sure. Well, I mean, just rock formations, I suppose.
No, I mean about the surface. Like, you see the surfaces of these other planets, right? Do any of them look like Earth?
Well, no, but they have rocks, and some of them have water.
That's also an assumption, right? You've never seen the water. Well, that could just be rocks and water here, and they say it's there.
Well, we know Kepler has water.
Kepler. Water why did you mention Kepler?
Well, because Kepler has water.
Kepler is the guy that did all of the kinematics.
No, the planet, like the planet Kepler, Kepler 12, Kepler something.
Oh, you were told that, right? You were told, and you saw the little light that they told you was Kepler, right? Oh, okay. They showed you that there was a light there that they call Kepler. That's 6 trillion times 500, right? Take the number 6 trillion, right? That's about what they say a light year is. And they say 50 million light years or whatever. I mean, think about how ridiculous that is. 6 trillion miles is 1 light year, and then they're saying there's like hundreds of times that, and you believe what they're saying about that little dot.
I mean, have you ever looked at like a high powered high powered not microscope telescope?
Telescope? Yeah, I have. A lot of flat earthers have done a lot of that.
So then, like, why is it so hard to believe that like there's these places out there? I mean, we were able to see them through telescopes.
It's not about believing there's places out there, dude. It's not about you believe there's places out there. It's not about it being hard. We all believed it, right?
Sure.
But we're not. Now we know that we're not on one of those planets, right? Because there's just no curvature. There's no curvature, right? We see too far. We're not on a ball, and it can't just be a bigger ball, because all the math works out with the distances to the sun and the moon and everything with that ball size, right? So it has to be exactly what they're saying for their hijacking of perspective to make you think it's curvature. It's all reverse engineered, bro. It's
I
just
mean, but
mathematics.
I've observed like these other places, you know, like so like I see these places are orbs.
You've been there?
No, but I've observed them through a telescope.
Yeah, we all can see it, but we don't know what it is. We don't know what the surface is like. They just make claims about it. They own space.
I've been there. I've been there.
You've been to Kepler?
I'm there right now.
You're on Kepler right now? Awesome.
Oh my God, you're gonna believe him too, huh?
No. I mean, it's not about really believing. I mean, I'm not a.
It
not
sure
really.
is. You have to believe the authorities that told you this was true.
I mean, I have
Totally
to believe
about
my
believing.
senses. I have to believe my senses, and you know what I see.
All your senses tell you you're on a stationary level.
You
Earth,
don't
bro.
see those things though.
I didn't see those things through the telescope.
Wait, why would you bring up senses to a flat earther, dude? All of your senses tell you you're stationary and level. You have to admit that.
Sure. So,
right.
well, I mean,
would you be so surprised that your senses were so reliable to tell you that you're on a stationary level Earth and that's actually what it is?
well, I mean, again, I'm not outright denying anything you're saying. I just said that I saw.
You're believing in things other people tell you, right?
I saw planets.
New perspective. Can I just get in for a moment? Because I think that there's I think you're talking over the top of each other, like talking past each other.
Anyway.
It's all right.
I have to go anyway.
I just think
it's been great. I'm going to go listen to your conversation with him on YouTube while I fall asleep. But thanks a lot, guys. I'll talk to you guys.
No problem. Nice meeting you, Mono.
Nice to meet you.
Gotcha, man.
I think, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but are you thinking that when you look through a telescope from Earth, you yourself, you're on the Earth's surface, and you look through a telescope at planets in the sky, that you see a level of detail which tells you that the surface of those things is made of dirt and rock or ice or gas?
I mean, what else would they be made out of? And no, I mean you can't really see that sort of detail, but you can see.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but you can see things there, and what else is there? Gas. I mean, sure, but we see planets that are called gas giants. So why would they not just say all of them?
Well, you don't see that it's gas. You don't look at it and go, "Oh, that's
so what is
gas."
it? What is
you
it?
don't look at it, and you don't look at them and go, "Oh, that's obviously iron-based
So
dirt."
is the Mars rover not real?
You don't. Mars rover is just something you saw on TV, man. It's a story that they told you that they sent a thing there and they're driving around. Yeah, I'm not even claiming that Mars is a thing that
exists.
No, not that exists. Right? Obviously, there's a thing in the sky that we perceive is light, and we call it Mars, and it has this certain motion, retrograde motion in the sky, and we identify, it has a differing color to other things, and all that. So we distinguish these little differences, but when we look at it through a telescope from Earth, like not even with the best commercially available telescope are you going to be able to see detail that will tell you that it's made of dirt or anything like that, right?
Do you believe in satellites? Sorry, I'm rattling off so many questions. I'm new to satellites. I mean,
That's right. I really only just butted in because I just wanted to clarify what you think it was exactly that you're seeing through a telescope from Earth. But I've really got to mute up. So if there's anybody else in that can take over,
yeah, sure. I'd love to hear from anybody. I mean,
that's cool.
What about telescopes or not telescopes? Satellites. I mean, do they not? I mean, they don't orbit the Earth obviously because it's flat. So what do they do up there? Are they controlled remotely? Do they not exist? Anyone? I'd love to hear. I know I sound facetious because I naturally sound like an asshole. You have to understand these are bold claims, and some of the people that I've talked to, some of the flat earthers, told me there's a glass dome over our planet. Some of them tell me that dragons exist. So I want to know. I mean, I like the we don't know part. The we don't know part I can respect more than there are dragons.
I'd be quite certain to say that there'd be no one on the 24/7 panel would offer up that there's dragons.
Well, in the other politics server, I mean, there's a 24/7 flat Earth room that they did offer up that there are dragons. There was a lot of pushback from other flat earthers.
You're in politics server now.
Huh? No, it's called Politics and Philosophy. The other one that I'm in, they have a 24-hour.
Politics and religion.
It might have been Politics and Religion.
I'd like to bring. I'd like to
Same
bring
crew.
people.
Yeah, there was a lot of pushback whenever that person did say that. I said, "What's beyond the ice wall?" And they told me one person said there was a glass dome. which is a large claim, because where did that come from? And
they
then
wouldn't have said it was a glass dome.
Well, they use a
different. I don't disagree with you. Gas pressure.
They used a different word for it. They said
container.
I
don't disagree with you guys. I just think you're wrong.
Okay. Are you saying that's what I'm saying? Because I mean, I can't I personally disagree, but I'm not saying that. Like, I'm not. I'm here under the motion or the notion of learning what they have to say in a non a non facetious idea or stance. I
find it interesting. You've claimed you're already burned into the 24/7 panel on politics and religion, yet you come in here asking the same stupid questions. Didn't you get answers the first time?
I mean, the answers I got were different than what the answers you're giving me. So would it really matter? I want to hear what you have to say now.
That's interesting. You've spoken of dragons and you've spoken of a glass dome over it. We don't sell that here.
Awesome. So I'm asking, what do you sell here? Because that's what I've heard from there.
The Earth is flat.
Awesome.
Water is flat, level, at rest.
Sure. And you don't think that we're
just 72% of it's water, so you've got a bit of a problem.
Let's see. And so, but you understand like the like idea of like gravity, right? Like gravity would hold the water there. So if that was to be believed,
an idea like gravity. I'm glad you word it like that. That's awesome.
I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, because again, I'm not here to be an asshole. I'm here to ask questions.
Doesn't sound like it. You keep saying that so often.
I mean, yeah. I'm noticing the way you're saying things.
It sounds like you're trying to be here to be a smart ass, but you're telling yourself you're not being a smart ass, so we don't feel bad about you.
I mean, I don't know. I'm getting the vibe that you think I'm a smart ass, which is why I'm imploring you to believe
that's why you keep trying to tell me you're not.
Well, yeah, because I think that you think that I am. So I think that you think that I think that I think that I am.
Well, if you think that, you probably are.
That's fair.
No, I think he isn't. I think you are.
Oh, wow. Creamy
I got a defender. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you haven't really given me too many answers either. I asked about satellites. What are they? Are they real?
Well, I've got no problem with mechanical devices flying above my head. What I do have a problem with is your claim of mechanical devices in the vacuum of space.
Sure. So, well, according to, and again, this is like, so I have a reason to believe they're able to do that. You don't. So I'm wondering what keeps them above our heads, because we don't see any propulsion systems that like would keep them there like that, do we?
Isn't this interesting? I've had this exact same conversation. This is the third time this week.
Wow. Maybe it's a hot.
Why is it everyone keeps talking about satellites with propulsion systems? I don't see any propulsion system.
You don't?
That phrase I've heard multiple times this week.
Interesting.
It's like as if someone's in your DMs feeding you retarded questions to ask us.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, no, not really. That would be a crazy.
Not really. So there is, but you don't want to admit to it.
No. This is just okay. Respectfully, this is an insane jump to make. Like absurd.
No, it's just that. Look, no offense, but it's just a very specific phrase. It's not something that people say on a regular basis. It's a very specific, particular phrase that I've heard the same exact couple of words in that order. It hasn't been reworded because you're of a upper or lower intelligence level. No, it's the exact same phrase. It's like someone's gone, copy, paste, send it to you. Copy, paste, send it to him. Copy, paste, send it to someone else.
I mean, I can screenshot my DMs. I mean, I apologize for asking a question that upset you. I just mean...
No, it doesn't upset me. It's like I said, listen, it's a very particular phrase. And I've heard the exact phrase 3 times this week.
Well, how did you answer the other 3 times? Because that's what I'm wondering.
Well,
or did you not?
Like I already have answered it and you didn't want to listen to it. So I've got no problem with mechanical devices flying above my head. What I do have a problem with is the claim... I'm sorry, did the middle of my sentence interrupt the start of yours?
Oh, I could have swore I stopped, but I mean, if we're gonna be, a fat piece of shit about it, we can be a fat piece of shit about it.
No, you just kept talking.
Okay.
Anyway,
my bad. I'll stop.
What I do have a problem with is the claim that they are in the vacuum environment of space.
Okay, so now my question, right, is because you said that it's flying above your head, right? That would mean that there would have, and the reason I say propulsion system is because for you to claim that it's flying above your head, there would have to be a mechanism that allows it to do that.
Yep, balloons have the capabilities of flying above my head.
Okay. Anybody else who's not going to tell me
What,
balloons?
you don't like satellites shooting off
no.
balloons?
No, it
Why
seems
not?
silly. It seems very silly.
It seems silly? Ah, so
Yes.
you've never heard of the phrase Sataloons before?
Unironically, I haven't.
Or the word? You haven't? You might
No, I
want to
haven't
look that
heard.
up.
I might look that up. You know what? I will look that up. And in 8 minutes when I'm off work, I would love to look that up. But so satellites, right? That's how they do it, and they're able to course a path with these satellites that are attached to balloons.
Well,
Because for
the issue
satellites
you've
to work,
got
they have to.
is with your satellites, you can make a big song and dance about them for all I care. It doesn't really matter because they don't really prove the shape of the ground. So, whilst you're staring up at the sky for hopes and dreams and satellites, you still haven't proven you're on a ball, Todd.
Well, I'm not trying to prove anything to you. My beliefs. I don't expect you guys to believe my beliefs.
That's it, it's a
I'm wondering
belief.
about your beliefs.
How about we change your belief to a knowing? What do you know?
Well, okay. Well, I say my beliefs because you guys call them beliefs. I'm
Stop.
working at.
You've just gone okay, and then the very next word was my beliefs.
No, I'm saying I'm calling them beliefs because you called them beliefs. I'm working off your rhetoric.
Yours
now.
are beliefs because you've never gone out and tested it firsthand.
Okay.
So it's only a belief until you've actually... Look, I'll give you an example. If I tell you I've got a rectangular computer table, do you know my computer table's a rectangle, or do you believe it's a rectangle?
I would like to counter that with why would I not take your word for it?
So you don't want to answer the question, so you're just a slime, so you are here to cause trouble and be a pain now.
Not at all. I just mean
Yes, you are.
Take your word
so
for it.
answer the question.
Sure.
Do you know it's a rectangle, or do you believe it's a rectangle?
Sure. I mean, I believe it's a rectangle in that case.
Exactly. If I was to bring you over to my house and stand you in front of the computer table and you look at it to see its shape, would you then know what shape it is, or would you still believe it?
Yeah, I would know what shape it is, man.
Exactly. Now you know the difference between knowing and believing. So, do you know you live on a ball, or do you believe you live on a ball?
Well, according to you, I believe, but according to me, I know I live on a person. Because if you walk in one direction, you'll land in the same spot.
I'm glad you're straw manning me. So, you know you live on a ball. So, what first-hand evidence have you got that you could present to us to prove you live on a ball?
Oh, you done? I'm going to clock out then.
That was the question.
Oh, no, I'm not. Not clocking out yet. But sorry, 1 second. I have to walk away from my annoying ass coworker. Yeah. So, my first-hand experience, not much, man. Not much.
So you've got zero first-hand experience, but yet you know.
Oh, yes.
You're a fool, son.
That's okay. But again, that's why we're operating off of the notion that it's a belief, because that's how you feel about it. So
No, that's how you feel about it. You've just stated that for everyone.
Well, no, I mean
you are based on a belief system. That's it.
Sure. There's plenty of things that we believe because that's how we have to operate. We have to operate based on beliefs. I believe.
What's stopping you from changing that to a knowing?
So here's the thing, right? I believe
too much effort. That you don't want to. You just have more fun coming in here slagging off other people.
Slagging off. I feel like I've had constructive conversations.
You called me fat earlier.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you were being a fat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you were being a fat piece of shit. So I called you a fat piece of shit. But no, I'm not. Like again, I do want to know about your beliefs or your knowings. I want to know what you have to say. You just don't like.
No, you don't.
Listen, here's the thing.
You've come in here with a bag full of so-called gotcha questions, and they're not getting anyone. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I mean, they're not gotcha questions. These are questions that are genuine.
Sound like you're trying to.
So here's the thing, right, man? And hold on. I would like for you to let me just finish for a second. I think what's happening here is you're genuinely used to people being facetious about their questions because to them they think that you guys are silly in your beliefs or your knowings, and I don't feel that way. I feel like when people have these kind of strong beliefs, there's a reason for it, and I wanted to know what they were. There are questions that, yes, other people are going to ask that are supposed to be gotcha questions. I emphasize that they weren't gotcha questions, as they are questions that are worth asking for somebody who doesn't necessarily know your point of view. So
all of your so-called not gotcha questions are related to space, other planets, satellites, and everything possible not to do with the shape of the ground. Isn't that interesting?
So those are the things that are observable. And
so if I was to go into a discussion with someone to do with the shape of the ground, I'd probably discuss things like, oh, so how does water work? Tell me more about how far you can see. Shit like that.
Yeah.
Not, oh, look, there's the fucking Mars. That proves we're on a boltard. Like, shit,
I hear what you're saying, man. My thing, though, is that, like, we are small creatures. We're small beings. The planet is very large. I mean, it's not impossible to imagine that maybe... you want me to go pull a number? I don't know how big it is off the top of my head.
You don't even know what the radius is? Diameter? Circumference? Any of that?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir. What do you like?
I told you the radius is 3959 miles. 3,959 miles.
3,959 miles? I would probably say that's not true because from California to Pennsylvania, it's 3,000. Yep. Yeah, it's 3,000 some miles.
That's cool. Maybe you should be looking this stuff up. Know a bit more about your globe lore before you start asking questions about other people's stuff. And then you might realise that, holy shit, what we've been told is horse crap, and you might need to ask questions of others. You'd probably go and realise it yourself.
Well, I mean, I believe you need to ask questions whether you know the truth or not. I mean, that's the importance of knowing the truth is checking the other like you have to check and see what other.
But you're here questioning me, and you haven't even questioned your own law yet.
Sure, I mean, but
you don't even know what your own radius is.
Sure, but there's plenty of sources for that. I mean, you know, you guys say things all the time about, you know.
I didn't say there wasn't plenty of sources. I said you didn't know. You hadn't looked it up.
Sure, I mean, I'm at work right now. This isn't something like I'm not here to like prove you guys wrong or you know, infiltrate and ask you questions about satellites and their propulsion system. Like that's not what I'm here for. And I would love to hear what you have to say. And personally, I feel like I understand that you come from like a group of people who are oftentimes criticized for your thoughts and opinions on things and your knowings on things. I'm not here to do that.
Well, Rotone, can I ask you a question?
What's up, man?
So far, your questions, like Banhammer said, have been about space, satellites, etc. Now, there's certain things that we're not going to be able to answer on those topics because we don't want to speculate on what it may be. Otherwise, we're just going to be discussing beliefs and ideas. Yeah. So, if we can show that Earth measures to be flat in all instances, that we treat it as flat, measure it as flat, etc., then how does what Mars is doing, what Jupiter's doing, what satellites are doing negate the fact that the actual surface measures to be flat?
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, I don't know the measurements of it being flat. If you got like, and it's not that I'm saying that it isn't flat. Like that was never my.
No, that's fine. But I think what happens is you're doing what a lot of people do. Maybe you are genuine here. I'm not going to say you're not. But you're looking for what you would believe to be a replacement model. The globe tells you how certain things work. They'll tell you that the sun and the moon do these things because of the globe or etc. So, you know, a lot of these things that you're told in the first instance can't be verified. They're just so stories, or they belong in the realm of metaphysics and philosophy where there's discussions on what these things could be. And then they're put out as concrete. So we aren't here to replace anyone's cosmology or trying to offer replacements. We're just here to give you a rundown of the description of the surface properties of the Earth. So a good example of what I'm talking about would be water. So the physics of water states that water, large bodies of water at rest, are going to be flat. Yeah, we've got 75 or 72% of the Earth that is water. that is going to be flat over that Earth. So I can provide many citations in regards to water. We've got surveying techniques that don't utilize or measure any type of curvature on the surface of the Earth. You know, we've got navigation.
All right, sorry. I was listening. I just couldn't say anything because
we navigate as if the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
So all these measurements that we take don't show any curvature. So what we're looking for is someone to actually come in and show us that there is some type of curvature. We want some sort of measured drop over distance from horizontal that no one is able to provide, due to the fact that we know that everything we do, we measure the Earth as flat.
So and if the only argument, right, and this is like coming from like an artist, somebody who understands the refractions of light, right? The only thing that I can say, right, the only argument that I've ever seen to argue the belief that, and I say belief to again show good faith in what I'm saying. The only argument that I can say that I've seen, right, is there's a very popular picture out there right now, and that is just it. It's a picture, but it is basically it looks like a ship is floating in the air, and the explanation for this is because the Earth's curvature, right? Like at least the belief that the Earth is curved.
No,
because. Okay, hold on. Let me finish real quick.
Hang on, just let me stop you there, because that's not what's causing this. Yeah, this is called looming, and that has nothing to do with Earth being a globe.
Yeah, I haven't finished. So because of Earth's curvature, you actually can't see. Well, again, this is just what the explanation for this is. Because of the Earth's curvature, you actually can't see the real ship. What you're actually seeing is the refraction of light and moisture above the ship, but because it's below the horizon line, because that's how far away it is, you actually don't see the real ship. So it just looks like there's a floating ship. Now this is not this is not in bad faith. This is nothing like. But as an artist, that does check out because of the way light reflects off of moisture.
Okay, so
this bag is heavy.
Without just looking at these images and making assumptions, we have a known radius of the Earth, which is at 3959 miles. Now, based off that radius, we can work out where every horizon distance should be a geometric horizon if we're living on that globe. So first up, we'd need to know how far that ship is out to sea.
If you'd like, I can find the picture just so you understand what I'm talking about.
There's two of them on the side chat right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's called looming.
Let me. I have to take. Hold on. I'll be right back in here. I promise. I'm just gonna call my roommate real quick to see if he'll come grab me. Otherwise, I'm walking. You stay in here and just call him. Okay, can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Can you guys still hear me? Okay, awesome. Yeah, so let me go check this side check. Water always seeks its level. It's curve. Okay.
At 2 minutes past the hour.
I see them. Yep, I see the pictures. Yes, those are the ones that I was talking about.
Yeah, so this has nothing to do with curvature, and this just has to do with temperature inversions.
Okay.
Right.
Could you explain that to me? Like temperature inversions. What do you mean by that? Just so simplify for me.
This is when cold air lies. Well, the claim is that cold air lies near the surface, and the warmer air is sitting above it. All right. So this has nothing to do with curvature itself.
Okay.
Now, being an artist, you would know that there's a point where we have a vanishing point of our vision. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is what we see over and over again. If we have these ships that sail out beyond this geometric horizon, where they appear to be disappearing bottom up in some instances.
Gotcha.
However, when we zoom in or we gain elevation, we can actually see these ships again. They haven't actually disappeared. beyond a physical curvature of the Earth. Now, if you want to talk about refraction, these images don't meet the definition of refraction.
Okay.
Do you know what the definition of refraction is?
Refraction. That's the way that light bounces off of things. Correct?
No. So refraction is the way that light travels through two isotropic media, and due to the speed that the light travels through those media, there's a boundary layer. So a good example of this would be a pen in a glass. So when you put a pen in a glass of water, it looks like it kinks at the top of the water, at the boundary between the air and the water.
Okay, all right.
So the problem we have in the atmosphere is that there is no boundary in the stratified atmosphere between two media. Air is one media.
Gotcha. So I guess this what you've said here today is an interesting claim, and I'll definitely make sure I look into it, because it does sound like
Just have a look.
I
Have a look in the
understand
chat.
the reasonable doubt.
Have a look in the chat at 6 minutes past 6.
So I would. My phone is incredibly low right now, and I'd like to continue the conversation.
Let me read it for you quickly. So Snell's law is known as the law of refraction. So this is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light waves passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, such as glass, water, or air. So we have Snell's law of refraction. So these images and what's occurring in what you would call the atmosphere don't meet the definition of Snell's law and the law of refraction.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So I will be taking a look at it. Oh Jesus Christ! I almost threw up. Whenever I get home and have my phone on the charger, I'll probably pop back in here for a little bit just to continue on the conversation. But yeah, I mean, so because the thing is, right, as I understand the whole the basis for your disinterest in the idea that the Earth is flat. Like I get where the thought process comes from, right? My thing, right, is that the Earth being an orb, right, the Earth being a circle, and having these certain functions and finite details, it does seem to have a certain level of it fits into the current understanding. And if you're going to tell me that the understanding is wrong, there's a basis to be had about that and a conversation to be had about that. But it doesn't, that would mean that a lot of things are wrong. It would mean like, certain fundamental ideas of physics are wrong. Gravity, I have to reassess that and understand why that works.
Yeah, but you do understand that there is no actual science behind the causation of gravity, and it's still a debate that's occurring today as to what the causation actually is.
Yeah,
can I just add, because on top of that, we actually, because you said something about fundamental laws of fundamental physics principles and things, we actually argue for fundamental physics, principles in physics and natural laws and things like that. For it, not against it.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I'll have to really, really, really look into what you guys are saying here, and that was ultimately the interesting rabbit hole that I was looking for. Is because ultimately I don't think whether the Earth is flat or it's round, I still have to pay taxes. You know what I mean? So this is a conversation that I have more for fun because it doesn't really change much about how I'm going to have to live. My roommate is here, but I would love to continue this conversation in probably about 15 minutes if you guys are down for that.
Yeah, no problems.
Cool. I'd love to get into some. Into some of those physics principles with you.
Awesome. Yeah. Nice meeting you guys.
Hats off to him for not, doing the usual freak out, spiral, out of control shit, Good on him.
Yet.
yeah, okay. Yeah.
When he teams up with his little roommate, and there's two of them, that means their IQ then gets divided. So, that'll be interesting. They'll feed off of each other.
So we actually had Mr. Phil come in and grace us with his presence during that.
Tried to interrupt.
Did he leave?
Well, I red flagged him because he was just trying to steamroll his way into a conversation, like he does every time he turns up. And I unmuted him after about 2 minutes. He stayed for probably 10, maybe 15, and then disappeared.
Maybe he felt compelled to because the young fella wasn't acknowledging his DMs, or possibly wasn't, relating the information to his standard or something, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't wait for one of them one day to post up their DMs and here's Professor Phil in all his glory. Oh man, it's gonna be on. And you didn't answer me question, you low-life Professor Phil. Have you ever had him send you the images of the Black Swan and the other one? The one that they always go, well, why is the image like this? Professor Phil, a couple of times now, has sent me that. Why are these photos different? And that's what I thought, you know what? Fuck ya. That's what I did in side chat. Give me a hint. I couldn't help myself.
Yeah. I've also had the one where there's like, a picture of a curved horizon or even a flat one, right? But from very high altitude with a tinge of blue against a very black backdrop, right? And he'll say, what is that black area then? What do you think that is? What's that blue area, right? And then another one is, what are these lights then? A string of lights, right? Just like a black picture with a string of lights. These are satellites, blah, 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 blah. Right? Yeah, I've had a lot of different ones from him, man.
Have you ever seen the Starlink satellites in real life? Not just
for a split second, like for 2 seconds, right? And I saw them and went, "Oh shit, there they are!" And that was way out to the southern horizon, right? Way out to the south. right? And I raced inside to tell my missus, like, come out and just see it once. Like, she's not really interested in that shit, but I said, you gotta just come and see it once, right? Like, just once, so you can say you've seen it, right? And she's like, oh, hang on. She's putting something down or whatever, coming out to have a look at it. And I raced back out there, and it was gone. They were gone.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck off, man.
So she's come out going, what, are you on drugs or something? You seeing shit?
Well, she didn't even get out. Yeah, she heard me, and she's like sat back down. She's like, yeah, fucking thanks. Yeah.
Silly old bastard. Oh, yes. So, yeah, so me being a smart ass to Professor Baltard, give me a hint. And he's come back with, the top one has plenty of clues, like the warp cranes. Need more? And my response, like the horizon being 10 miles out of place. And he never said anything back to me.
Yeah, the one that suits my view is the less miraged one, of course. It's that's the closer right representation to reality.
Here's your looming, and I'll raise you a sinking.
Yeah, right. Yeah, nice little cropped image they have of it.
Yeah.
I had my own little black swan moment here in England. On the east coast of England, about 55 miles offshore, there's a wind farm. And the station, I'm guessing it's the thing that all these kind of wind farms connected to, it looks quite a lot like an oil rig from a distance. But I could see the feet of this platform with a zoom camera, some like 55 miles away. And when you do the maths on it, it's just completely and utterly impossible to be able to see it. Not just shouldn't be able to see the feet, right? Shouldn't be able to see any of it. Literally none of it.
Should be covered from head to toe, eh?
What's the whole lot? And I wonder, right, all these people who, oh, that's ridiculous, it's a mirage, it's this, it's refraction, it's that. How many of them have gone to the ocean or a large lake, took a telescope or a zoom camera and a calculator and just checked for themselves? They're happy to argue over pictures and GIFs, and it's like, just go and do it yourself. It is actually that simple. It's that easy.
I suppose it's like me doing my sunlight measurements, even though I did them for quite a few weeks on and off. It was about day 3 when I just looked at the sun one day and just went, nah, you're not 93 million miles away. I'm sorry.
I've never presented with any compelling evidence. I'm happy to change my mind, consider a different angle.
So what are you going to need? What's the tool set up for making an observation?
Well, this is the issue, right? The only thing anyone can do is they look at the sun, they make anywhere between 15 and 16 presuppositions, haven't had enough coffee yet for that word. They take those numbers that they've made up, or let's be kind, estimated, right? Call it educated guess. They do a bunch of maths with those numbers that may or may not be true, but then at the end of it all, after doing said maths to go, right, these numbers are gospel. The maths is solid. What do? You disagree with the maths? Look at the maths. It checks out. But the issue is that when you start with a faulty number, it doesn't matter how good your maths is. The answer is still wrong. So I just don't really see how any human can prove or validate any of it. At least, or more specifically in this case, how far away the sun is.
Look, I'm still trying to figure out how the sun gets below and out of my view without getting out of my view, right? Without me seeing it get out of my view and remaining in my view at the same time. Bro, seriously, these sunset illusions, this sunset illusion claim, how does the sun get out of view, remaining in your view? How does it get to below the fucking horizon without you seeing it get there and remaining in the sky in your view? How? It's got to get past that point. You'd see it, get there, and then see the refracted version of it, if that's what was taking place. They're saying somehow you see it remain in the sky, but it's actually gone down below your fucking eye line.
Yell that shit, babe. Yell that shit. Neighbor.
Uh-oh. The two Dubettes getting into it.
My wife still, she doesn't want to admit to herself that when I talk about this, it makes way more sense than she wishes it did.
Well, Mrs. Raised by Goats, welcome to Cognitive Dissonance.
We were watching the Expanse because I do enjoy a bit of sci-fi, and she was saying, "But what if, right, space is fake, like you say it is? Then how are we supposed to watch this?" And I'm like, "Well, it's fine because it's science fiction, right? They openly advertise science fiction, so I'm fine watching space things and spaceships and my sci-fi and all the rest of it." Because
but you're a flat earther. You guys can't watch anything to do with space. And here's me. Wonder which
I love science
Star
fiction.
Wars I'm going to watch this week.
Yeah, I love science fiction. Science fiction, right? We're just able
I'm in it for the special effects. Say again.
Might have been somebody hot micing.
That was AI chiming in, I think. But it kind of sounds like he's underwater.
Does he live in a pineapple under the sea?
No, I don't think so. He might be currently maneuvering through the superfluid vortexes that that surround him while he's time traveling.
I mean, at any given point, he's falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound, so it makes sense that he'd experience a bit of a disturbance in his microphone. That's one of the things that got me. So, I can't remember how it was put exactly, but it was this idea of imagine you're at a picnic, right? You're on the top of a hill, romantic little picnic. You're watching the sun go down. I've never actually done this myself, by the way, but let's just imagine. So you got this little picnic. You're watching the sun go down. It's all very romantic. But if you're facing the sun kind of head on, watching the sunset, then you're falling over backwards at speeds of anywhere from 500 to 1,000 miles an hour, simply making the sun appear to go down. And I just kind of sat with it for a while. Right, so I'm facing the sun. I'm on the hill. I'm falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound. I was just like, this is bullshit, isn't it? This is absolute bullshit. There is no way.
Indeed, it is very, very counterintuitive.
People are so quick to laugh and to scoff as well. I watched I can't remember what it was. It was a I think it must have even been a comment section in YouTube, and it was people. Oh, these retards think the sun and the moon is the same size, and 50,000 comments. These retards. You can just imagine them like falling out of the chair, crying with laughter. Just how funny it must be to imagine that there's people out there who can see two objects that appear to be the exact same size and come to the conclusion that they are the same size, maybe. And then how quick they are equally to discount that they might be the same size because, everybody knows the sun is much bigger and much further. The moon is much, much smaller, much closer. No evidence for any of it. They've never seen a shred of anything to suggest that might even be the case. And I don't mind if people believe it, right? If people think, well, I've examined it all and I trust the experts, blah, blah, blah. But it's how quick people are to deride and to scorn when they themselves have got zero idea whether or not what they believe is even true.
Right. And I sometimes wonder what sort of story we'd have today if Eratosthenes had used the moon instead of the sun.
Or some other measurement that had been completely plucked out of thin air. The amount of people who don't know the full Eratosthenes story irritates me as well. Because I appreciate if you go Eratosthenes into Google, you get Wikipedia, sticks, shadows, proved ball. But if you read 30 seconds past that, and it is literally like 30 seconds past that, let's be kind, say 2 minutes more, and understand how he arrived at the figures he arrived at, where it's okay. So based on Venus and the transit of Venus in the sky, and of course we know the size of Venus. From this, we can extrapolate the size of the sun, the distance to the sun, using, of course, our very, very reliable measurements for Venus. How did we get those? Ask Mercury. In fact, on second, don't ask at all. Don't worry about it. We just have them, and it's that same thing again, where presupposition, faulty premise, incorrect starting point. You take these and you do some really, really good maths, solid maths that in isolation is irrefutable because it's correct and it checks out. And you're back to that same thing again of, well, where is it within the maths? They've messed up, Mr. Flat Earther. Show me. Get your calculator out and show me where the maths is wrong. The maths is 100% spot on. The issue is that the initial premise, the initial data fed into that equation was completely made up. But people come here arguing that it's some kind of irrefutable proof when they themselves don't even know their own paradigm.
Well, I think Aristarchus must have thought he was probably correct too. And then, if he was, he'd be probably arguing with them today saying, what do you mean I'm 400 times wrong?
He believed
show
it.
me my math's correct. And they'll say, yes, it is correct, but your assumptions were wrong.
He 100% believed. I've no doubt that he believed, right? And pride stops people from imagining they might be wrong as well. Like, imagine back in the day somebody says to Mr. Eratosthenes in his mid-calculation, excuse me, sir, how confident are we exactly that the figures we have here for the sun's distance based on a guess to do with the assumed dimensions and distance of Venus. Like, how confident are we, before we get a bit too invested in this, that these are right? And he's going to say, well, of course they're right. Of course they're right. Because ego stands in the way of people being, unbiased and just kind of honest with the work they're trying to do. Which may or may not have happened, obviously. But it's interesting to imagine. Oh, Aristophanes was in on it, was he? No. He thought he was doing good work. In my mind, anyway. Like, assuming he ever existed at all, I've seen people raise this idea of, we're talking about the Michael Jordan of globe theory here. And apparently, I haven't checked this myself, he was in, just no textbooks, no mentions of him. He was absolutely nowhere in all of documented history. And then all of a sudden, he just pops up as this figure with this story, this mythology. And only within the past couple of 100 years was he ever mentioned at all. Which is an interesting idea, but not one I've properly looked at myself. Let's take it with a grain of salt.
Right. Yeah. I mean, well, the Greeks have their, their texts, and their figures. They're men of renown, and that he was mentioned by them. I mean, none of his primary documentation exists, but he was mentioned by others, right? Apparently. And that is accepted, right, in academia as being, like, legitimate and worthy of consideration of being legitimate. But other documentation that exists, which is even older, which tell stories of, like, massive floods and the saving of humanity and all this sort of thing, right? Whether it be from, like, well, it's all from the same region, but whatever group that claims to be the, like the origin of the story or whatever, like, and whatever times you put on, it still goes back before these guys. I mean, it's not considered as being worthy of consideration of being, an actual true account of history, right? Because it's too far-fetched, apparently. It's too far-fetched. These stories are too wild and unimaginable. Accounts of things taking place which, don't match a narrative, don't match common human experience today. You know what I mean? Like, so these things are disregarded as being noteworthy of they're noteworthy in so much as, like, anthropology, wise. Oh, these people believed these crazy things, right? But when it comes to the Greeks and their ancient texts, it's like, oh, that's true history. That actually happened. You know what I mean? Like, obviously Eratosthenes actually existed because he was mentioned by Aristotle. You know what I mean? Aristotle didn't tell wild stories about sky daddies and stuff. You know what I mean? But I bet he did. I bet he thought. I bet he entertained such notions. I don't know.
I would wager.
I haven't.
I would wager there's more evidence for the floods, just in terms of historical documentation. And I don't necessarily mean, diaries and such, but just in terms of drawings, kind of statues and other depictions from previous civilizations. I would argue there's more historical evidence to support the Great Flood than there is to support that Aristophanes existed when they say he existed. Because what would there be? Like, realistically, right, if you think about it, so Aristophanes, there would be, like, maybe some pages that have survived from back then. Maybe some historical records from ancient Greece that have survived. Maybe. If we're talking about hard evidence to say, and not just Aristophanes, any one man from back in those times, let's call him John Smith. How much evidence can there be to support John Smith existing in a specific time that he was said to have existed? And not only that he did the experiment he was supposedly been ascribed to him. Like how much actual evidence and actual proof can there even be to support a claim like that? I would wager probably very little. I don't imagine there's many, pieces of paper that have survived since ancient Greece, and people certainly weren't writing the diaries in stone tablets. So something like that would be, like you say, it's gospel, right? You can't question Aristophanes, but then something like the flood, as an example, there will be probably thousands in totality across the world, whether it's paintings, statues, kind of folk tales, kind of soft evidence to support the Great Flood. And that gets discounted as just, like you say, complete bunk. It's too far-fetched. What a wild tale. When in fact there's way more evidence to support that.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I know the whole history narrative, like, it bugs me because you've got, like, these huge-ass monumental pyramid-style built structures, like, continents apart, allegedly built roughly around the same time, time frame or same era, right? And they're supposed to be completely unrelated. Like, it was just a coincidence that two separate cultures, disconnected by oceans, having no contact with one another, just so happened to just want to build the same type of structures at roughly the same time. I mean, I don't get it. That just doesn't jive with me. That sounds far-fetched to me. That's what they expect people to believe. But not just believe, but accept as being true.
And fiercely defend as well. Like, anybody asking questions about the topic, the expectation is not just that you disagree with them. The expectation is that you aggressively shout them down and deride them as being some kind of simpleton. I'm always irritated when people say, well, you're saying history. Yes, in 14010, John and Richard had a bit of a falling out because one of the servants hadn't washed the wheels of the wagon properly. And if I recall, it was a sunny day. And you think, what on earth? We're talking like 1,000 years ago in some of these things, 1,000+ years ago. And it's written like it's complete and total indisputable fact. So something like based on what? paper doesn't last that long. I refuse to accept people have got perfectly preserved diaries from ancient Greece. Would you look at that? We found a diary, and the person who wrote it was called Honest John, which means every word in this diary is 100% true, and it all happened exactly like this. I don't necessarily want to go as far as saying, all of history's made up, because that's maybe like a bit of a stretch, isn't it? But it is interesting to consider how much of it, is as ironclad as we're led to believe. Particularly if you're a fan of John Levy's work, right? Is it John Levy, John Levi, and others like him? Examining certain buildings, certain structures. Because if even 5% of that rabbit hole has got any legs whatsoever, then all of a sudden, and this is just if we're assuming that particular rabbit hole has got any legs whatsoever, then to say the entirety of history is made up is no longer some wild claim, but would have to be a given, right? If there is any truth to the, those particular claims.
It kind of has to be as well, doesn't it? Because, like you can see someone next week will forget something that happened and tell you kind of a different story about it, So, I'm sure 1,000 years is going to, even 100 years, going to be a very different story. So even if it's totally made up or
Chinese whispers,
it just ends up a different story anyway. So some of it has to be believed,
Right, and they say that is an issue when like for example, like the scrolls, your Dead Sea Scrolls, right? So they analyze that, they compare it to what we, the translations and that we have now, and whatever was passed down through generations, and they go, well, yeah, it fits here, doesn't match here, whatever, right? But they say that. So back in the day, they every so often they'd rewrite these things out on their goat skins, on their hides or whatever, right? Or etch them into clay tablets or whatever, right? And because the old ones are deteriorating, so they need to keep so they had these scribes do this, right? But at the time, there was certain cultural influences, political influences, and things of that nature, and misinterpretation of what they were reading. So a scribe or a king that's looking over the scribes at the time could say, "What are you writing there?" And analyze and evaluate it and say, "No, I don't want it to say that. So reword that." Right, and then sometimes they would do a side note, right, and detail the change or whatever, right, or something to that effect. But how often did it not get and then you lose that old one, so you don't have a comparison. So this is what happens. This is what could have happened in history, where these tales got under-exaggerated, over-exaggerated, misinterpreted, blah, 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 through the generations till we end up with what we've got today. So how accurate is any of it historically? You know what I mean? And historians will look for certain names, events, and that, and then try and link it to archaeology. Did we find any relics that had that, had an inscription of that person's name in it? That comes from things like the Bible and things like that, so they can verify. Okay, it's likely that this person did actually exist, but the events that were told about them did not take place because of whatever reasons they were, their incredulity, whatever, right? So it is a mess. It is literally history as we know it is a huge fucking mess, almost untangleable. You can't untangle it. You know what I mean?
Just look at town criers as well. Just I'll 1 second, then I'll go back on mute. But like town criers, how they you could send someone into a village and give that village information about a war, like fake information. Oh, they won, so that people would be unprepared, and then the army could come in and catch them unprepared. You know what I mean? Like these things happened all the time. You know, so you know, it's for anyone to say, well, we know because history was written down this way, is just an absolute bullshit. It's so full of shit.
It's like if I ask the kids, right? Kids are outside. They both come running and crying. Let's just call them John and Jeff, for argument's sake, right? And I go, right, you first, John. What happened? Well, I was out there feeding the hungry and the poor. And then Jeff ran over to me and he slapped me straight in the face for no reason. Okay, fair enough. Jeff, I want your version. There I was, tending to the wounded. And then John ran over and he kicked me in the back for absolutely no reason. And this is like a small scale, silly example, right? Of you can ask two people the same event and they will both give wildly different versions of the exact same event. And that's just a silly little thing, like two kids fighting outside with the playing. If you magnify that by a country, two different countries, and then you multiply it again by hundreds and hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, and it's just impossible. I would wager there's countries even today who've got their own complete. Say like North Korea. I reckon if you went to North Korea and you looked at their version of history, what they get taught in schools, and then you go to Pakistan and you look at their version of history of what they get taught in schools, it would probably look it would probably look nuts compared to what we get told. A million miles away from what we get taught in our history books in school. It's an interesting rabbit hole, though. I'm not John Levy. I'm not trying to shill my own YouTube channel or anything here. But anyone interested in the whole alternate history angle, buildings being founded, i.e., they found them rather than building them themselves. A chap called John Levy, Levi, runs a YouTube channel about that kind of stuff, and I'm a big fan. He almost lost me at first because he talks very slowly, very monotonous. But it's similar to the kind of Eric Dubay angle where he said it's intentional. Because if you speak really animated and you're like, oh my god, Earth is flat, history's fake, then you just sound nuts, don't you? And it kind of switches people off.
Interesting you say that. I hear people with those real monotone voices that don't change, and that shit does my head in. It's like they're some kind of mental patient.
It's not my particular style, to be honest. I'm a bit too high energy, a bit too jittery, a bit too full of beans to just be like no, like you've left a fridge door open. No. There's something I've been meaning to ask, actually. It's been tickling my brain. How many people would you say there is in terms of so you've got 24/7, right? And I'd say there's a fair few moderators / friends of the channel, let's call it, all over the world, right? There has to be a good few of you, I imagine. Call it 40, 50, 60 plus people who aren't necessarily moderators. But if you start including friends of the channel, people you trust, we're probably looking at like 50 plus, right? 60 plus, at least. Let's just imagine that's an accurate figure. So, if people, say for example, the chaps in Australia, whoever's closest to the northern coast, goes to the northern coast, same for the east, and all over the world as well, take latitude and longitude lines from your respective positions, and then if you try to collate that into a map of your own, and then compared that to the maps we're given, like what would, and obviously you don't have thousands of people. You're not going to have people, dotting every inch of the shoreline of each country, are you?
And
I'm just wondering if that's something that anybody's ever, like, it'd be interesting, right? Surely, if you had enough people, it'd be interesting at a minimum.
Well, it's like when they did the TFE crap. Why couldn't they, whilst they had people down in Antarctica, why couldn't they get people at the northern end of Australia, northern end of US? You pick places, and at particular times, right, where do you witness the sun? We want elevation angles and compass readings from your particular position. So say you're negative 32 east, whatever, at 10 o'clock in the morning, we want sun angle readings and compass angle reading, so we can compare to that same time down here to see what is going on, where the sun's actual position is and all that. I believe that was such a monumental waste of time and effort and money, sending some peanuts down there to go, oh look, the sun. And they could have had globers, flat earthers, everyone in going, this is what we're going to do. We need a whole heap of Aussies. We need a whole heap of bloody pommy fellas. Get people from everywhere all in on it, having a crack, right? Anyone who's got a sextant, anyone who's got a compass, at these given time frames, this is what we're going to do. So whilst they're looking at the sun at such and such an angle, such and such direction, we can be going, right, for me, it's to my left, and they'd be saying yes, no, and we could have mapped it out doing that. But yeah, anyways, that's my whinge and bitch about it.
I mean, the difference is that we have to accept and believe they weren't operating in good faith. And that's why what you're talking about there didn't happen, because they weren't operating in good faith, right? Whereas if there was 50, 60, 100, 120, whatever it is of us operating in good faith, in my head I don't see why, between us, in totality, we wouldn't be able to produce something fairly compelling that is something quote unquote physical, right? That we can compare to the given map of the world, and we can say, no, like we've done this ourselves. We've sent people, right? We've got latitude and longitude lines for all these people. We've collated them onto our own map. I know map is a bit of a weaponized term these days, but I feel like at a bare minimum, that'd be like a really, really interesting thing for the community to do. And it's very doable as well, right? Surely.
What did we bore the tits off everyone? They're gone.
And by the sounds of it, I got here as things were winding down anyway. I must have missed a live one.
I'm still working, man. So I was listening to you guys.
Holy shit, you're working overtime, Timbo.
Yeah, man. I got a gym. Doing a gym, so still in operation. So I'm doing it at night. Doing some bits and pieces.
Right. After hours, like when it's quiet.
Yeah. My gym too, so I'll smash out a fucking weight session after. No, I'm fucking going home. I got to work tomorrow as well, so so much on at the moment. Good thing though. So I'm just listening to the dulcet tones of Van Hammer.
Oh, you're a goose. Well, while you're at work, don't know if it come through, but that was me opening a long neck.
It's your demonstration of gas pressure. Huh?
Yeah, requiring a container.
Actually, it's kind of relevant because one of the jobs is a steam room, so.
Also, you're there showing them how gravity works or doesn't work.
Yeah, they were trying to make steam without a container, so I told them it's not possible.
Is that steam rising or falling? Or is it bending space-time?
Well, it's going in all directions.
Bastard.
Till it turns back into water.
And then runs down the
and
walls.
Then gravity.
Oh, what happened? CB fall asleep with his mic open.
Yeah, I red tag him just in case. I thought I heard someone snore earlier on, and I'm looking around going, the only one that would be snoring about this time would be CB. Well, I just had a DM from Peter71,000. Wanting to know why I believe the Earth is flat. I don't want to debate you or anything, I'm just interested in your ideas. Really.
Yeah, I think I got one of them like a week ago, and I just linked him. I didn't write anything. I just put in the two politics and religion and politics channels. Just linked
Yeah, I
in
just
them.
clicked on ignore. Because to me, Peter the Globe hard. It smelt like. Peter Sizzlewowski or whatever his name is. And he came in with a red flag on. Holy shit. Saves me from doing it.
Who's that?
Nate.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. They're supposed to only last 40 minutes or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, 40 or 45, something like that. What's this side chat retard doing? We've got a CGI dinosaur. Explain this, flat earthers. And an image of some hill or mountain or clouds or fog around it. Well, the first one's a CGI dinosaur, and the second one's a mountain with clouds or fog around it. Maybe a bit of snow on top. There you go. Explained.
It's amazing that if somebody says, they're not convinced dinosaurs ever existed, the amount of people And bear in mind, this isn't even somebody saying they 100% never existed. This is just somebody saying, I'm not convinced they did. The amount of people who will so aggressively shout you down, you're a retard. Except these are people who've not only have they never seen a dinosaur, they've never even seen a dinosaur bone. They've seen replicas in museums, by their own admission. Anyone can kind of look into this. Like they're not dinosaur bones you see it in museums. They are replicas of dinosaur bones because the real ones are far too sensitive, right? If they were just out there under normal light, under regular fluorescent light, they would just crumble and fall apart. So you've got all these people who they've watched Jurassic Park, they've seen paper mache dinosaur bones, and that's the only evidence they personally have ever seen to support the humble velociraptor. And they'll shout you down so aggressively and so loudly, defending something they've never even seen.
Yeah, it's crazy. That is crazy.
And here's the cope. You've never seen a fossil. I'm not talking about fossils. I'm talking about full-scale T-Rex skeletons. Except they're not skeletons. They are replicas, by their own admission. The preserved imprint of an animal that lived long ago. No one's denying that. No one's denying that's a thing. You know, the fossilization process. Again, yeah, no one's really denying that, to be honest. But it's a bit of a leap to get from here's the fossilized imprint of an animal that lived long ago versus here's a T-Rex. And his ancestors became a chicken. Of course it's a leap. Right, I'm going to have to send some pictures here, aren't I? And then I'm going to put a coffee on, because I make a general rule of not engaging with people who chat skank, but...
Yeah, jump on the mic, bro. Wait, is he even in the VC?
Which one? Simon?
Yeah.
He must be in the VC because he's responding to what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Come on. Mic up. Have a chat. Let's go.
Probably listening on YouTube.
So allegedly, there is no. I've posted 2 images there. There is no leap between a shell-type structure that we see today, right? We see many creatures alive today with stark similarities to the first image. And then here we have the second image, which is paper mache, by the way. You look it up. And there's no leap between those 2 images, apparently. I can find something that looks like the first image in my garden in terms of a living creature with similar features. No leap required. But it still doesn't address the point, to be fair. No one's ever seen anything remotely resembling the second image. Not only has no one ever seen anything like that, the closest they've ever seen is paper mache replicas of real bones, right? Because the real ones are too fragile to be under fluorescent light. They would crumble because they're millions of years old. So they've seen paper mache. There we go. Yeah, more paper mache, right? And it's cool. I'm not going to say it's not cool.
Well, maybe dinosaurs evolved into Simon, because Simon's a chicken. Won't mic up.
See what you did there. And I get it, it's hard. I was a dinosaur nerd. It's a bitter pill to swallow. I had an encyclopedic knowledge of every single dinosaur. I was obsessed with dinosaurs. Had this little dinosaur book. Space as well. Because that's what little boys get fed, right? Space and dinosaurs. Space dinos. Dinos fighting crime in space. And everything's just dinosaurs and space, force fed. These weren't easy conclusions to come to. Because you see this little Triceratops here, immediately distinguishable as a Triceratops. A damn cool dinosaur, it would have been, if I do say so myself. But then we have to separate the difference between claim, right? So the claim is, this is the actual skeleton of a giant 3-horned lizard that lived millions of years ago. So that's the claim. But then we need to separate that from what we are able to distinguish as fact. And I appreciate Sporadic's image as a fairly tongue-in-cheek take on the, But it makes the point, right? It makes the point because right here we have evidence, proof that two-legged unicorns used to exist, right?
Yep.
That's correct. Kangaroo. Yep, kangaroo unicorns.
Runicorns? You're welcome.
Runicorns, thank you. There you go.
I saw one yesterday.
A runicorn?
Yeah, it's right on the edge of the earth.
Tell me more about this edge.
Tell me more about the runicorn.
If I tell you, I might have to, do something to you.
Tell me more. That's what you
don't
surprise me.
Yeah, don't threaten me with a good time, buddy.
I don't know. I'm not sure if you guys are ready for the truth.
This guy.
Try us. Take us for a spin.
Yeah, he's in a trolling mood today, obviously.
I get it. Because when you first stumble across any of this, to be honest, the first thing in your mind is what a set of absolute clowns. I'm sure many people thought something similar the first time they kind of looked into any of this, to be honest. But then the issue is that you join the conversation, right? You start doing research, and then you're met with people who very clearly aren't idiots. Some of which, like, imagine just as an example, right? Indio is like really technical with it, isn't he? So imagine you come in here thinking, oh yeah, let's clown on some flat earthers. But then your first introduction to the topic, you're expecting a retard, but then you get Indio. And he's talking about things that you just flat out do not understand. So you've entered into a conversation thinking, yeah, let's laugh at the retard. But then you leave feeling like a retard. That's painful for people. It's difficult.
Painful
Emotional
bullshit.
damage.
That's funny as. Oh man, I love watching Globetrotters walk out of here. And here's a whole trail of us following them just to catch those last tears so we can prove at Warner's level. That's something I haven't heard for a while, T-Dub. That old mate that used to pop into P&R. Emotional damage. Oh man, he used to pop in on a regular basis and waste hours.
So what about this truth that was claimed to be had earlier? Apparently we're not ready for it. What's up with that?
You're not ready for it, friend. I mean, I'm ready. I'm sat down. I'm sat down and waiting, right? Just in case I fall over when I hear it.
Don't. You don't want to hear it.
You got to give him time to make it up.
Why would I make up truth?
Give us the truth. Give us the truth.
This guy sounds higher than a geostationary Saturn. Kind of jealous, to be honest.
Alright, I'll tell the truth.
You gonna tell us today, or
You know, set up a date. Like, I'll come back
I'll
and
put it
like
in the diary?
10 years later. What about that? I think that will be a good time to tell you guys the truth.
It certainly gives the truth plenty of time to marinate, right? Soak in its juices.
Oh, make sure you boys are like, you know, getting ready up. Make
Good
sure your
old-fashioned
brain will be like warm up ready before handling the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Good old-fashioned, slow-cooked truth. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
I respect
Yeah.
it. You can't rush good food. You can't rush gourmet cuisine, right?
Yeah,
Takes
you
time.
need to take it slow.
Takes 10 years.
Well, Samuel Haram, please enlighten the panel with your intellect.
You see, you can't even read properly. You can't even do great reading of what I just said. The proper way to insult me would be, "Oh, so you agree that you're stupid, eh?" Yeah, sure. But there are people out there that are dumber than me, and this is the room that proves it.
Okay, and in what way, shape, or form does we prove?
Why are all the fucking retards from Australia? What the fuck are you drinking in Australia? Seriously.
So you're just a fuckwit troll.
Pretty much.
Yes, I like to troll and fuck with you guys. Yes.
Yeah, so you're a dumb.
Seriously, like, why are you Aussies like so fucking?
Right. Oh, sorry, I missed that. I hit the wrong button. And you ran away. Chicken shit. Dino meme. Turtle meme. Fuck me.
Damn, I actually wanted him to demonstrate to me my lack of intellect compared to his.
So I was sort of hoping for. Oh well. Better post up a few memes. I'm sick of looking at this dumb shit already. Alright, what do we got? Look here. FE. Yeah, I like that one.
But unironically, not too far away from that bottom picture, being a thing when one of the kids, oh, so you're gonna have to, Mr. Goat, you're gonna have to come in and speak to us, and they'll be like, oh right, what have they done? And they're gonna be like, well, yeah, see little Jimmy here, right? He told another kid that he's not a cat, so obviously we're gonna have to suspend him for 3 days. But ironically, not that far away from kids shitting in litter boxes at school, and everyone having to be like, "Oh, but a cute little kitty," because it'll be a hate crime to say he's not a cat, though, is he? Like, that's not a cat. How dare you? How dare you live in the real world?
That's crazy.
was a kid in the school play who was like proper like drama kid. He's only primary school age, so there's not even like drama yet. Do you know what I mean? They don't actually have drama lessons, but you can just. And I said to one of the kids, just kind of like casually, "Oh yeah, your friend, right? Who was in the play with you? He was loving it, wasn't he? He was absolutely loving it." And then they laughed and said, "Lee, what do you mean? Like that's a girl. That's a girl." But like, proper laughing, and I was just like, "Oh no, this generation's cooked."
Yeah.
It wasn't even like meaning anything by it. Like it just. But then they were laughing at me. Like I was. Do you know what I mean? Like it was so. Oh god. This crazy goat. That's a girl, stupid.
Oh, hold on, Raze. Check it out. Our super intellectual mate's back. He might be able to answer T-Dub's question. Oh, Samuel. My special ed friend.
Oh, that's Rich going for you, saying I need special aid.
We are special ed.
Yeah, you need special aid.
Right, so what makes you so intelligent?
I never claimed it was so intelligent. All I claimed was that you guys are fucking retarded.
I want you to demonstrate that to us.
Yeah, you believe in a flat Earth. Yeah, you believe in a flat Earth.
Well, I don't actually.
You don't?
No.
Really? So how come you're in the 24 flat Earth
So
server?
this guy's a dumbass then.
Yeah.
Well, where does it say?
This guy is
where does it?
flat Earth.
Well,
what the hell?
I want to ask you, bro. Where does it say 24/7 belief in flat Earth server or channel?
Okay. Wow, you got me. You got me. Wow. Wow.
This dumbass.
Semantics. Semantics. You don't believe in flat Earth. Wow.
No, it's not a belief. It's an experience.
Wow. Man, that's a good one, man.
Do you deny your own natural experience of reality?
I deny the fact that you guys can even exist in reality because you're so fucking retarded. No, seriously.
You deny we exist.
I have a hard time
He
believing
just
that.
wanted to insult you, T-Dub. He didn't answer your question at all. He just wanted to insult you.
How do you guys even function? That's my question.
Much better than you, obviously.
Well,
tell me when the last time it was
demonstrate
that you.
that because
okay.
normal
I've got a question for you, bro.
people don't believe in a fucking flat Earth.
I've got a question for you. Tell me when the last time it was that you did anything in practicality, in reality, which was affected by the curvature or the motion of the Earth.
Sure. When I jerked off yesterday.
There you go. He's got nothing.
And my juice ended up on the floor. I jerked off yesterday.
Yeah, I anticipated that nonsense, T-Dub. I anticipated that childish remark.
You guys don't deserve any intellectual debates.
Hey, bro. You go on thinking that your intelligence level is much higher than a flat earther's, but I can at least carry on my day knowing that I'm a lot more mature.
No, you can't.
Than
No,
you.
you can't. No, you can't.
Yeah, I'm a lot more mature than you.
No, you're not.
Very much more.
I mean, clearly,
No, you're not.
Clearly, T-Dub. Clearly, obviously.
You guys, seriously. When I jerked off yesterday, my juice ended up on the floor.
Yeah, that's
now. How do you explain that? How do you explain that on a flat Earth?
Proud of myself.
How do you explain my juice ending up on the floor
I don't go online exhibiting that sort of behavior.
No, you just waste your life on a 24 flat Earth server.
You go ahead and not waste your life by going into
I
these
come here
sort
to
of
waste
channels
time
and
with you
expressing
idiots.
such
No,
decrepit
I'm just
and
come here to waste time with you idiots.
Shut up while he's talking.
I just come here to waste time with you idiots.
You can shut up while T-Dub's talking.
No, fuck you. Like, who the fuck are you? You guys are so fucking amazed that somebody like me comes up and brighten your day.
No,
because
we're amazed that we've actually got someone as fucking stupid as you.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
came in
Finally, get
claiming.
somebody
Nah, don't
right.
fucking talk about me. You can shut up. Right. You came in claiming that we're the fucking brain deads and you're the hyper intelligent cunt. Well, that's just backfired. We've already proven you're a fucking degenerate. Like, and here's me using bad language. Fuck ya. How about you've got the next 30 seconds to be somewhat that resembles a fucking human, or I'm just going to ban your sorry ass and you can fuck off for 2 days. You're nothing but a low-life scum. I kick rocks and I get better things underneath of them than what you are. So, you've got 30 seconds to converse with T-Dub or I fucking burn you. You're gone. Time starts now.
Oh, I'm so scared. What do I do? I cannot come back anymore. I cannot conversate with these retards anymore. Oh my god, my life is ruined. I cannot talk about flat earth
Just ban
retards.
him. Just get him the fuck out of here. He can't read.
Yeah,
he can't act like a normal human. He can't do it.
Be gone. Oxygen thief. What a fucking waste.
His parents must be so proud.
I'm glad somebody said it.
Like I said, his dad's wishing his jizz hit the floor. He's looking back and thinking, I should have just had a wank instead.
And now for my turn to be a deviant. If you're the father of that last idiot, why did you not use the fucking curtains?
Jesus.
My favourite one is just...
It was the first time he didn't know any better. And he had to pay for it.
Fair enough.
My favourite one is the whole idea of like out of over 1 million sperm, he was the fastest. Do you know what I mean? It's concerning.
Speaking of which, have you seen the sperm races?
Well,
If he was going any slower, he'd be going backwards. I don't know about the fastest.
You know, you can now bet on sperm racing, by the way.
You can what, sorry?
You can bet on sperm racing. So, like, 2 different people's sperm, we race them against each other and shit and see who's the fastest. Fun times, bro.
It's wild.
It sounds like I'm taking the piss, but it's a genuine thing, bro.
Actually, guys, instead of stupid shit, we got Genevieve. Please unmic yourself and ask questions. It's a lot easier than typing crap.
They are actually a friendly bunch as long as you're not coming here to shout the word retard at them.
No, I just have a question because I'm just curious. Why do some people think that the Earth is flat? I mean, is there like a proven,
You taking this, Maddox?
No, I was just filling in the ban log. Sorry. If one of you guys wants to have a chat to our little friend.
You up for it, T-Dog?
Absa's got this.
I can't at the moment, I'm sorry, guys.
I was just thinking that.
Don't ruin her fantasy. Let her believe the Earth's globe. Just believe.
no, I'm
No,
just
she had a
asking.
genuine question. Somebody can answer it.
Yeah, I'm just asking because
No,
like
you'll find out when you're like years later. You don't need to find out right now. Like, go outside and have fun with friends. You're not gonna have friends if you tell your friends like the Earth is flat. Trust me.
They're not ready for it.
Like you're telling me like your 15-year-old's girlfriend's is gonna like, oh yeah, the Earth is flat. No, they're like, are you high? Are you stupid? It happens. What are you talking about? Why are you insulting her?
That's great advice. Just go live your life for a bit.
So, so have you,
Have you been to the? Do you notice how the horizon at the beach is completely horizontal and flat? Hello, I think she left.
No, she's here. Leaf just might have ruined it.
Yeah, I was going to go into the idea of sea level and that everything's measured in relation to mean sea level, which is flat, of course. And we use the horizon to get to established level when we're using a sextant. Theodolite as well uses mean sea level as a base. So all navigation measurements and surveying is all done using a flat baseline to measure angles or whatnot. Mostly for angles, yeah. Jump to more navigation, like how planes fly. Planes must fly straight and level, and well, they assume Earth is level and non-rotating to fly the plane. So all of that instrumentation, all that is based on a flat baseline, flat plane of reference. Oh no, and she left.
Nah, still here.
Oh, okay. Anywho.
I think people expect it to be more fantastical than it is. They come here expecting some tall tale, right? Something really amazing sounding. I don't know, like some kind of Lord of the Rings shit. And it's like, no.
Yeah.
Water's
Who's
level.
been to the edge kind of thing? Which one of you guys has been to the edge? What does it look like? Tell me.
And that's where the ice wizard lives. It's like, no, it's just water is level, flat. Nobody has ever observed the surface of water bending or contorting or convexing or concaving for that matter. I mean, what about the meniscus? Let's not go there. Water on its surface is perfectly horizontal and has never been observed to be anything but. And so if the Earth is 70-80% water, how many straight lines does it take to make a circle? I rest my case. That's it. Like there's no wizards, there's no giants, there's no ice walls, there's no Game of Thrones shit.
It's just look at a glass of water. Look at water. Yeah, not very exciting, but
then go to a lake.
It is kind of that Lord of the Rings kind of, the Earth's flat and there's leprechauns and all that sort of thing. It doesn't seem
Shire.
Yeah, it doesn't seem worthy of all this of Congress spanning flat earthers and all this. It seems over the top for something that seems a little bit kind of playful, Like, oh, diddly-dee, Earth's flat.
A pot of gold at the edge of the earth. That's a terrible Irish. I apologise.
Oh, God, sorry.
I was just apologising for my pitiful attempt at an Irish accent. I won't do it again.
I was just going to say, somebody posted a flat earth meme or generate another flat earth meme. I honestly don't think there's enough in the community, bro. Fuck me. Slow down with the memes, political Viking, bro. If the entire flat earth argument can be summed up in a meme, we're on a fucking losing track.
The issue is that people have to play to the base. Like I genuinely despair. I just actually despair at the general standard of education today, at the general standard of views that is being spat out. But that's the thing. That's their attention span. Short form content has just lobotomized 80-90%. I probably would say it's as high as 80-90% of anyone under the age of 30.
blame Twitter, bro.
Maybe more.
Possibly higher. Like, if anything, I'm being conservative. People have been well and truly lobotomized by short form content. Because the reality is that
If anyone's sharing a meme, like your eyes just skim past these memes. Nobody should be taking info from him or looking at him or like even fucking sharing them, bro. What the fuck?
the thing is meme warfare, whether we like it or not. It's a thing. Whether we like it or not, meme warfare has swung elections in the past. Now, I wish it didn't take memes and 10-second YouTube shorts to actually reach people, because they short circuits after more than 30 seconds of focusing on the same thing, right? Like, I wish that isn't what it was and how it is.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
You know, we have to live in the real world, right? And in the real
TikTok
world,
generation. How long do
that makes sense.
most TikTok videos go for? 30 seconds or less.
Max.
So if you can't get your point across in 30 seconds or less, you're wasting your time.
Shit.
And that makes it
Don't
harder.
blame me.
It makes it harder because as someone who does this, I speak to children on this subject a lot, and it differs. A lot of children have a extremely short attention span, and it's extremely hard to reach some children on this subject because most will just hand wave it because of their short attention span. It is harder to get to them sometimes.
adults too. A lot of adults,
Especially
now,
adults,
were brought up on this technology. Like, people can be in their 30s and they were still the right age for the internet, for Facebook, MySpace, all the rest of it. So somebody can be knocking on 40 and still have no attention span because it's been obliterated by smartphones and social media.
yeah, and sometimes that 40-year-old may be worse, like further, like they'll be the ones who will bring up Star Wars and Star Trek, and like the newer generation won't relate to that at all.
I speak to a lot of older people because I'm no spring chicken these days, right? And there is that element of, you're not taking Star Wars from me. Yeah? If there's one thing I am not giving up, I'm not giving up lightsabers, and I'm not giving up Jar Jar Binks. And that's not my view specifically. I'm just kind of mirroring, and for them it's like, no, like you're not taking this from me. It's like, I'm not trying to take it from you. I'm just saying that the science fiction you've enjoyed for decades is fiction. And this shouldn't be so controversial. Like, no, not William Shatner, no.
Yep, precisely. And on the flip hand, and I've have people in that same age group in the 40s who will be like, I've never liked that Star Trek or Star Trek or Star Wars. When I'm talking about the subject, they'll be like, I knew it was something, or that type of line.
It's much harder to reach older people. I think it's much easier to reach younger people. Because they'll talk about anything. They talk about everything. Older people over 40, they're like, oh, I don't want to talk about that. No, I won't talk about that. Sport, no. Politics, no. Science fiction, no. Gen X, well, yeah.
Yeah, really. Sometimes the child is more curious. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, the more malleable, though. That's the worry. Way more malleable.
Teenagers, they'll talk about, what's this? What's that? They'll just talk about it. They've got no stigma around anything.
I mean, you can change their opinions a lot. It's like their brain are more malleable. You can convince a teenager to do something way easier than their 40-year-old because they're just dumb. Kids are often just dumb, man. Like, we were all kids once. You know how dumb you were when you were 18 compared to now, bro. I mean,
I know he's technically retarded.
Not dumb retarded. I just mean no life experience, no mortgage, no family, no kids, It's dumb.
Well, they are. I mean, 15, 16, sort of their brains are not fully developed yet. So, strictly speaking, they're retarded.
Retarded.
But you treat them as adults. So it's funny. But they're
also curious still.
Generally,
they are more curious. Sure.
Kids are curious, right? So if a 14-year-old hears, Earth is flat, there's a bit of curiosity there.
Exactly.
Whereas somebody who's maybe 45, Earth is flat. Right, and it's like before
the waves and...
Yeah, look,
don't shut it down. That's not interested in talking about. No.
Yeah.
I asked the kids though. I was in Lake Windermere with the kids, And I'm like, right, is the surface of this lake horizontal or is it bending? And the wife was like, oh, for fuck's sake, come on.
Leave
We're
my
on a
kids
boat.
alone.
We're on a boat in Lake Windermere, right? I'm just asking, like.
And all I'm thinking is, check it out. Whenever you guys are talking, I always think of songs that I could bastardize. Hey, Fluffer, leave those kids alone.
Nice.
Sorry, as usual.
Somebody's got to give them a different perspective, right? And I'd say to them all, they'll ask me questions like, no, is there a God? Does God exist? And I'm like, wow, that's a big question from a 9-year-old. And I'm like, look, well, some people believe there is, some people believe there isn't. And I'm never trying to convince them of any one particular angle, to be honest. But yeah, I asked the kids, is the surface of this lake, is it horizontal, right? Or is it bending? 2 of them said horizontal, 1 of them said bending. 66% success rate. We take those. But I'm always having all kinds of conversations with them that I know they're not going to have at school. We talk about what inflation is. We talk about what profit and loss means. We talk about hypothetical situations in which if you wanted to make £1 million a year selling ice cream, how would you do it? And they're like, oh, it's impossible. And I'm like, well, it's not. And then they're like, well, will you get an ice cream van? Well, no. Why wouldn't you get an ice cream van? And we're kind of game theorying what's wrong with that model if you're trying to make a lot of money selling ice cream. Because obviously it's limited time, right? Neighborhood to neighborhood with ice creams. Talking about how you need to set up distribution channels. I can just imagine them in school and the teachers being like, oh, yeah, let's name the triangles. And like, oh, yeah, well, my uncle told me that if you set up enough distributors, you could make £1 million a year selling ice cream. But here's the thing, they absolutely can. School ain't going to teach them that. Oh, the postman's just been.
Oh, nice. I might be here soon then.
Yeah, you're not too far from me, are you? To be honest,
Hey,
the wife
Fluffer,
goes nuts.
leave those kids alone. Who the fuck said that? It's stuck in my head, bro. What the fuck?
No, it should be, hey, Karuma.
Who was it that said
Yes.
Was that you? No way was it, bro. What the fuck?
It's Banhammer.
Shit, no way was it.
Just every now and then
remember.
people will say stuff and it just fits in well with songs and that, and I'll just be thinking, hey, Glober, leave those kids alone. But since he was a bit on the other
So
artist,
well.
yeah.
What's popping off inside chat between Leaf and Dazza? What's going down?
You're going at it.
They're going at it.
Dazza, the anti-flat earther, the slime, seems to only turn up whenever there's people asking genuine questions, like that Genevieve that was just here. So Genevieve pops in, asks a question, and one of the anti-clowns drops in at the same time, just to mess up the side chat.
She's probably from that server, bro. Haven't they got like their own server or some shit?
Had.
I don't think you should allow minors to be in this room, bro. Like, they don't need to know these knowledge, man.
Don't assume her age.
Don't assume her gender. It might be a man. God,
It's obviously an age.
Why do we have the age police in here?
I have no idea. He piped up right after she her genuine question. I have no idea.
Imagine you have like a kindergarten or primary school kid go back to school and telling friends like, "Hey, the Earth is flat." No one's.
Yes, that's what we want.
That's what happens with these kids. 100% right. They go to school and they'll be telling their teacher, because I'm not going to go full life story, but I've got nephews and a niece.
You want this kid to get bullied at school.
Shut up, Leaf. He's talking.
So they're going to go into school, but well, my uncle says space is fake.
Yeah, my uncle says.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I'm not the dad, I'm their uncle. It's
No, but 100%. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but oh, my uncle says space is fake.
It's not. You don't want him to say that. You don't want him to go in there and says, "My uncle says space is fake." You want him to go in there and say, "Excuse me, miss, how do we verify that?" And just leave the teacher hanging there.
I teach them all the time the difference between, like, the teacher reads it from a book, and the teacher believes that what they're reading from a book is true, right? They believe their textbook is true. But how do we know whether it's true or not? I teach them all the time that the ideas of like critical thinking, right? Think for themselves, the difference between beliefs and facts.
And that's why Banhammer's question is perfect.
How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah. Excuse me, miss. How do we verify that the great-great-great-great-granddad of a pigeon was a T-Rex?
Yeah, that's how it goes for me. I'll place me in your example, Raised by Goats. My niece has done something like this, and I've received a phone call from the teacher, and she's just basically not allowed to express anything outside of the school narrative.
I'm going to receive a phone call. I will receive a phone call pretty soon, I imagine, because in the first day in their new school, the very, very, very first day in their brand new school, and obviously over COVID, right, schools were shut down, so these kids missed a lot of education, as did a lot of kids. Schools opened up again. First lesson in a brand new school. Oh, Raised by Goats, because that's what they call me, obviously. Today, we learned all about what gender identity means. So they've just missed 2 years of school because of COVID. So you might think to yourself, the most important thing is learning to read and write. Maybe, possibly. No. The first lesson is going to be all about gender identity. And the two kids are in 2 different years in school, and they both, separate years at school, had the very same lesson. And then I said to them in front of the wife, like, if I borrow my wife's clothes, am I now anti-goat? Or am I still Uncle Goat, just wearing women's clothes? And then my wife was like, you can't say this to him. I was like, well, I can and I will. Because it's the truth. If I pick them up from school...
My wife would agree with it. My wife would agree with such sentiments.
Like, if I pick them up from school and I'm wearing my wife's clothes when I do, I'm not anti-goat. I'm still Uncle Goat. Just decided to wear a skirt for some reason.
When I do.
And do you know what? If a man wants to wear a skirt, crack on, right? If he wants to wear makeup, go nuts. If he wants to wear his hair long, wear tights and a bit of blusher, go for it. Genuinely, no problem. But that's
why are you describing the Scottish?
Well, yeah, exactly. Like the Scottish work.
No.
Right?
Oh, this is gonna be good.
So I fully expect that I will receive a phone call from school one day. Excuse me, Mr. Goats, because that's what the school called me, obviously. So the kids have come in today, right? And they've said that a man wearing a skirt is still a man. Would you like to explain yourself? And I'll be like, yeah, which bit are you struggling with? And I'll probably go to the meeting in a skirt just to, just to mess with them that little bit further. Teach them English, teach them maths, and leave all the politics out of it. Let them make their own minds up. I wouldn't even mind so much if it was being presented as some people believe this, some people believe this, some people believe this. I'm not going to tell you which one you should believe, right? I'm just going to put forward different belief systems, and you can decide for yourself which one you personally believe. If it was presented like that, I genuinely wouldn't mind.
or even better, here are the different beliefs, and here are the facts.
Well, yeah. So here's make believe, and here's real life. I don't know, man.
Yo, boys in text chat, what's the issue with fence sitting, man? I don't get it. Let's move it out of text chat. There's loads of people in VC.
What do you need? Yeah, you like not knowing anything, right? You like just not knowing anything, don't know anything for sure when you talk to people, so you can't give any answers to anybody, so you'll just be on your way.
So it's not that, I strive to be on the fence, bro. It's just I'm more than willing to change my mind on something.
You like
if
how it
presented with new
feels.
evidence. Well, no, if presented, that's how I've transitioned to be a flat earther. People presented a bunch of new evidence to me, and I've changed. If somebody else presented another fresh take on stuff, and that made more sense, then I think most people operate this way. Most people are fence sitters on most things until given different information.
You
They just
can't
don't
work
look at
in
it.
my company if you can't make decisions. That's just how it works.
Well, that's the difference between, jobs and, working out the cosmos and philosophy and politics. Totally different things, bro. I mean, you can't work on a PC unless you know how to turn
It's
it on.
not totally different. Not totally different at all.
Okay. I can live on the planet without knowing the shape of the surface. I can't work on a computer without knowing how to turn it on.
You can't say now you're a flat earther and live on a planet, so your LARPing isn't going to work around me.
What's wrong with the use of planet, bro?
Say planet instead of planet.
Planet. Okay, planet. Okay, but yeah, I don't think planet is in contention.
No, planet.
Planet. Yeah.
Plan ET.
It's because planet implies, round, ball, one of many other spheres. I think it's one of those words which
the thing we live on.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to drop, isn't it? Like, some people still say like around the globe, and it kind of like slips out because what they meant is around the world, and I don't think it's necessarily a sign they're holding.
It's not like it's just. Is it not vernacular or fucking what? Not vernacular. Vocabulary and shit like that.
It's just if you've used that word for 34 years or whatever it is, and then 8 months later you've received a bit of new information. That word's still going to slip out from time to time, isn't it? Let's face it. I do try not to say globe, though. But
yeah, sure.
I must admit it did slip out from time to time.
But yeah, Dr. Air Pressure, going back to it, bro, even with Flat Earth, there must be some things that you're on the fence about. I don't think I've met a Flat Earther that thinks they've got absolutely everything figured out yet. So you could be that first guy, bro, unless you're on the fence about something. I don't know. You could be that guy.
Well, give us an example. What could he be on the fence about?
Yeah.
Fuck no.
Give me an example.
I don't want to put words in. I have no idea, bro. That's why I asked him.
What?
He's
on the fence about what?
You could be on the fence about our toes real or something. You tell me what you're on the fence about. I could be here all day.
See, there's a difference. There's a difference between like being on the fence about something and just saying, I don't have enough information to know, therefore I can't make a claim. I'm accepting the fact that I don't know, right? Versus, well, it could be this or it could be that. This story here seems really reasonable and probably likely, and this one over here kind of has its merit too, but I don't know. Like,
And Google says this and that.
That's communication, though, but you must have had something over a long period of time that it's took you a while to work with, figure out internally. And over a while, you've come to realize
not really.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I've always been smart since I was a little kid. I've always been super smart, and I've been able to figure shit out. If I can't figure it out, I'll try until I do, or I'll give up on it like I did space-time and E equals MC squared when I was like 15. 15, and I was writing a program to figure that out, and I asked I was trying to get, how do I get mass Okay, how do I put that into the formula? And I gave up because I figured that was just bullshit back then until somebody could prove that that didn't make any more sense. So that was out a long time ago. Gravity never made sense, so there was something else, and I always knew there was something else. How do you like that?
Well, that's also that part where you said trying to figure it out was what I described. So thank you for clarifying. Yeah,
I don't sit on the fence about it.
No, but that stage where you're trying to figure it out.
No, I said there is there's not an I don't know and not sitting on a fence. It's bullshit. I already said it.
No, what you're looking at is a difference between things that are subjective and things that are objective. True or false?
Exactly. Yeah, I know.
You're expecting people to know something that's true or false. Like today is Friday, and you're saying, well, that's subjective. Someone could be on the fence with that. They might not know for sure. They haven't worked it. They haven't gone through the full process yet. And Radwin's telling you there are things that are not subjective. It is
I agree with that though.
Or no.
I agree. No, that is true. Yeah, that's not what we were on about.
I'm not on the fence about Jupiter. I know it's not a gas ball. I know it's not a giant gas ball. What it is, I don't know. I'm not on the fence about it.
Yeah, no, there's many things that we cannot even be on the fence about. Some things are just the way they are. But again, that's not really what we're on about. The issue was
guess what? Once you eliminate outer space from your head, you don't have to be on the fence anymore. It's all gone. It's bullshit.
Was outer space the thing? What is the thing you're on the fence about specifically?
We didn't even get to that. I did try asking.
All right, we're here now. We're here now.
He said, huh?
We're here now. What is the thing?
I don't. Are you asking me or air pressure?
Air pressure is the thing that you're on the fence about.
He's not asking me. I'm not on the fence about anything. I tried telling you that. I know what's bullshit and what's not. I know when stories are being told now. That's not something I have to be on the fence about.
So what is the thing you were on the fence about, Pads? Pads, what's the thing you were on the fence about?
Just a lot of shit in terms of flat Earth and not. But this, we started off in text chat, not even on about flat Earth, but just in general. And I was just pointing out being on the fence is often a good place to be, not even just regards to flat Earth, but in general. And that's why I said I've never met anybody who just instantly knows the information, changes their mind without at least going through a period where they're gaining new information. They might be on the fence with different things. They might be seeking new information. It's just a process, man.
That's what they're doing. They're seeking the information. That doesn't mean they're on the fence.
But yeah, the current stage might.
2001 is when I figured out that everything was pretty much bullshit. And after that, I started picking out lies. And then in 2013, that's when, 2013 maybe, somewhere around there, was when I realized Lake Erie is flat. And it was over after that. And I already understood air pressure. And then that was a long time ago when I said gravity was full of shit because air would fly off into the vacuum of space. That was probably a few years. I was still not even 20 yet when I figured that one out. And I would tell people that it's bullshit. Air has to be flying out into outer space for, whatever. Because back then, outer space still existed. My dad worked at NASA. So how do you like all that?
Yeah, Pads, how'd you like it?
Yeah, my mum works for NASA as well, now that you mention it, bro. Yeah, sure. I like it.
Listen,
The fact that it's a randomer online telling me something. I'll take it with a pinch of salt. I don't think you're lying, but there's not much I can think about it. You're a randomer online, bro. What do you want?
I had a similar upbringing as Radwin. My mother worked as a radio astronomer.
Yeah, and I'm not doubting these could be true, but it's a pinch of salt type of deal, isn't it?
Yeah, but the point is, right, if you don't apply the tool of identification of subjectivity and objectivity, right, subjective things versus objective things, if you don't apply that to while you're seeking the information, then you're gonna be stuck on the fence forever.
Well, that's exactly what I said. It's being stuck on the fence that often leads us to seeking the information. Being on the fence isn't a bad starting point, bro.
No, it's not. No, and I'll agree. I did go through a short period of being torn, right? Suffering cognitive dissonance, being pulled either way, right? I was like, I've got this thing that I was like hooked on all my life, right, and convinced of, and then I've got this new information over here, But
it's often a challenge being on the fence. It's all about challenging yourself, asking shit. Well, that's the way I've always done it anyway. If you're not on the fence about shit, whatever you believe in, you really should go and try and look at the opposite. As you all know, obviously. And that's all they said. Like, we're on the fence until we get new and relevant information, and then we change our minds, change our opinions, whatever.
Well, what information don't you have yet?
What, with Flat Earth? I'll try and keep it on Flat Earth. I'm on the fence that the Americans went to the moon, for example. Like, that is something I don't have all the
Space is
information.
fake. You're not flying to the moon. So what are you on the fence about?
Well, I think the moon exists. It's a landable thing. So with that in mind,
moon is up there. I can see it. Why do you think you can fly and land on it and play golf and drive sideways? Drive sideways and hit golf balls sideways on the moon.
So my point isn't here to prove the moon. The point is to show you something that I'm on the fence about. And the issue is, like, yes, we can look at the footage and say, yes, it's fake. But I don't know if the Americans went later in time. It is something that a lot of people say that I'm on the fence about.
Why don't you break them down one at a time? The one you've got the footage to, fake or not?
Fake. All that shit filmed in a Hollywood studio.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So go and get another lot of footage. And we'll break that down.
If they went there, why are they lying about the medium within which the moon exists?
So again, the point isn't for me to prove it. The point is, like somebody just said, the point is that I can't not prove it. I don't know. They could have gone. I don't know. I'm on the fence about it. It seems like the technology existed. It seems like we had the capabilities.
Like I said, though, why are they lying about the medium within which they were in when they went there? Why are they saying it's a?
How do you land on a moving object? Yeah, how do you land on a moving object?
Again, the mission, its details, and the surface was not the point I was raising by saying simply the word moon.
Okay, so check it out. You've never thought about how to get there. You just go, so you're kind of like on a real low level when it comes to solving problems.
No, I have. It's just a 30-40 minute conversation that everybody's heard here before. We're going to go around again in circles, and nobody wants to hear us yapping for 40 minutes about the moon, bro. It's a dead.
This is what I described earlier, right? This is like, like this is what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's not necessary. Someone's made a claim to you. Make them fucking prove it. Until then, you don't need to entertain it.
Well, I can't. I can't. But it seems logical that they would have gone. It seems
Wait, just because a claim is made, you have to entertain it. You have to be at this point in your life where it's like, well, it could be true and it might not be true. I don't know.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah. I mean, the claim was made that they went initially, but don't forget, I'm already saying that all that footage was fake. So they've made one claim. Don't forget, I've already shut one claim down. So it's not like I'm out here just believing everything people say. Don't skim past that fact.
Why don't you just say to them, until you prove that it's true, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not. I mean, it's not that I don't
on the
give a
fence.
shit.
Though.
It's just
that's not being on the fence.
It's just that I can't.
Like, well, they might have gone, but they might not have gone. It's like, I'm sorry, until you prove it to me, you're full of shit.
Well, I just can't make up an opinion on it. So therefore, where am I?
Well, how do you reckon that they went to the moon if they relied on spherical geometry to do it, which we debunked?
I should have picked any example, anything else in the world that I could have been on the fence about, and I picked the moon. I knew it was going to be extremely difficult. I could have picked fucking anything, bro. That was my fault.
All right, pick something else then.
I'm on the fence if e-cigarettes is healthier than smoking.
Flat Earth related.
Normal cigarettes. No, bro, I can't be asked. I'm not going to lie. I can't be asked because it's going to be a 30-40 minute spiel of any fucking word that is used out of context or anything, just picking it apart. And I've been here too long, bro. Can't be asked. You all know what I mean.
I never knew you were still a moon coper.
Yeah, I'm a full-on space guy, bro, yeah. But again,
yeah, I was too. I was too.
For a few weeks. I don't want to take up people's time yapping about it. It is what it is.
I was a space guy as well. I was convinced I was going to be an astronaut. Absolutely convinced.
Let's do it. Armageddon.
I was trying like really hard in school. Like really, really hard in school. Getting like stupidly high test scores because in my mind it was like I'm going to be an astronaut. I've said this a million times. Like these are not conclusions I arrived at willingly. It's referred to as like, the Win Benjamin face.
Flat Earth aside, right? Gas pressure without a container aside, there is no reason for you to want to entertain their story. It's prove it to me or fuck off. There's no reason to be on the fence about it.
Which story?
The moon landing. You can be a glober and take that stance.
I mean, I am more leaning. Don't get us wrong. On the fence, this is a wide ass fence, bro. I am more leaning to the whole thing just being pure bullshit. Don't get us wrong. I fucking can't prove it, bro. I can't prove it, and there's a few little niggly things that make.
Sure, you can. You can try to go there yourself.
You don't need to prove it or disprove it. They need to prove it to you.
Okay, I mean that is true. That is true. That would help. And you are right. Yeah, unless they're doing that, I shouldn't be concerned about it. But you know, the mind wanders. We think about these things, and I'm on the fence. It's what it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Dude, really? You sound like you go into a room of people where there's some people that know something and the other people know something and they both think they know something and you are friends with both groups. Even though those two groups don't like each other at all, you'll go in there and mingle with those groups, laffy, laffy, taffy, and then go over to the other one, laffy, laffy, taffy, I agree with you too. You agree with both of them. That's what you do. That makes no sense.
I'm certain that's what free thinkers often do, right? Surround themselves with people that know more on a subject than they do, soak it in, ask questions, and think about it, bro. Like, what more do you want me to do?
What about, okay, we're going to go to a party and there's people that know that the ghosts are around because they hunt them all day long, and we're going to go follow the Bigfoot people. They're also at the party. They don't believe in ghosts, and the ghost people don't believe in Bigfoot. So they can argue back and forth and prove each other wrong, but you're going to walk in and agree with both of them. You agree that they're both right.
If I'm on the fence about either subject, I've hit a fucking jackpot. Bro, yeah, I'm not going to assume they're both right, but I'm going to listen intently to both groups.
And you're going to listen to more stories intently so you can wind yourself around your brain about stories. Okay, and that's all you got. Yesterday, somebody said gravity is ghosts. Basically, we boiled it down to he thinks ghosts and gravity are the same, so ghosts hold you down. So originally, what happened was the very first people were born and they floated away into outer space and turned into ghosts, and then they were ghosts. And then they didn't like going up, so the next people that were born, they held them down to the ground. And then when they died, then there were more ghosts. See, so there were always more ghosts than people, so there's always being people held to the ground. That's why people don't float away. Does that make sense to you?
No, bro, it sounds like the ramp, literally.
Does it sounds perfectly feasible to me. Listen, disprove what I said.
Why? I mean, it just sounds like Scientology to me from what you just said, bro. Operating theories and shit. Like,
so does gravity. So does gravity sounds like Scientology to me.
Shit, bro. What was we actually on about? Because you transitioned to fuck yeah.
Broken.
He's saying that if you go in, okay, let me. No, he's saying you always are. If you're always playing 50%, and you don't know for sure, if you went into a party where people are talking about ghosts or holding you down, would you suddenly be unsure, or would you tell them, dude, there's no such thing as ghosts?
I wouldn't say anything. I'd listen, wouldn't I? Why would I say shit if I'm curious about ghosts and there's 5
No
people talking
opinion
about ghosts?
consider. Can't know anything. He thinks he's a brain in a jar. Got it.
That's the extent that he has to go to preserve his religion. That's the extent the man must go to preserve his religion. That's obviously all it is. You'll clutch at any straw you possibly can to be able to still say outer space is real and the globe is real and that's what I live on. We know that's what you're doing, dude.
Do you guys like my new theory of gravity for the Globers? It goes with evolution and dinosaurs. It goes right along with it.
Methodology has led me to becoming a flat earther, bro. I've come into this group and you guys have out-debunked, as far as I'm concerned, globalists. Right? And when I take the info you do here, I asked yesterday, I asked about the Southern Cross, can you give me the rebuttal for it? So when I go back to globalists, I can somewhat adequately kind of reiterate.
Yes, tell them to stop looking in the sky for ground proof.
You're missing the approach that I'm taking. It's the same approach that's led me to becoming a flat earther. You can't then ridicule it. So do you agree that it's an adequate approach that has led me to becoming a flat earther? Listening to what you guys have to say, looking at the
Yes, I agree, but I also tell people stop looking in the sky for proof of the ground. That's what I say. Stop looking in the sky. Once you prove that the ground is curving, I'll start looking in the sky too. And then I'll figure it all out for you, and we'll write it all out, and I'll write some software, and you guys, and I'll give it out for free on how everything works. But you got to show me where the ground is curving first. How do you like that?
I like it, and you've agreed that my approach is acceptable. The subject matter and the context is therefore irrelevant, bro. You've agreed my approach is acceptable. Everything else that you're about to say is redundant.
Okay, I'll say I agree it's acceptable up until the point where you declare yourself to be on the fence. I understand you say you listen to flat earthers, you absorb the information and it makes sense. And then you go back to the people we're telling you that are the liars and you try to confirm our information that you say debunks the globalists. Yeah, so it's you are the problem. You're not on the fence. You just have these beliefs that you're still trying to hold on to while you're learning this new information.
It's not holding on to beliefs, it's calling bullshit, bro. Like, how many times does a flat earther say something in it? So I'm not going to call them out on it. So a very prominent flat earther, you all know him, said something in here the other day. Not one person was like, hang on a minute, mate, is that actually fucking true? I took 10, 15 minutes Googling it, and it was just pure bullshittery, bro. Right? And that's
and you're still using Google. That's the craziest thing in the world. You're Googling for flat Earth proof. You may as well go ask Tazza for flat Earth proof.
Hey, Pads, I want you to name names. I want you to name names, Pad. Name them.
Nah, because it'd be rude, bro, and they're not here to defend themselves. So
no, you're supposed to fucking weasel.
No, we need to have a chat with whoever did this.
Well, Steelman the position.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to. It was Alpha, bro. They did it. I raised him on his point. I tried to rebuttal on it there and got shut down. Like, I did raise the concern in the moment.
Speculation Sunday? Was that on Speculation Sunday?
Don't think so.
You don't think so?
I mean,
you don't know.
What day is it? Friday?
Yeah, today's Friday. So
probably Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday.
Sounds like something.
Anyway, like my point was like, yeah, just a quick Google search. Like when people mention new stuff that the community's not heard of, we should all be instantly Googling it, verifying it, making sure we shouldn't be taking anything.
No, we should go to a place that writes the narrative.
Google can't be trusted.
Yeah, we shouldn't go to the place that writes your narrative for our answers.
So 1 second, Google is a verb these days. It's not, when people say Google, it's a doing word. What they essentially mean is go and look yourself. Right? People.
No, that does not mean. That does not mean when I say Google it to my assistant, she doesn't go on Google, or I mean, she doesn't go now down to the lab and set something up when I say Google it.
No, but she might use
that's not what that means. Google it means go on the internet at Google and type in something in the search engine. That's what it means. In that advertising agency, type in something that you're looking for. Now, if
And
I'm
God
looking for a
forbid it happens.
manual, I'll get 20 ads before we'll get to the manual. If I use ChatGPT, give me the source for this PLC. It'll just give me the exact document I'm looking for. There's no ads. There's no nothing. You have to know how to use that kind of
You've
shit.
never ever used Google Scholar, then, bro. I know for a
I
fact.
don't use it. No, I don't use anything. I don't use Google related anything.
I know for a fact you do. You've never even heard of Google Scholar until I just mentioned it. From what you've
Okay,
just
do
said.
you know why?
In here all the
Did you hear what he
time.
just
I
said?
don't use Google anything.
Yeah, I know. I can tell. I know.
Did you hear what he said? Do you hear his reasoning? Do you know why? Do you know why when we search for these things and they pop up on YouTube and Google, it shows that little don't even worry about what you're searching about because it's false. It's telling you already. Like
I
you
accept that, bro.
understand that part, right? Okay, good.
Yeah, but I've tried to reiterate, like, Google is a verb, it's a doing word for just go do your own research. Nobody's expecting you to
Unless you say that nonsense again, and
Nobody uses that word where I work to do your own research. Nobody. If we kept, it's Google's not even on our system. How do you like
we
that?
say look it up.
So what about if you
We don't
tell me
say
to go Google
it. We
something
say
and I
look
use
it up.
Safari?
We say look it up. We don't say Google it because if I say Google it, I'm gonna go to Google and look into Google.
Well, most people just go to whatever tools they use, bro. If I'm using Opera, FX or G, whatever the fuck it is, or Safari, if that's my search engine, that could be that. If I use Google Scholar,
Then you're looking it up. You're not Googling it. Then you're looking it up. You're not Googling it.
Their reviews.
Oh, so you just use the word Google interchangeably for anything?
So you use the word incorrectly around computer people. That's crazy, dude.
I mean, being a programmer, I don't think so.
That's even more crazy. You think you're a programmer and you use Google as a term for just doing your own research.
It's extremely strange.
Pretty much, yeah. So when you say to somebody like, oh, well, you wouldn't say go Google it, would you? Never mind. Never mind. But yeah, again though, it's even Google, bro. If you're googling shit and you're looking at the first page of shit, you're an idiot.
We will say Google it sometimes.
Marks on Google searches and question marks.
We will say Google it sometimes because we know when somebody comes in trying to spout off shit that they think that they know what they're talking about, we know that if they Google it, they're going to get something that conflicts with what they think about their own belief system.
Oh, yeah, we use Google as a hostile witness. That's for sure. That's one of my favorite things to say.
I mean, like somebody was just saying, it'd be a good starting point, sure. But you shouldn't be ending your fucking research on that first Google page search. Like, who the fuck?
So when people are using it, when do they know they're not looking at bullshit? At what point do they know?
Google Scholar. Just type in Google Scholar on any search. You won't do it, so you'll never know. But ignorance is not bliss in this case. I would genuinely advise you to go and check.
What do I need Google Scholar for?
Well, go and look at it for just take 2 minutes. Don't listen to me. I'm a random guy in a Discord call. Just go and fucking Google the term.
The other guys in here like Google Scholar. I have my own area of research.
All right, cool. Perfect.
We are developing the tools that you guys will be using in about 10 years.
Nice. What's your company called, mate?
No thanks.
I'm sure I'll be using the technology in about 10 years. So. Did you check out Google Scholar though, bro? I'm curious.
Incapable of absorbing the things put to him, maybe.
Who, me? Why does it sound highly unlikely, Mark?
I find it interesting the person you picked out, AV. Knowing your history with him.
I know. I didn't want to, bro. You said man up, so I thought, fuck it, bananas.
what did I miss there with that? I was a bit away from my computer.
I can't fucking quote him directly. He really isn't here to defend himself, so it's genuinely not like good etiquette. But he was saying we can't measure pressure when we get to certain heights and everything. And I went and looked at the exact device that we use to do it, and we do it all the time. But nobody questioned it. The biggest worry was he was talking about this thing for 10 minutes, and I was the only fucker that seemed to go and question it. And that, to me, when people are doing that and people aren't questioning it, what does that sound like?
What did he say specifically? What did he say? What were you saying? What was the thing that you were contending?
We are just simply unable to measure. Fuck.
Yeah. It's very important now. It's very important because I remember the conversation. What is the thing that he said?
I think it was measuring density. In fact, one sec.
Wrong.
One sec. I'll find it because I'll be able to look at my search results. One sec.
Okay, yeah.
I think it was centered around measuring the lack of pressure in space. If you were there, if you remember. And my rebuttal was, 1 second, ionization.
I remember you didn't even understand what he was saying about being able to measure pressure in these claimed regions.
No, I did. It did. We ended up getting a height for it and everything. He said if it's not over 10 to the minus 70 something, I can't remember. And it was way over that. 1 sec. 10 to the minus 17 to 10 to the minus 19. I was going to go into depth of the actual ionization of how they actually work. Because he kept saying trying to...
Yeah, you were going to do that, but what was the thing? We're still on one thing. We're past that thing yet.
I'm just chatting shit whilst I scroll. 1 second, I'm finding it now. So I'm just rereading Brock's Stoner.
Ask Google Scholar if I can put dots on my ceiling and measure my floor for tile.
That's not what Google Scholar's for. That's an AI question.
No, that's what Dazza said. Since Dazza said it, you guys all use Google Scholar. I'm sure he found it in there, so I want you to get me the book that says how to do it.
2 minutes. I'm trying to find this. Shit, I don't think I actually... No, I think you're right, bro. I don't think I actually... What height was he talking about?
I know.
Yeah. 75? What? Because he was talking about a specific region. Like, we can do it up to a certain region and then not past it. And that's the point. I'm not sure about in that region. We have, other gauges, I'm guessing. But an iodization gauge exactly was used for space.
Never heard of it, and I'm around vacuum chambers all the time.
Again, feel free to Google it. You know the term, you've heard the term. All right, feel free to go and use...
Is it used for outer space? So I can't get it from where I buy all my sensors. It's something special? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, you've just heard a new name for an object for the first time. It's probably in your best interest to go and research it yourself, but that should be fucking obvious to anybody. I don't know where the fuck you get it from or what wholesalers sell it. What a fucking silly question, bro. Fuck.
What is the device made of, and could it survive in 1,000
dreams
degrees?
and fucking unicorns, bro. Again, you've just heard the name of new term, guys.
I just asked you a fucking question. Answer it or not.
I don't know.
Okay.
Dreams and candy, bro. But this is my point. My whole point was Alpha raised something. Nobody went and researched it. I've now raised something. For you to have any questions or something about it, I've only raised it in passing. Sure, go and research it through whatever means. Like, why the fuck am I the one pushing this?
This is something you measure space with.
The space that he was talking about, we understand that the devices, any device can survive in those claimed temperatures in those regions. So, yeah.
Yeah, Pads, I already addressed this with you, and you were wrong, and you melted down in front of me. The paper that you provided about it said that these could work in that environment. They were never tested, and they were based off of suppositions and extrapolations with regards to their performance, not their actual use. Because if they were used, they would have provided data that we could examine. But there's no data ever presented by these.
No, and I retorted with they are used, but they have to be used in conjunction with something else. Alone, they can't be used alone. They're almost useless on their own. They have to be used with other things to verify.
Cool story, dude. Like, where's the data? Where are all the field experiments?
Precisely.
We are still waiting for that.
They are going to be at the end of when you all start Googling it. Like,
dude, no.
Yeah, so he has nothing, basically. He has nothing.
Yeah, your response is, I don't have it, you go find it to support my claim.
No, my response is, I don't know the intricacies of every single remote detail of this device. I've given you a name, I've given you rough areas it works at. I can tell you roughly how it works.
It was never used.
One sec, barring that, the rest of it's going to be pretty independent, mate. Like, there's not much more. I'm not a scientist. There's not much.
Give me the name. Give me the name of it. Give me the name of it. I'm gonna go see how much it cost.
Yep, you're talking to an industrial physicist right now, so he's gonna go price one out, even if you want to buy one.
Right? Yeah. He's mentioned the wholesalers thing.
Type the name in the chat, please.
So I will do, but I have mentioned it a few times, so I don't know if you were listening or all that.
Okay, so do it again. Fudge.
After 10 minutes, they accepted to go and look at it themselves. Awesome.
After 11 minutes, he finally put the name of it up.
Mate, my spelling's atrocious.
No, I didn't feel like working yet, but now I'm getting everything fired up because I'm working from home today. I wanted to sit here and relax, but now I have to go look this device up.
Yeah, you know, NASA claims devices all the time that work in like cryogenic environments in outer space interacting with plasma. It doesn't mean those devices are actually being used in that manner.
But without looking...
Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand, but without looking, bro, we have no idea if this device is even from NASA. Do you understand?
That's our point. That's our point. These are claims without any justification.
I've given you a bit of a claim. Sure, I'm not going to justify how the whole thing works, who invented it, where it was.
I didn't ask you for how the whole thing works. I just want evidence that was actually used even once in a manner that it's described to be operating or be able to operate in.
You'll find it. I found it. I can't be asked finding it again.
You know, the same could be said about the space shuttle. Give me evidence that's being used in the environment that it's claimed to operate in. ISS, give me evidence of the claim that it's used in the environment that it operated in. Same with the Apollo program. Give me that evidence. We're waiting for evidence. We get claims. And people try to replace their standard of burden to produce evidence by producing more claims, and we're tired of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, that is a fair...
I'm already plugged in. I'm ready to go. Type it in so I can... Ionization gauges? All right, let's see what these do. I'll be back.
You already sound like you're going to find evidence against whatever I've just from your tone of voice, I guarantee.
Wow. I build machines for a living. We design shit using all kinds of stuff. I'm going to see where we can use this at work. How do you like that?
Wait, is anybody claiming to have used this? Wait.
Then we can go down to
Hey, Pads, has anybody claimed to have used this instrumentation to measure extreme low pressures beyond the stratosphere?
From what I was reading, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
But again, I do understand, people making claims and not providing everything, but there's a balance between that and fucking drip feeding the entire VC the info. and relying on one random fucker in a Discord to change your life fucking perspective. Like, at some stage, yeah, you're going to have to start fucking Googling terms and doing your own research, man.
We've done that, Paz. We know there is no evidence to back your claim.
Bro,
we're doing this largely for your benefit, Pads, to show you just how futile this is.
Research, though. I did my own research. This is one of the first terms that I came to. Right, this and about 3 others. I'm not even going to mention the other ones because it's such an effort. But yeah, this was one of the first terms I came to. If you'd have done your own research, you would have been highlighted to this term very, very quickly. I can't be how is nobody
dismissed it because you know spaces taking those claimed regions where it's actually supposed to be measuring these.
You're roboting hard.
Doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Dude, you're roboting hard. I'm sorry. Sorry to say.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah, listen, Pads. I mean, we've done a lot of this research. We know that the evidence doesn't exist, at least not yet. And we're trying to do this for your benefit to gain the experience that we've had out of frustration doing this for years and years and years and years, looking for that evidence, the data that we need to do an independent validation.
Alpha introduced this as a new topic the other fucking day, bro. Alpha was like, I've been thinking about this thing. One thing that I've
It's an old topic that's come back again.
Well, he introduced it as if it was a new one, so fair play. I'll take your word for it.
All right.
Right, yeah, fair play.
Sometimes a bit of poetic license does happen, though. Like I heard somebody the other day claiming to have invented the term snatching wig, even though it dates back to 16th century Renaissance in England. So, you do have to bear in mind a bit of artistic license in terms of how things are presented.
Yeah, I mean, he might not have been presenting it as his, but that's how it came across. I might have took it wrong in all fairness, I don't know, but it sounded like a new fucking thing, and my instant thing was to go and research it, and it just sounded not true. But I was the only fucking...
It was just new to him. It was just new to him, and it was just a revelation for him. That's all it was. It could be
a new thing we talk about a lot, too. Shoot, I'm sorry for over-talking. Maybe I'm like...
I think somebody was...
No, you good. It might be me.
I think all we're trying to say here... Sorry.
Go on, sorry. Go on. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, so let's not use any one particular name, right? Because it's not about any one person.
Yeah.
Let's say Bob's on the mic, and Bob is saying, here's some red hot info for you. Here is how we know. Yeah? Here is how we know space isn't real, for argument's sake. You're listening to Bob speak, and you think, I'm not sure about this, right?
Yeah.
There's a level of skepticism, yeah? Incredulity, as there should be, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that. And you think, right, I'm not sure about what Bob's saying. I'm going to do a bit of research. It's important then, though, to apply that same level of skepticism and incredulity to the mainstream information sources, right? Because we rush to Google and we go, Google, help me out here. And Google says, don't worry, Pads, Bob's full of shit. You have to apply that same level of incredulity just applied to Bob, right? To the information you're now looking at.
Yeah, well, Bob's claim is actually a counterclaim in this instance. So you're doing a burden reversal again. Bob is basically saying, I've not seen any evidence provided to justify the claim there is. So until that time, my assumption is there isn't.
If somebody says something, somebody says there is... So in this example, somebody said that there isn't a device capable of doing such a thing. So my questions essentially are: so if I go and research it, or basically, what's the biggest argument against what you've just said? And if the answer by anybody is ever, there isn't any. What that means is they've not done the research, because there's an argument against everything anybody's ever said ever.
Well, why should they listen? If the claim is that there is such a device, then why is the burden of proof on the person that says no way? I've never seen it.
That's not what I said.
Do you understand?
Yeah, but that's not what I said, though. I understand that. But
I know it's not what you said because you're reversing the burden. Look, when Bob says that I've been presented no evidence, why does he need to go seek out the positive claim and the evidence for it? You know, it's like what T-Dub was trying to tell you earlier.
What you asked me to do 5 minutes ago.
T-Dub was telling you earlier that this isn't about us trying to prove anybody wrong. We need to be presented with positive evidence for the claims in the first place.
Yeah.
You should be asking yourself, how have they proven this to you?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So when somebody comes in and says we're incapable of doing this, the only way we can prove it or see if somebody's done the research is by saying what arguments are presented against it. And if they say none, I'm not talking about the actual evidence, right? I'm just saying if they say none, you know they've not done their research. I'm talking about the person.
That's not necessarily true at all. Like in our case, we've been looking for curvature and we found none.
It is true because there's an argument against
he presented it because no. He started the conversation by debunking space, the region in the first instance, and then debunking the device used to measure. And that's he did it correctly. So I'm not sure.
No. So he said there is no device. And then I was asking, well, what, if I went and researched it, what devices or what arguments would I get against it?
Go ahead and look in the chat at the gauge I found.
So the answer was that. Yeah, I think I was mid-sentence, bro. That's what I think of that, my guy.
Right.
I know you've got a degree or you've got a argument from authority position that people seem to validate or whatever.
Back to you
he's just showing you the facts. That's.
Yeah, you showed me the fact
the gauge that I found, I'll just talk anyway. The gauge that I found, if you look real close, is AI generated. It doesn't know how to spell. It doesn't know what numbers are. And somebody just made a site using an AI gauge. And it's just a theory. And everything I found on YouTube, everything is a drawing or an animation of how it works. So far, there's none for sale.
You see that glass, and that's whatever metal that is. I'm sure it would melt in the claimed region of space.
Yeah, I am confident that also probably it's not on a rocket.
Yeah, that's what the guy was saying in the conversation. He already debunked the region. So if there was a device, there's your device. It's made up.
I think I can't explain this any clearer, man. Fuck knows.
We would be using this device if it existed.
If
I'd like to know, Pads, is you got up us for not questioning this stuff. Hey, you got up us for not questioning this stuff whilst you're having your conversation with Alpha. Did you question it, or did you go, "Oh my God, this could be globe type proof"?
Yes,
and you jumped straight on it.
Sporadic helped me confirm that as well, actually. Even though he's got the opposite point, he helped me confirm it. And if 5 minutes ago, I actually said, look, this thing doesn't work on its own.
No, stop. Not 5 minutes ago, the other day when you were conversing with Alpha.
Well, yes.
Did you question it then, or did you just go, "Oh, wow, this proves what I was talking about"?
I questioned Alpha then. I went and researched it. I went and questioned the actual device then. I made sure...
What? Stop. No. Did you question the gauges?
Yes. As I've just said about sporadic, bro, these things don't necessarily even work on their own. Like, I am putting things in there that will help disprove these. Like, I wouldn't be doing that if I wasn't being critical about it.
Because from what I've read up on them, you need number one, the gauge, number two, some temperature reading, and then they calculate the assumed pressure after that. They don't measure pressure, they calculate it.
So this is the issue when we got stuck on such a basic issue. One sec. We're getting stuck on such basic things. I haven't even been able to label all the issues with this device. Some of these could give fucking compliment to your argument. But because we get stuck on the basic introduction, we never make it that far in the argument, bro. So, yes, to reiterate, these devices could be
I'm just telling you from what I've read in the last minute or so, and I've only looked at the first page, that it's calculated, it's not measured.
Okay, yeah.
Which is what Alpha said. And he also used Brandon. Yeah, that's the same thing Brandon said, who was like a meteorologist.
I don't know who that is. They went in the combo though.
That's where this came from. A meteorologist came in here and he was talking all about the sky vacuum and how it's a very good talking point for flat earthers. And then this other dude, I think it was called Mark G, just flipped the fuck out. It went from server to server, stalking Brandon, telling him to prove his credential, went channel to channel, just endlessly harass this guy. And then Brandon's like, you know what? I got to put this globe turd on block. I've never blocked anyone before. This guy's batshit crazy. Batshit crazy. And then he went back and told Alpha, dude, you guys got a slam dunk here. So that's why Alpha ran with this. He's got...
Yeah, which is fine to do. And he might be right. That's the point I'm making. He might be right.
Well, you said you Googled and he was wrong.
No, so the main question when somebody presents an argument should be, what are the main arguments against this? Alpha said there are none. So I went and Googled some, and there are some against what he was saying. My issue is when somebody says, there are no arguments against what I'm saying, what that means is they've not looked at the counter-arguments. That's all it means. The counter-argument might be wrong or right, but there should always be a counter-argument to everything.
So because the counter argument was wrong, he isn't right? What?
No, I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm saying the approach. Again, it's not always about... We don't appreciate the approach, man. How can I know if he's right if he can't tell me the counter arguments? Anybody who's trustworthy on anything will be able to tell you the counter arguments and counter those counter arguments. Is that fair? Is that fair? That's how political papers are written. If I want to convince you of something, I have to know your counter argument and counter that counter argument.
So your only counter argument in this instance, was it just the device that we know wouldn't survive in that claim region?
It's not. It was the lack of questioning when presented with something new that was the issue. The device was just context.
Oh my god.
So you're crying because Alpha didn't question your shit. He just went, nah, that doesn't work.
It's not. No, I'm not crying. I'm definitely not crying. I'm more lulled.
It doesn't sound like it, does it?
I just more lulled at the fact or the lack of questioning surrounding being presented with something new.
So you're crying over him not questioning it.
To be fair, Sporadic has kind of cleared it up. No, I questioned it, and like I'm saying, Sporadic kind of cleared it up.
No, not you questioning it. You're crying over the fact that Alpha didn't question it.
He's presenting something when he's not done his research, yeah. But again, this wasn't actually my point.
Yes,
my point was
you're
we were talking
crying
about
over Alpha not questioning it.
No,
that's what you're sulking over.
No, think of the reason I actually brought up Alpha as an example.
Dude, what if Alpha did the research and he actually looked at this device and said, no, this thing's never been used? What if he looked at 100 devices? Hold on. What if he looked at like 100 of these? Doesn't remember them all. Okay. And he's like, none of these have actually been used in the environment. They all claim to, but they haven't been. And then you come in, you pick one of these out and you say, this one has. And then Alpha is like, look, you don't know. You didn't even ask those kind of questions. You just assumed that he didn't do any research at all.
Well, I asked him. I think I actually asked him about the counter shit, bro.
You think you did, or did you? You think?
I can't remember asking him like word for word, like verbatim. I can't remember what day this conversation was on, bro. Fuck. Shit.
So you don't remember the details of your claim. You claim these things happen. You don't remember the details?
1 second. To be fair, I did say several times, it's probably best to wait for Alpha. He's not here to defend himself. I might misquote him. So if there is any inconsistencies with it, it is what it is, isn't it, bro? I did warn you.
Well, I don't think we're here to get into this.
You're persisting. We pointed them out and you're persisting.
You're reversing the burden again and again and again and insisting that it's not your burden to bear. It is. You're making a positive claim now.
There's no burden, bro.
The positive claim on the table that you're defending is that these devices do what they say they do. You're defending the positive claim that was already made before you.
Yeah, okay? Sure. But 1 second.
Yeah, so you have the burden to support the positive claim that you're defending.
1 second. We're having two conversations, and I don't think anybody fucking realizing it. We're talking one about the evidence presented with a specific ionization gauge, and the other one is talking about the approach and methodology used when tackling a subject. We're conflating the two. I'm trying to have the methodology conversation and approach. You guys are trying to have the context one simply because I used Alpha as an example.
Here's the methodology. You claim that this device exists, defending the positive claim on the table. You tell Alpha to go research it. What's wrong with that methodology? The positive claim. What's wrong with that methodology?
Nothing.
You're telling him to do your homework.
No, nothing's wrong with that. It's good advice, no?
No, it's not. I'm not going to do the research to support this positive claim I'm defending. I want this other guy to do it for me.
So, I've not heard people come in here and make claims, and that all of us say, if you're making a claim, you have to back it up. I've not heard them do that for the last 3-4 months, bro. Is that what
you're saying? Are you serious? We've been asking people to back up their positive claims all the time. What's your positive claim of
what you want about
of the nature of Earth? Present it. We do that all day.
Yeah, so I don't get what you're talking about then.
I don't get what you're talking about. You said that we haven't asked people to defend their positive claims in here. That's what we do all day, every day as a community for 10 years.
Bro, based on what you just said, it sounded exactly like that. That's why I was questioning it. Again, these conversations, I was talking about...
He might be the one a little confused because he's a stoner, like he said.
I'm not confused, bro. I'm just trying to stay on topic, and we're just spiraling further down the rabbit hole, boys.
Can I steal man's claim?
Alpha was only brought up as an example for something else methodology, because there's an issue with the, like, not even in the example. I was using a methodology example because there's an issue in the actual content within the example. We're now spending 20 minutes discussing that, and what the fuck are we doing?
Because you assume that no one researched the devices or looked into what, like you said, Alpha was talking about.
It's not
you were wrong, and now you're further wrong, and now you're persisting.
It's not that I can assume it; I can prove it, bro.
Can I try and steel man his position to save everybody a bit of time? Because I think you understand what I do think there's two different conversations being had here, right?
Yeah, there is. But definitely.
Yeah, so let me just try and steel man your position here, and you can say wrong, and I'll shut the fuck up and go back to washing the dishes. So my understanding is, right, to use an analogy, if I say creation theory is accurate, God created the world, for argument's sake, and somebody says to me, okay, so what other theories are there? What other counters are there to creation theory, this thing you're trying to put forward? If I reply none, there are no counter-arguments, that would then imply that I personally haven't researched the position. That would imply I've only ever thought about creation theory. I haven't researched or tried to tear down evolution or any other theories. Because if I reply, there are no other arguments when it comes to creation theory, there are none, the implication is that I haven't actually researched the topic properly.
And
I think that's what Paz was trying to say.
That is what I'm talking about. Yeah,
I wasn't in the conversation, right? But I'm just trying to steel man his position.
That's exactly
here.
what I'm talking about. And in political science, do you know what we call that? Right? That's the black swan in political science. You know, if you're talking about creationist shit, you have to go out and look for other shit to disprove your shit. Like that is where I first heard of the black swan. It was in this sort of shit.
Oh, so you're not on the fence, you're just confused a bit.
Yeah, disproving, like proving negatives. Yeah, okay.
No, I'm not confused. It's the approach about going looking for the opposite. Or going looking into the opposite and the counterclaims. You have to know what your enemy's going to say against you in order to defend your own claim. And if you
think we haven't done that?
A lot of people don't do that in this community. Sure, yeah, a lot of people, which was my concern, listen to the top speakers in the community. They take it for gospel and then they log out of Discord. A lot of people don't.
That's unfair. I mean, have you been to our home server, looked at all the topic channels, at all the research?
Yeah. Not for a while, but yeah.
It's worth pointing out, to be fair, because we have to be honest, right? It's worth pointing out you cannot compare the likes of Radwen, Indio, DJ, T-Dub versus, and I'm not then gonna, name people who I don't rate as highly as those guys. That's not fair, yeah. But there are levels, right? There are levels, and there are people at very, very different kind of. Well, I can't think of a better word than level. Like, not all flat earthers are created equal. Not all globers are created equal.
Yeah. No, you are right, bro. There's a lot of prominent spokespeople that are good, but, that shit trickles down. And because we've said shit like, oh, don't go Google it. You're an idiot if you go Google it. A lot of these people, they might want to go and research it, but then they don't even go research it because they're like, oh, I can't look on Google because it's bullshit. So it's true. It's an issue.
Is that what you took from us saying what we said about Google?
Not necessarily you exactly, like Raisman's Goats was saying. It's the community is not a whole on these things, let's say. So it might not be you necessarily, but yeah, many flat earthers do, sure.
Well, we're also not all one community. Like specifically 24/7 is one group of people.
That's what we're saying, bro.
Even within that,
we have big problems with people outside of our community. That's been obvious. We talk about that openly here. people that represent us more broadly, but are not us, and their claims are full of nonsense.
Yeah, no, yeah. Fractured, bro, at best.
All right, so regarding this topic, the claim on the table is that surely somebody's been able to measure the atmospheric differential pressure in the ionosphere, or somewhere, between the stratosphere and mesosphere.
I'm guessing so, bro. Yeah, I was reading about it.
You're guessing, yeah. We all thought the same, and we looked for that evidence and couldn't find it. So we challenge people who come in saying the same thing to go find that evidence and present it, because we've been unable to.
Yeah, that's totally acceptable, bro. Like, again, that's not what I'm arguing against in any way, shape, or form.
All right, well, that's what we've been telling you here since the beginning. Is you're telling us to go research it under the assumption we haven't.
That was the other conversation.
And that's even immaterial to the claim, because you need to present your best evidence if you're defending the positive claim. You presented a valve, or you presented a pressure gauge, a paper, to me that supposes that it could work in the environment, even though there's no evidence that it ever was.
I could have presented anything. Like Raised by Goats said, the moment you ask somebody what counter arguments there are against it, and the moment they say none, I can present anything. And I already know that person's not done the shit. In terms of the actual device, again, the device might be bullshit, bro. It might not even exist. I don't fucking know.
Could it?
Fuck no.
Or could it be because it's been determined that the device is bullshit? That your argument is low.
Roboting again, man.
Roboting.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you go to NASA's technical report server, you're going to find claims of all kinds of equipment that's far more exotic than this.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. That doesn't mean that it exists or exists in the environment that they claim it exists. And maybe when you read the papers, you find out that it's all speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
obviously,
as you
NASA's
presented
not really
yourself.
I mean, NASA's a political organization, bro. So, I mean, it is what it is with NASA, isn't it?
Well, the problem is we've got people who have this cosmological belief without evidence. And people trying to replace evidence with claims as evidence. Like if a police officer clocks you with their radar going above the speed limit, I'm sure this is the case in most modern countries, is you have the right to cross-examine your accuser. Show me the evidence. Show me was your radar gun calibrated? Bring me the officer so I can question him. Let's get the data. Let's get the evidence. Let's get the testimony.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah, but
so when NASA produces devices.
What's that got to do with the price of fish, though, bro? What the fuck? When
you don't get to cross-examine the accuser, the NASA gets to say, we did all this stuff with these devices. You say, surely there must be a pressure gauge that has done this. And you haven't been able to present anything that we can use.
I got what you were saying. It was just a shit analogy.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Where's the data? Show me evidence that this device was even calibrated to go into the environment that they suppose it needs to operate in.
I can't, bro.
I know. Because
I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not there.
until that exists, I'm not going to automatically believe that these claims are true.
That's my point. That was my entire fucking point. I've come in here and I've claimed something. I've given you a name, a bit of direction, a bit of, I'm claiming something that could be a counter argument. It is what it is. If you want to go and look at it and research it and delve into it, you do that. If you don't, and you want to go, nope, until you drip feed me all the evidence I need, I'm going to just diswave it.
It's not a matter of drip feed. T-Dub asked you what evidence has been presented to you for your cosmological belief. That's what you need to focus on.
The other
day, not up to you. It's really not up to you. You can go out and research this, but you shouldn't be expected to, because the burden of proof isn't on you to disprove a positive claim.
Again, it's not the debate; it's just the understanding, bro. But to be fair to T-Dub, I would have been more inclined to give it him the other day. I only raised this example in passing because we were on about something totally else. So I should personally, I can't be asked getting into that specific combo. I have tried to avoid it as much as I can. I didn't even want to raise it until Alpha was here, to be fair to the guy. So I can't be asked with the rabbit hole, bro. The whole point was about the question.
I mean, you can, if you like, you can attempt to falsify something, like if it's possible. I mean, like if someone's made a claim and you're that interested enough that you want to say this is bullshit, I'm going to prove it wrong. Like that's what happened with a lot of flat earthers, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
and I wasn't.
but
I didn't do
you
the
can
research
attempt
on
to.
it.
But what if you can't? What if it's like literally like it's
Then
just
it's legit.
not viable, right? There's just what you'd have to do to falsify it is just not viable for you as an individual, or for the general, like for most of the population, right?
So
Like, what do you do then?
That is why I say it's not really acceptable to ask me to replicate the effects of a globe on Earth when demonstrating gravity. Like you've hit the nail on the head.
That's when it comes to the point when people are making those extraordinary claims that you can't even begin to attempt to falsify.
Yeah.
That the burden is on them to provide you the proof. And if their proof falls short, you do not have to accept it.
No, you don't have to. No, but given, like we've just said there, well, not we've just said, but if something works on one size scale, we might assume it works on a different scale. Just because we can't replicate it doesn't mean it isn't true. You know, like it's just confinements.
Yeah,
and just using our actual
and
logic.
unicorns might be real too on Mars.
So if there was like other examples of not necessarily the horses, so if cows had like horns on the head and donkeys had horns on the head, then we might suspect, other animals might have horns on their heads. But seeing as though we've got two animals with horns, and I think they're both sea creatures, depending on how you look at a deer or not. But yeah, it's just using your logic, isn't it, bro?
He's on the fucking fence about unicorns. This is crazy shit I'm listening to.
No, I'm not, because we haven't got any horses and cows with spikes on the head, have we, bro? So why the fuck would I be on the fence about it? Did you listen to what I just said? I don't know where you're from, but we have no cows with horns on the head around here, mate.
Oh, you don't?
Nah, not in the UK. No, we get them all, mate.
Halloween.
Them cows with horns on their heads.
What, you mean bulls?
Kill a cow.
That's why I was like going into deer territory and shit. But yeah, you got what I'm saying.
Put down the devil's lettuce.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Endless just posted a picture of a cow with fucking spike on his head. Go fuck yourself, Endless.
So what else are you on the fence about, Pat?
Oh, Jesus, bro. Jesus Christ, bro.
Yeah, that sent me. That absolutely sent me.
Things that would destroy your fucking brain, bro. I can't. It's not Sunday. No, man. Fuck it.
God, I need to mute myself. That comedic timing was absolutely perfection. You can't train that.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I got a chuckle out of it. Whoever said it, it's pretty good. How are you not all on the fence about everything all the fucking time, bro? Fuck.
Really? Because we've gone out and checked.
The stated aims, right? The stated aims of Operation Mockingbird. There's the kind of face level bit that people think was the stated aim of Operation Mockingbird, which is when everything the American public believes is a lie. We'd have kind of done our job. But then below that was the actual aim of Operation Mockingbird, which was to create a public that exists in a state of like schizophrenia. Basically, they don't know what's real, they don't know what's not, they don't know anything. to create this kind of mindset where people just think they don't know anything. Basically, can't trust anything.
Really, Pads?
Verify.
Yeah,
There's
Pads.
nothing we can know.
You're a success story, Pads.
is he on the website and the case?
Have you seen my bank account, bro? What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's
for
true.
them, you're a
Consider
success story.
when you
you're
can
a success for them.
when you can successfully condition people to accept contradictions all the time. It puts them in a state of cognitive dissonance. It makes them much more susceptible to deception for other things.
Like America being number one, bro.
Exactly. America being number one was a program policy after World War II. I'm going to sound like a broken record. The Truman administration founded the Operations Coordinating Board. It's a big psychological operations program, OCB. There are executive orders and correspondence you can read online today about it. Some of it is public, much of it is now public. They outlined a program to cement the idea that America's number one and America's untouchable. And to that end, one of the programs they instituted under this was NASA. There's a whole boatload of correspondence on this. Now, to that end, they've got everybody convinced and accepting contradictions in their daily lives. For example, the sunset thing we like to talk about. When you watch the sunset, the sun isn't actually moving, you're spinning backwards. When you have multiple accelerative frames of reference, or at least one with respect to an inertial frame, you can't tell which one is at rest or which one is moving due to relativity. It's impossible to determine an absolute reference frame in the entire known universe. A lot of this comes on the heels of this whole wave of this new zeitgeist of sorts, postmodernism, where everything is relative, where truth is subjective. And now we've got a whole society that is used to understanding their worldview within paradoxical concepts. I wonder what we can do with this now.
It is heightened, but I think it's always been like that. But yeah, you are right with the.
Well, they've used media. Like they've got tools that exist now that never existed before in human history to carry this out on a mass scale. Mass communications, much better than the printing press, much better than libraries, right? So when people are under this psychological conditioning, what on earth could they do to you that you're not even aware of? People accept that. This is the world we live in now, and this is the norm, and it's kind of frightening, to be honest.
I don't want to get too much into it, but no, people don't accept that. Don't know where you've got that from.
The political class does.
Yeah, they do.
They're flying Skittle flags all over the world at various embassies.
It's nothing to do with acceptance. It's more of a fear of backlash. It's got fuck all to do with acceptance, bro. You think companies do shit because they accept it? No, it's all marketing and money. Those fuckers will change their opinion at the next available opportunity.
We're not talking about companies. I promise you, right?
Anybody, bro.
I've spoken to people, and I've said. Things like, for example, men can't.
putting the problem when we talk to people and we bring up what science is, people disagree with us, and we have to go through pretty much the history and the logic and philosophy of science to get to the claim of what science even is in the first place in order to have productive conversations.
That's a miscommunication, though, from both sides, bro.
No.
I've tried to put this to right. It is.
Okay. Yeah. So why is our standard of what science is wrong, in your opinion?
It's not. It's just that the social studies have adopted techniques used. The prevalent, good, amazing techniques used by you guys have been adopted by social sciences. So instead of relying purely on qualitative data, like, focus groups and interviews and just one-on-one peer reviews and shit or whatever, they now actually, in psychology, look at hard empirical data. So society progresses. The first time I'd ever fucking come across the black swan and the whole scientific method, I discovered in my politics class. They use that shit within politics and sociology, bro.
Well, yeah, there's nothing wrong with using deductive logical syllogisms in other fields besides science. It's science.
So you've got variables. Like, what is not scientific about
variables? I use variables. I do multivariate statistical analysis of financial markets. Doesn't make it science at all.
Not alone. No, is that
no,
not having
absolutely not science.
Part of like the scientific method?
Yeah, you can use variables outside the scientific method. Absolutely. Doesn't make it science.
Bro. X equals 7. You know what I mean? Like,
right, yeah, that's not science.
Variables anyway. I'm not alone. It's not. No, of course
math. It's called math.
Right. Well, that's my point.
That was yeah.
Amish is now the professor of financial science.
Right. Main point being, bro, the social realm was adopting these terms, and it became an issue. So hence why we have the distinguishment between the two, or the distinguishment, whatever. We distinguish between the two. The distinction, yeah, they are not the same. Like, yeah, it's not a bad thing.
The purpose of science is to give the experimenter, the one doing it, a physically real and tangible experience with the presumed causes, independent variables, for the observed effects, the dependent variables that are happening independent of his own efforts in nature. Science is about giving the person an experience with the natural world that you can make these determinations.
I think that's where we try and apply it to like social phenomena that we see. I hate that word. I can't say it.
I know. Well, back to my point about postmodernism. There's no objective standards for any of these things anymore, and it's causing people to become detached from reality, from objective reality, and accept paradoxes as a part of life. Accept paradoxical claims without any evidence as a part of life. because it's all relative, and what's true for you may not be true for me, but it's still universal truth somehow, and we can all get along together.
Yeah. Not necessarily all bad, though, but yeah. I agree.
When you look at social science, too, you're talking about trends where people are moving in which direction. It doesn't mean it's cause or effect of that. Because people react in, herd mentality.
Yeah, exactly. So why did one group of people respond in a specific way in a certain, I don't know, age bracket or geographical location, and why did another group respond a different way? Similar demographics in a different, age group or location. And they'll collect the data, they look at the data, they try and explain why, they look at any variables, then they look at counter arguments that could go against it, and what any critiques that could be labelled against it that could just bring the whole thing down. Then they counter those. It's blended in at best.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's useless.
Sounds like statistics to me.
It's statistics in the fact of, say you had 10,000 people here, 10,000 here, 1,000 students, 1,000 students, but you get qualitative data as well. You can interview the 1,000 students, right? You can't do that with a naturalist. You can't interview a fucking rock. You know what I mean? You can interview.
Is this what
students.
you're calling science now?
This is social sciences. So you've got all the empirical data and statistical analysis from quantitative side of it, because it's quantifiable data, it's hard data. Then you've got your qualitative shit, your focus groups, interviews and shit, and then you merge the two together.
Yeah, but there's also you can also mistake outcomes as correlation and not causes. So
correlation is not causation.
You don't know how many other variations of what's happened really.
So that'd be in section 2, wouldn't it? That'd be you presenting a counterclaim. I would have to know my data is good enough to pass your check. That's the point of it. So that would either be.
You don't have to know. You can try. Just get the data. Like in this case, for the barometer that you think exists.
The age thing? Yeah, mate, if I can be asked and we come back to the subject, I'll get it. Or if we're still here in 10 minutes.
He's misunderstood Alpha's argument.
I did say that. I might have, to be fair. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to go down it without him being here. I did try and say that.
Yeah, you did. I just figured it out, man. I was thinking, no, there's something fucking not right here. Hang on a sec. And what it is the lack of measurement, and because of the very difficult, the inability basically to be able to get instrumentation into the mesosphere. Right, what they claim is the area known, what they've termed the mesosphere, that beyond that altitude area there, right, between the stratosphere and the thermosphere, right. There's no measurements of the pressure there, right. So there's this gap, right, and I remember Alpha saying, so they can't justify this idea, right, that there is this. The gradient continues beyond that point, right? And it continues until they suddenly have their magic orbiting fucking things with your special ionization gauges on them, right?
Yeah.
Beyond the thermosphere and higher, right? That's when they can say, "Oh yeah, look, but you can't take these measurements, but we can because we've got the special ionization gauges up here." Blah 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 blah. Right, but between the top of the stratosphere, where meteorologists can measure, and the thermosphere, nobody can get a fucking reading of that. Not even those guys. Not even the guys claiming to be able to measure the pressure at higher than that. So there's this gap in between.
It's a gap between what's real and what's on TV, T-Dub. Isn't that interesting?
Exactly. That was Alpha's point. That's what Alpha's pointing out. You can't claim that without that data there, that data set, you can't claim this continuation, this gradual reduction that suits what they're saying.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah, no, like I said, this thing could be bullshit. I've misheard him. Again, I only mentioned it in the approach, like, you know, but yeah, hopefully you get me.
Right, because meteorologists can't get any higher than that with their barometers, right? And the range. So the range, they're saying that because they're guessing at, you know, because they're calculating that there's a graduation of pressure reducing as you get higher through the mesosphere, right? That pressure that they're guessing it is at would be too high to use ionization gauges within anyway, because they're only suited for super low vacuum states, right? To measure the pressures of super low vacuum states. Within which the mesosphere there would not good enough, not would be too high of a pressure to use one of them in, and meteorologists can't get a barometer up to there, so they don't know. And the guys that are saying that they measure the pressure higher than that, they don't know. Nobody fucking knows. They're just calculating.
Yep, that does make sense, to be fair, bro. No way have you been on that this entire time, yeah. Looking in the background, thinking, what the...
Like Alpha might come in and say, oh, well, he, you know, like, oh, yeah, thanks, Tito, but that wasn't quite what I was saying or whatever. But I'm pretty sure that was pretty close to what he was saying, that he was specifically pointing out that gap of data, that gap of knowledge.
Raised by goats. I don't get your sentence in chat, bro.
It's more just like, you know, maybe 40 minutes later, you're like, oh yeah, what a wild ride that was. It's like, well, yeah, what did you think was going to happen? You throw chum into the piranha pond, like it's going to go off.
You still on the fence about your life?
Yeah.
A quick question about lunar eclipses for anyone. Just, I'm curious if you all think that that's a shadow being casted onto the moon, or whatever you believe it may be. And if you think that that shadow is being casted from what we're on.
I mean, I personally don't make any positive claims about what it is. I understand the claimed argument.
Yeah.
But there's issues with eclipses. Like, have you heard of the Selenian eclipse? During a lunar eclipse, during certain lunar eclipses, the moon is still visible in the sky.
Yes.
And they say it's because of refraction, right? That's the kind of, oh yeah, it's refraction. But for me, that alone is reasonable doubt to be like, well, could there be another explanation? I don't make positive claims, though, as to what that might be. I personally don't think the moon is a spinning ball of rock. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I don't know. I don't believe it's what they tell us it is, though. Which casts doubt on the whole model for me in terms of eclipses and what we're told they are.
Okay. Fair.
I'm comfortable saying, look, I don't know these things. Like, there's things I think are just certain things we just can't really verify, can we? What I would say as well is anybody you speak to who's got some crazy half-cocked story about the moon is probably a LARPer, to be honest.
You mean like a crazy half story about the moon?
Yeah, they're just kind of like, oh yeah, well, no, I mean more as in like, oh well, you know, the moon is actually this, and coming up with fantastical stories about how.
Are you saying outside of like what the generally accepted idea of the moon is?
Like, yeah. Outside of that, I mean, so for example, the moon map theory, right? The moon is plasma, but people in this channel, at least, don't get me wrong, it's interesting to look. I've watched quite a few videos about these topics. They're interesting to watch, to consider. But we would stop short, I think, anyone here would back me up on this, really, of throwing any weight behind it, because ultimately we don't know. We don't have the tools, the capacity to actually test or verify any of these things. But I feel pretty confident in my assertion that the moon is not a spinning ball of rock. I'm quite confident, to be honest. It's not what I've been told it is. And if I'm confident in that, then I'm confident that the given model of eclipses can't be right, because you can't really have one without the other.
The moon, like gray looking, or is it brown?
To me, it looks gray. Gray looking, yeah.
Gray looking, like kind of white, dirty, right?
Sure, yeah.
It's not brown, right?
Visually, yes, it looks gray to my eyes.
Okay. All right, hold on a second. In the chat, hold on.
While with the lunar eclipse, it looks like it turns brown.
I've had some really interesting pictures of the moon over the years, because the daytime moon almost appears translucent. There are many recorded instances as well, rather, like the occulting star. So like the Star of Islam, for example, the occulting star. Many other well-known flags have the kind of occulting crescent, should I say. And you can see a star through the moon in some instances. Specifically if you're looking at the daytime sun. The daytime moon.
Posted a moon rock in the chat for you guys. There's a moon rock. Look at the gray moon rock.
Is that the thing that they gifted someone that turned out to be petrified wood?
I mean, it seems that way.
Yeah. I see. There you go. There you go, Raised
I just posted the article on it.
Raised by Goats, there's an example of refraction making the thing that's supposed to be blocking the object, right, appear behind the object, right? The star in front of the moon. That's what refraction does, right? Places the thing that's supposed to be the obstruction behind the thing it's supposed to be obstructing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, my neighbour's in his garden at the minute, but even though he's behind his house, right, because of refraction, I can see him in his garden, even though there's a house between us. That's what refraction does, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, refraction shows you everything. So when you see a boat on the horizon, that's refraction. When you see the moon in the air, that's refraction. When you don't see anything, that's a clear day. That's Glober logic. If you can't see things in the distance, it's a clear day.
The thing is anyone who's got a fairly good memory of high school science, we do refraction with the prisms, right? And refraction can absolutely alter the path of light, but it alters it at a set degree, and then it carries on its path in a straight line, it scatters out. But we never did any kind of experiments in science that shows how refracted light can curve, right? Can curve at the exact same rate as the Earth. I don't remember one practical demonstration that shows that refraction can do that. The only practical demonstrations I have from college science of refraction are it scatters the light, and the light comes. And once it's scattered and its path's been changed, it comes out in straight lines, not curved. So for me, this doesn't satisfy. How is it I can see a star that should be on the other side of the moon, blocked by a giant rotating rock, right? That refraction doesn't satisfy that for me. A lunar eclipse during which the moon is still visible in the sky, nowhere near the eclipse that's taking place. Refraction doesn't satisfy that for me. being able to go to the east coast of England. Let me find the exact name of it. Wind turbine, East Yorkshire. So you can go to the east coast of England and you can see an offshore wind farm 55 miles away from the shore, Hornsea 2. So you can go and see Hornsea 2, some casual 55 miles away from the shore. And you can see the feet of the platform 55 miles away. And I'm not even 6 foot high, right? I'm like 5'10", 5'11" on a good day. So refraction doesn't satisfy that for me. What do you think the moon is, though, Nate, to bring it back to the moon? What's your view?
Nate's not here, man.
No, he's gone. I mean, Asmongold's got a pretty busy screaming schedule, hasn't he? So he's probably had to get back to Twitch.
All right, I'm back. What's happening, my homies?
I was gonna say it's probably that attention span we were talking about that Nate's dealing with. He forgot.
Yeah, there we go. So Dr. Pressure. You can go to the east coast of England and you can see, so that exact platform, right? So wait for the zoom, wait for the zoom, wait for the zoom. So obviously you've got the wind farms and then you've got the things that they all connect to, right? And then just behind it, you see it there in the picture, 55 miles away. Like it's just done. There's no coming back from that.
Is that little platform thing 55 mile out?
So I'm not referring to that specific picture. I'm referring to when I went to the east coast of England, personally, with a P900, my own tests, my own calculations. I'm just using that as an example. Yeah. It's a similar kind of idea, right?
Yeah, but look at those bendy windmills.
Yeah. And see how far the horizon is past the windmills? Oh my god.
Are you talking about the John D image here, the Rampion wind farm?
Yeah.
Yes, with all those bendy windmills. Look at them. They're so bendy. Look at them.
Well, that was a super high refraction day. That's why you see everything. That's why everything.
That's why it's so clear in the distance.
That's all that's down around the ball in reality, and because it was a high refraction day, everything's flat and level now.
Cloudy with a chance of refraction.
Yeah, like if you were to take like the furthest point of that windmill, I think Earth's radius would be something like 250,000 miles. Or is it 97,000 miles? I think that one's 97,000 miles. That's 1/3 the way to the moon.
Ezra doesn't know what vertical lines are, so I asked him before if he knew what a triangle was, and he didn't answer me. I'm not sure if he's been able to take a triangle test.
You could probably code a Python script to help figure it out. Dr. John D's gravy is some of the best out there, honestly. We need to be using it more for discussions. Like this wind farm observation, good Lord, like that camera lens must have cost like $30,000. He's got access to some really sweet equipment.
Do we have a measurement for this image? Do we know how far away these?
Oh yeah, I've got the survey distances and plan maps of the wind farm and everything. Like I've got all that stuff in a directory somewhere.
Give me a TLDR. Are we 20 miles, 30 miles? Like what's the
furthest the base of that furthest windmill is something like 13 or 14 miles. And then you can see a boat beyond it.
Yeah, so you're looking at a horizon that's God, I don't even want to guess. Like, well, you can't put a figure on it, but I mean, it's
literally
beyond that. Wow.
I'm at a stoplight. I need to find this thing right now. Let's see. Got to go to my B section for black swans. Let's see. Scrolling. Yeah. All right, here's some measured distances. Shoot. Okay, green light. It's cool, man. I got this. All right. Here are just some images that look like it. I think these are the. I got to drive now, but there's some of the stuff I have. All right, posted in text chat. Off we go.
So 8.4 miles. You can see a boat beyond the furthest point at 8.4 miles.
On the Earth curvature calculator spreadsheet thing, it's an animated GIF that shows the computed distances and the resulting calculation of Earth's radius. And it ends at like 97,000 mile radius or something crazy.
The thing is, I'm perfectly willing to hear a counter argument, but it's only ever, it's refraction, just like very kind of hand wave, very kind of dismissive. They themselves never seem to be able to explain either the exact mechanism by which refraction makes this possible.
Yeah, and what's funny is the guy who put this together is a professor of physics who specializes in optics and the behavior of photons. And he has a presentation that goes along with this in PowerPoint. And he's going through all the data, the temperature measurements, the meteorological conditions. Like he's got it all rigorously figured out. It leaves no doubt in your mind that the Earth is flat.
Well, it could be a ball, and it's a super high refraction there. He was wrong. And all that is bent up. Right, Pads?
Well played. Well played. You're right. I just mean Earth is a 97,000 mile radius ball and not a 4,000.
Oh, there goes orbital mechanics. That's out.
Shit, did someone say Pads? I'm pretty high. No.
Yeah, we know Pads. A little off topic. Genevieve just messaged me, and she may be back. And I was correct. Leaf ruined the conversation. And so I'm sure you guys will be in later if she pops back in. She wants to have an honest conversation and ask some questions.
We're all about honesty here.
Thanks, Ranger. That's good shit, man.
No problem.
One of my favorite John D videos, he took some Canon camera, and Indio actually talks about this too. He brought it down to the surface of the water and laid a long PVC pipe along the surface of the water and focused the camera through one end of the pipe, looking at a distant shoreline across the water to the opposite end. And the question is, because he wanted to limit the number of angles of light from the scene so that you're only seeing angles of light and rays that are parallel to the surface of the water. And he was able to zoom in far beyond the constraints of Earth's curvature.
That's because he used a PVC pipe. And that light the light inside the tube is static electricity, and that brings things up from behind a curve of a ball. So that's... Right, Pads?
Yeah, static electricity unbent the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Why'd you keep saying my name? I thought it was pretty funny what you said, bro.
So you can still be on the fence. I don't want Amish to tip you one side or the other. I want you staying straight and narrow.
Yeah, that's something.
10 minutes, bro. I've been muted, man.
Lion of Yar actually brought up something that interesting that I want to look into. Was he claims that there was this surveyor back in the day, I don't know, 1800s, early 1900s or something, who was doing the theodolite measurements and then comparing it to just through a simple tube, like just a cylinder without lenses, with the crosshairs, and leveling that out, and he was getting conflicting results between the two. I don't know. I want to look into that. Just like you were talking about cylinders and shit.
Yeah, that would make sense. Without it, I mean, without the tube, you're seeing more angles of light, which means you could be seeing bent ones due to optical disturbances in the air, right? But when you lay out a tube like that and you look through a narrow opening over a long end, you're seeing more of the straight ones. It's like a lens in a way, because it's got an aperture and it's diffraction limited.
What do you think about that air pressure? Hey?
I'm talking to Dazza wants to take a triangle test.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi,
Hey. So I see the thing. It says AMA or make a claim to debate. Is that how it works in here?
Why they wrote it?
Yeah, regarding the channel topic.
Yep.
Okay, so like, if I wanted to make a positive claim that we can verifiably test and measure that there is no Earth motion translating through space, who would be well versed enough to talk about that?
A positive claim for a negative?
Yeah, a positive claim that we're not moving, translating through space.
It's not a positive claim.
Okay, we're stationary. How about that?
Yep, everybody knows it.
There you go. Yeah, how about Pads? Pads, you're up, bro.
I knew it would be Pads.
wants outer space to be
What,
real.
man? What the fuck? Mate, I've dropped my headphones. I'm looking for my headphones. What's up, my guy?
Hey,
This gentleman wants to debate with you about whether or not the Earth is stationary.
It definitely is stationary.
Mate, I'm looking into my setting. I don't know.
It came to the right place.
Okay, so are you guys familiar with this thing called Microsoft Paint? I'm actually a Microsoft Paint engineer unofficially, so let me see if I can show you what I'm talking
We
about
get the
here.
best globe proofs with Microsoft Paint.
Yeah, awesome.
So, if you guys are familiar with basic physics, I'll use a color that'll show. Hopefully, orange will be. Yeah, that should show. Okay.
It's a good color for physics.
So
You know
there's
why?
this.
You know why it's a good color for physics? I'll tell you why. It's a good color for physics because it's at the opposite end of the visual spectrum from blue. And blue light spectra are hard for the eye to differentiate contrasting colors and intensity. So picking orange is actually really good. It makes a lot of sense. Keep going.
Okay. So the formula that I'm putting out here is what's called stellar aberration, which I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with.
Yeah, in the 1750s, it was kind of first theorized. I gotcha.
Yeah, James Bradley, 1727, I believe. But anyways, so there's this theta angle here, right? And this theta angle is maximum about 20.5 arc seconds, roughly. Okay. Now, what happens is they claim that you have a star and you're looking at a star, right? But when you look at that star, you're not actually looking at the true position of that star, exactly where it is. You're actually looking at that star where it was like, so many nanoseconds ago, because by the time that the light from the star reaches you, you have moved relative to the star. Because Earth is flying through space around the sun. So that's the
right. So it's almost like reverse. It's like reverse Fresnel drag, right? Because you're in the frame that's being dragged.
Right. And so they say that the Earth is moving around the sun at 30 kilometers a second. Okay, so if you do 30 kilometers a second over 300,000 kilometers a second being the effective speed of light, you take the arctan of that and you get 20.5 arc seconds, right? So that's how that works out. And so, but there's this experiment that's pretty well known as Airy's failure. So what happened is I want to draw a telescope again, or draw a telescope and show you something again. There's this telescope, and see if I can draw a. There we go. And the little small one down here, I'll just cut it off, chop it off like this. All right. So there's a telescope, and it's aimed up at a star. We'll put our star up here. All right. So this man named George Bedell Airy, he was like, it was during the 1800s, it was in the 1860s, I believe, when he did his experiments. No, maybe 1871, actually. Anyways, whatever the year, he was living in a time in which there were some emergent observations coming out, and because of Fresnel drag that had been observed by Fizeau's experiment in 1851, they knew that the motion of a medium could affect the propagation of light. And so there was this question that arose. They said, well, look, like, we have observatories all over the world, and every single observatory's got a different telescope. And on that telescope, there's a different lens. It's not like we have one lens manufacturer for the whole world's telescope set. So what if, you know, the observatories in Paris and the observatories in the United States and the observatories in Asia, what if they all have different lenses, and it's causing a slight difference in the observation of the angles of the incoming starlight to our devices? And all of us are getting slightly different measurements and we don't even know it. So there was this question, like, can we trust our measurements? And so what he did is he said, okay, if I want to use stellar aberration, because there's not that many ways to put an anchor point in the sky, right? Everything revolves around at a certain rate, 15 degrees per hour, but that's about all you can think of to do. So he said, but we have stellar aberration. So if I look at this formula, what I see is that there's only three variables. There's the angle that the starlight's aberrated, which we already have as an accepted value based on the nautical almanac, right? We can check the nautical almanac and track the position of a star from spring to autumn equinox, and then from autumn to spring equinox, add them together, and we get this value, right? Right. For a star at zenith at the equator on you know, it's latitude dependent, but you can do the math. So, but as far as the rest of it goes, you know, this is the only measurement that we take. These are the only two control variables, and we can't change the velocity of Earth. There's nothing I can do to make Earth go slower or faster. So the only thing that I can do is try to affect the other variable, which is the effective speed of light. Now, most telescopes are just a telescope filled with air, right? So he said, but wait, what if I take that telescope and I fill it with water? If I fill the telescope with water, then that means that this starlight that's coming down through the telescope, and center that. All right. The starlight that's coming down through the telescope, you know, if it's at zenith and I have it centered, let's say the starlight's centered. If I put water in my telescope, then what's going to happen is this Earth that's moving 30 kilometers to the second to the left, because the ratio has now changed between the Earth velocity and the light velocity, the light's going to take a longer amount of time to traverse down through the telescope. And because that time increases, that gives the telescope that much more time to shift out from under the starlight. Because, of course, the phenomenon is said to be explained by the relative motion between the telescope and the star. The telescope being affixed to the surface of the Earth, of course. So if we allow the telescope...
Right, this is also the main problem.
Right. If we allow the telescope more time while the light is in flight, more time to shift out from under it, it would be like someone shoots a gun at a target but someone's holding the target and they're moving the target when they shoot. So the person is aiming right at the bullseye, straight at the bullseye. It's lined up perfectly. They shoot the bullet, and then while the bullet's on the way there, the person holding the target steps to the left a little bit. Well, if we cause that person to move faster or we cause the bullet to move slower, either way, it will shift the position to where the bullet lands. And that was the point of the experiment.
Right.
So
We still haven't determined which reference frame is inertial.
Right. So his assumption going into
the whole time.
Correct. His assumption going into this experiment was if we put water in here, since water is about, here, let me see another color. Let's use green. The effective speed of light in water is equal to 3/4 the speed of light in vacuum, which means that the tangent theta angle will be 4/3. The tangent theta angle will be 4/3. I'll just do this. That in air. That's how that math works out. Right. So, what he did is he took a zenith telescope, which, is what they use for measuring stuff like stellar aberration, and then he filled it with water, and then he took measurements and checked against the nautical almanac of measurements that had already been performed before. So the star that they were looking at was called Gamma Draconis. And it was very, very, very near the zenith at his observatory location. That's why he chose it. So what was expected is this, about 20 arc seconds. I think it was like 19 at his 11. There was supposed to be about a 7 arc second shift happen in the angle. And he did his measurements and he did his experiment, and guess what happened? No angle change.
Straight down.
When he put water in the telescope, it did not change the angle of the starlight. What does this mean? Well, it means that the starlight...
The water has the same refractive index as the firmament.
It means that the starlight's already coming in at that angle. So it doesn't matter how slow or fast the starlight moves through the telescope. You could make it 100 times slower. It's still taking the same straight path into the telescope as it was before. Because it's the stars that are moving, not the telescope that's moving. You see, because the photon stream gets shot out from the star. It's like a snapshot, right? We could treat it as a single photon. If we treat it as a single photon, it's just like that bullet illustration, right? It gets shot out at a point in time. That star continues to move forward, but the star moving forward doesn't affect the photon that was already fired. Like if I go shoot a gun and then I run away, it doesn't change the path of the bullet.
Right. So you're moving along sideways with your rifle and aimed at the target, and when you're lined up, you shoot, but you keep going, right? So, but the bullet just goes onto the target, while you with the rifle have continued on your path, and you're out of sight now, right?
Right. So my motion will never affect the position the bullet lands on the target. The only thing that will affect the position the bullet lands on the target is if the target moves, right? And they were assuming it was the target moving, and that's why aberration occurred. But actually, when they put water and they slowed the light down...
That's how they debunked stellar aberration theory.
Yeah, that's what this... Because it was one of the most famous failures.
A reference frame mismatch of velocity with an inertial frame. Right?
Say that again one more time.
So what we're looking at, the conclusion from this, not necessarily mine, is that what this shows is that the stellar aberration is not caused by something like Fresnel drag or the motion of one frame of reference to another in a different medium.
Right. So basically, the stellar aberration can be thought of very classically now. I'm going to erase this Gamma Draconis thing so I can show you. I'm going to use a 4-pointed star to. This yellow one is going to be like the zenith one or whatever. I'm going to move that over just so. There we go. So it's like centered. All right. Now these 4-pointed stars. Let's make these green. All right. So I'm going to need 4 of these. Real quick. There's that. There's that. And there's that. All right. So the solid stars are going to be the true position. And the hollow stars are going to be the apparent position. So the hollow star is where we see it. But the solid star is where it actually is. Okay? So what's going to happen is we're going to see this one, and we're going to see that one. But the actual position is going to be here. And so what ends up happening is we get... Oops, that needs to be a paintbrush.
Yeah, so the question remains, what's causing the splitting of light into different frequencies, if not the lenses of the optics?
Well, it's not that it's the frequency. Look, it's really simple. Here's how the classical explanation works, right? So the classical explanation would state that it's just because when the star is here, like let's say the star is at the apparent position, right? The star is right here. It shoots a photon here, okay? By the time that we see the photon, the star has now moved here. So at the moment